playing his regular stuff so far. We got the little Roy. He likes to play Berlin. So if we see a Berlin Irina, we might as well
Hmm.
go to another game. Okay. Because
All
I
right.
don't
Okay,
have my
look at this.
coffee.
This is interesting. I mean, I think there was a lot of questions about how the opening would develop. I mean, certainly they're going along a route that they've both seen before a lot. I was wondering if Wesley might want to play in English or something that he's been trying against Hikaru recently. But no, he went into e4, e5, and actually is trying the Spanish, which he has not really done against Hikaru in their recent games.
Oh, nice.
Um, oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, he's actually was trying like the Italian and even the Scotch. But here we go. So we're getting the Berlin.
Yep. Yep. We about to go to sleep. I mean, we just woke up and then we about to go right back to sleep.
Yeah, I wonder what Wesley's gonna do. I mean, it's like, is he gonna go for rookie one and then sorry, yeah, rookie one and then this bishop c6 knight e5, or there's some, I guess there's some other ways that White's been trying. Sometimes they take this pawn on e5 after knight d6, right?
Yeah, this is all stuff we've seen before, right? Knight d6 is the usual. And there it is, knight d6. They're just following theory here. All the same stuff. Takes. What is it? It's knight e5 after bishop c6. I've also seen rook e5, which is a strange one. But what's your experience here, Irina? Do you actually play? I mean, from the black side? I know you're Sicilian, so but have you had any times in the Berlin with the black pieces?
You know what's interesting? Okay, yeah, rookie one actually. No, I have not played this. Really, I think maybe one time in my life against a much lower rated player. I played the white side of this, right? So we're not actually getting that end game. Yeah, rookie one shows us that it's going into this knight e5 move,
Right.
which starts to look a bit like a Petrov, right? The symmetrical structure, and then usually black is taking and rook takes, like bishop e7.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and, at some point, like white will try to play d4. And yeah, it really starts to resemble like a Petrov a lot. Okay, so he goes for bishop e7 right
Yep.
away. Oh, yeah, let us flip the board. Give me 1 second. There
It's
is
right
a
there. It's
special
next to
function to do
there
that. Hold
you go. It's
on.
just right there. It's the little it's next to the magnifying glass right there.
Next. Oh, yeah, here we
There you
go.
go. Come
Oh,
on. I
there we
got
go.
you, Irina. I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah, thank you. So he pulled the bishop back to f1, Wesley. And so we're getting this trade. Now black's going to castle and white's going to play d4. And yeah, that's like a very popular position these days.
Absolutely. Right. Rook takes. And and castles. Okay, there we go. Castles. Perfect. Yeah, this is I remember playing this, from the black side. I was just trying some stuff, like going through my like, prices of like, do I want to play this? Do I want to play that? Do I want to play?
Yeah.
And I've actually tried this. So bishop f6, knight f5, and then you play d6 or d5, and you get a position. You get a position. Yeah, d4 I'm familiar with.
I'm
Oh,
actually going
are
to
we
look
on
up a
kick?
couple of games here.
I guess she was on. We're on kick, huh? Let me go over there. I'm trying to see. I was like, why is the chat not moving? Because I'm probably in the wrong chat. Let me go over here to kick. I haven't spent too much time over here. What's up, guys? Say hello to the chat. Yeah, there we are. Okay, nice. Now I see the chat. I was like, I don't see anyone or anything. Now I see the chat. Hey, what's up, Kick? I have never been over here, guys. Hello, Kick chat.
Oh, wow. So he played rook e2. Actually,
Oh,
I'm not familiar with this move. I mean, interesting. He didn't bring the rook back to e1. He
mhm.
brought the rook to e2.
Yeah, actually, Irina, that is a new topical thing. We've seen this
Hmm.
even MVL as well has been doing this. He's
Mm-hmm.
actually playing Rook E2 as well. It's just a newer thing, and the reason for it is I remember even watching some commentary on it. They said it was more like it's a useful move. It's just
Mm.
at some point the Rook on E2 is very useful. That was the logic behind it. I was like, wow, okay, well, that's
Yeah.
because we're used to seeing Rook E1
Interesting how it could be useful to be blocking this bishop. I mean,
and the Queen, right? Yeah,
yeah.
it's very interesting. I was like, all right, hey, it's new. Rook E2.
Okay. Well, let's see what kind of approaches we can think of here for black. I mean, obviously, one logical move would be like trying to move this knight and trying to
Mm-hmm.
get like a pawn here,
Yeah.
right? Because black does need to get some space in the center too. So actually, I would say that knight f5 looks super logical to me, as well as it hits the d4 pawn.
I actually remember playing this as black. I only remember like 2 or 3 more moves, which is knight f5 and rook e8, and like that's all I remember from the black side of studying this theory. But knight f5 definitely is a move. We hit the pawn with tempo, and then maybe we go d5 next, right? c3,
Yeah.
5, right? And then we put the bishop maybe on e6. You just get the pieces out, right? That's what it's about. It's getting pieces out. What's up, Suzanne? I see you in the chat over there. What's up, Kick? It's like my first time. Not first time. They also said hi to you, Irina. They're like, hi, Irina.
Oh,
Hi,
nice.
how you doing? Yeah, this is not my first time in Kick, but I have been over here to watch. I just have not been in the chat. So shout out to you guys in Kick over here. I see you. Me and Irina Crush are crushing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get over there too. There should be some link from Twitch to get into. Here we go. Kick.com/GMHikaru.
She was like, there's probably a Twitch link. There is no Twitch link at all.
There we go. Okay, now I can read your stuff as well, guys.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. Yes. Okay, so I mean, yeah, it is hard to see the point of this rook being here. I mean, maybe one day it's gonna help white like double up.
Absolutely.
Faster. So I guess, yeah. But still, I mean, I would say on the superficial level, it seems like a pretty awkward concept. And let me just see 1 second. We make sure we have the current position. Yeah, not like the.
You can click if you want to refresh the position. You click next to the flip board.
Oh, there we go. Well, I did my own way of doing that. Okay.
You can reload board. Right. There you go. Irina, look, I'm telling you, you're going to be a super GM today.
Yeah, you're going to teach me some things, James. I think we got to work on my technique here.
That's right. You're going to be a super GM in the controls. I promise you that. All right.
I mean, I guess another interesting thing, right, is that there could be a knight f5, this move d5.
I've never seen that. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. White tries to take some space before letting black play d5, and then maybe even supporting it with like the c4 pawn. And then coming out with knight c3. So Hikaru is thinking here. Yeah, interesting. So this move rook e2 seems to have surprised him a little bit. But you said you've seen this like a number of times, right? Not just
it's a new. It's topical. It's new. It's like. Not that it's new, but it's been recent in these in the bigger super tournaments. You'll see rook e2. I mean, MVL was one that practiced this a lot and playing this rook e2 move from the white side. So I've been seeing this a lot, and really, I mean, it's just not that different. I mean, black plays the same moves from what I remember: knight f5 and d5 and the bishop e6, and like you play the same stuff. So I'm curious to see what he's actually doing or what he's going to do right now. I'm curious to see what he's thinking about because he is thinking right now. Maybe he wants rook e8 immediately, something.
Wow. Well, he did make a move and he was thinking for a little while, trying to like remember something. And then he plays knight to e8. So
you can reload. You can reload the board there.
Yeah, he totally surprised us. I would say with that move. Knight e8. Wow. Hikaru going all the way back with a knight instead of like the more obvious knight f5.
Wow. Irina, I'm actually definitely surprised by 98. I'm just trying to think about what is the plan now with this 98 move. You undeveloped knight. Yeah, correct. Knight c7, knight f5. But I could have just went knight f5, right? So knight g7, knight f5, that's the long, that's a long route. So
yeah, this is really surprising. It is hard to see the advantage of that over knight f5. I mean, yeah, I don't know, unless he has concerns that sometimes like white could have had some crazy g4 stuff. I mean, it's a little out there, but I mean, maybe. So knight e8. So he still wants to go d5. Maybe he just wants to kind of come back with a knight to d6.
That is a very nice plan. That's different. But he also, again, in fact, believe it or not, well, of course, we can just see like knight f5 did the same thing. Knight f5, and you would also do that with tempo. Knight f5 hit the pawn, then go and then play knight d6. So I mean, knight e8 is definitely a strange move, but it's cool to see. We're gonna see in a minute what Hikaru is gonna do in the next few moves with this knight e8 move.
Yeah, Wesley's not at the board yet, so we can't see his reaction.
See actually. Let me pull up the Kick. Let me pull up the stream.
Yeah, you can actually see it on Kick. Yeah, you can see.
Oh, nice! Look at that. Okay.
We got a lot of stuff going on the screen. There's there's Hikaru, there's us,
There's
there's the
us, there's
chat,
the
there's a
board.
board.
Right. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
He's still thinking. Hikaru's like,
And
what?
I'm curious to see if Wesley, when he gets back to the board, if he's gonna show any signs of surprise. Okay, let's look at him. He's coming back right now. What does his body language tell us? So first of all, he reveals nothing.
Nothing.
Just writing down the move. And is he going to answer quickly? Okay, he's kind of looking down like he's remembering something. He writes more stuff on his score sheet. I mean,
got in trouble for that before. They both.
Yeah, I know, right? Is he annotating this move, giving it
exactly.
X-slam or dubious?
Yeah, you can't be doing. They both looking up. Look at that. They're like, what you looking at, Hikaru? What is that? Oh yeah, all right. I see that line too, bro.
I think they must be looking at the screens. There must be screens of all the other games or something.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. That's hilarious.
And it could be funny if there's another game that's following this as well, right? That would be interesting. I mean, we could kind of check out the other games and see what the openings look like there. But okay, this move seems to have put Wesley into thought.
Absolutely. Which is good. Put him in a little bit of thought there. Make him think it out. Now, of course, they have tons of time here. Tons of time. So, I mean, he can spend 30 minutes here if he likes and still having a lot of time. It's not necessary to spend that much time, obviously. I mean, it's just still the opening. But he's trying to figure out the ideas. And is he looking down, trying to recall, maybe some theory or plans or what he wants?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we really should tell the audience about the pretty interesting format for this tournament, because this game might not be the only game between Wesley and Hikaru that you guys see today, because actually every time a game ends in a draw in this tournament, well, you get 1 point for a draw. So there's even like a different scoring system, like 3 for a win. Okay. Sorry, actually 1.5 for a draw.
Wow.
And an Armageddon win, and 1 for a draw and an Armageddon loss, right? So basically, when they play an Armageddon game, they're playing for an extra 0.5 point for the day.
Whoa, that's new.
Yeah, I mean, apparently not. Like, I don't know, Benjamin, he knows a lot about the stuff. He says Norway Chess has been using the system for a long time. And I was like, really? Like, okay.
Okay, right, exactly. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, I mean, so basically their work is not done if they make a draw. They got to come back to the board and play an Armageddon game with 10 minutes for white.
What?
And yes, and 7 for black with a
this is crazy.
1 second increment starting for move 41. So you see, we might be here for a while today, James.
Yeah, I mean and then you have to make sure that you have ice cold water when you do a backflip on board 5 when you get to move 20. The format is like insane. That is just crazy. To remember all of this too is a lot, but it also makes chess, I think, very exciting here. Where like after you take the draw, they like they basically want you to play for more, not just quick draws, which is nice. I actually like it in a way, but
yeah, it's like the American Cup format in a way, except even more dramatic, because, or I would say more dramatic, more demanding of the players, because in the American Cup it's like a match system. So you're only playing additional games when it's time to decide the match. Right. Here it's like a round robin, and basically every time there's a draw, you got to go and play, right? So that puts a lot more pressure on the players.
It really does. It really does. It makes them really play. Like, and they're like, there's going to be no 10 move Berlin draw. There's going to be none of that. You're going, and I mean, it can be, but then you're going to have to go into Armageddon, and someone is going to win, in that, which is that's pretty cool. I've never seen that before ever. So I'm actually very intrigued by this format. Hopefully, maybe we'll see more of this in American tournaments and maybe super tournaments as well. Actually, new.
Well, I guess super tournaments, they kind of need that. I think people are looking for ways to spice things up and get more decisive results, especially as like the theory is advancing in so many openings, right? And it's gets harder and harder for people to get an edge and win games. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I think, at the top levels to start introducing something like this. Okay, look at that.
There's that move.
There's that D5 move where Wesley's like, I'm going to push that pawn in to stop you from going D5, and I'm going to claim a bit of a space advantage here.
I'm not going to lie. I do not like this for black. It's just very cramped. What do you, the D5 pawn, and you have the knight on E8, which is just so bad.
Yeah, I agree.
To show us, but man,
yeah, this move, it's like, okay, so you're probably going to play pawn to d6.
Right.
Right. I mean, white's probably, I would say c4 is not a bad inclusion.
Right.
Before going knight c3. I mean, I guess you don't technically have to have c4. Like you could go knight c3. But, at some point, white's going to play, h3. And actually, I kind of wonder if after d6, I mean, is this move at all a problem, or is just f3 is pretty effective? I guess it's pretty effective, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, usually you would like to provoke that when, like, of course, you like to provoke it when the dark squares are weak, or you want to provoke it if a knight can go to f3, which in this case it can't. There's no knight. I mean, you can go knight d2, knight f3. That's a slow route, but yeah, f3 would be a move I think I'd actually be fine with. And it's funny actually. If you want to get very aggressive after the f3 move, you can eventually probably play g4 and then maybe move the rook to g2. This is wild, obviously, but that's why the rook being on e2 is a pretty cool thing, I think. Having the rook on e2, you can swing it over eventually and stuff like that, and that'd be cool. So d6 though is definitely a possibility. I think the knight on e8 is pretty gross, but also the bishop on f1. So we're kind of the same in that aspect here. I'm definitely excited to see how he maneuvers his pieces here, because you have to develop. You have to, like, it's gonna.
I mean, I guess the one good piece that black has is his bishop on f6. Okay, so Hikaru went for the d pawn, didn't think for too long. And now we're going to see, because white has, I think, a pretty big choice of moves here. And I mean, I think a kind of a fundamental one is, do you want that pawn there, or are you okay just like leaving it behind and getting on with the development of the pieces? It's an interesting question, James. I don't really have an answer to it.
Yeah, I think he might, you would give up the bishop pair, and he could play c4 twice. So, for instance, knight c3, you take on c3 once, you play knight f6, but then bishop g5 is extremely annoying. So we probably don't take that. But if we don't, like, he has knight e4, the knight gets a little loose there. I mean, man, this is a tough position for black here. These Berlins are really hard to play, but one of the experts in it is Hikaru himself. So it is good to see, how he handles this, because most people would definitely go wrong here almost immediately, especially after bishop takes c3. And then where does your knight go? Probably f6. You put the bishop on g5. It's not cool. For black, you're still kind of cramped here. Not the most fun position to play. It is cramped. And when you're cramped, you want to have, obviously, some space by trading pieces. So it would make sense to take on c3. But you need a good follow-up. You also need to get these pieces, again, off the back rank.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem with taking like this is that maybe they can even go c4 and then bishop b2 and get that like nice diagonal for the bishop as well.
Right.
So I'm thinking like he's probably going to look for some strategy other than taking on c3, which means that first he needs to think about this knight. So what is the answer for this knight? Well,
that is the question of the day, Irina.
Yeah, I mean, there's like g6, but I mean, of course, it feels like at some point it just feels very awkward. But maybe. I mean, like, okay, like let's say they go knight e4, we pull back somewhere, and then we play like this. I mean, I know it's not attractive,
this
but
is so gross.
Is it? I mean, but I don't know. Maybe I can get those pawns moving.
You're right. In fact, maybe bishop h4, g5, and f.
Yeah. That's the idea.
F5 and you win a piece.
Yeah.
That is insane.
I mean, I do think that this bishop is not going to get traded anytime soon, but Wesley is thinking now, right? So, like I said, it's always interesting when people have, principally different roads to choose. It's like the divergent paths, right? Because and it's like that here. Like, I mean, I think this move as c4 is totally normal, but I also think knight c3 is normal, and they're quite different. I mean, they're trying to do different things, right? On one hand, you're like focusing on piece development. On the other hand, you're trying to like support your space even more.
Right. Yeah.
What's your take, James? What do you think he's going to do?
You know what? That's a great question. Number one, he's half man, half everything else. So we just sometimes can't think about or know what he's going to do. But number two here, actually, probably going to be like, I don't know. I think a g6 for sure, because you have to get this knight to like g7. But then after g6, maybe like knight g7, bishop f5, and maybe rook e8. That's my
I mean, like for white, what do you think Wesley's going to do? Is he going to play c4 or knight c3 or something else?
For white, I think it's probably going to be c4. Then that's a good question, because you could do a lot of moves here. I mean, I have so many moves. I want space. I have space. So maybe c4. knight d2 and knight e4. I don't really want to give him the option of taking on c3, but then maybe you want to tempt him a little bit. So c4, knight c3, but then he takes and he doubles the pawn. So you have to be very careful about this, which is why he's using his time. Maybe knight d2 first, then knight e4, then c4. That's slow. So he's kind of figuring out, do I want to go knight c3, knight e4, or knight d2, knight e4, and knight f3 maybe, and then c4 as well. White has a lot of options. The problem with options is that you can go wrong somewhere. So that's the problem. But I mean, you really can't. I mean, you can go a3 here and like still be fine in this position as white because it's such a slow position.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna make my guess. I like to make guesses, James. You know, if you watch my commentary in Astana, you know, I like to make little predictions. I mean, I'm gonna go with knight c3 right here.
Okay.
Although I mean, like I said, yeah, there's a lot of things that he can do, but I think he'll probably just want to get on with the development because even though it's pretty standard for white to have a pawn here, I'm not sure he really needs to, like it's urgent for him to support the d5 pawn. Like this seems like it's kind of hard for black to really challenge at this point.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, this is why a3 actually is a move. g3 is a move. All these slow moves work. Black has not developed anything yet besides casting and moving the bishop out. There's no development, whatsoever. So it's not that good for black. Obviously, I mean, you have to get the pieces out, but it's just not that easy for him right now. So we'll see though. Wesley on the move, maybe c4. I'm gonna go c4. You said knight c3. I'm gonna say c4.
All right, good. I'm glad you're willing to play the game.
Let's go. I'm willing to play it. I'm saying c4. You saying knight c3. Chat. Where does Wesley move?
Yeah, well, let's see what our chat thinks.
What is Wesley going to play, chat? What is Wesley going to play?
Yeah, do you guys want to make some guesses? Someone says maybe a4 with the idea of rook a3. That's actually fascinating.
Yes.
I have to tell you, I think it was Super Mario who said that. That is really interesting. Okay, I mean, I didn't think of that at all. And that is completely like, I mean, it's beautiful. Who was doing these rook lifts? It was Magnus doing these rook lifts in the Super Bet tournament in Poland just recently. He had some really nice games like that. Also, I think Nepomniachtchi, yeah, he was quite good at his rook lifts, also doing that a lot in Astana. So a4, rook a3, okay, that's very creative. I mean, on the other hand, like leaving your knight behind, not developing, is that, I mean, he also kind of wants to go maybe a4, a5, maybe even take some more space like that. Fix that pawn somewhere in a6. Yeah, I mean, I have to agree that this is in general a good positional move. Doesn't really have any downsides. And other than that, you're delaying your development a little bit. And our chat is saying James is definitely doing some heavy lifts, rooks possibly too. I like that. All right, so yeah, so Wesley, now I call him Wesley. Am I supposed to call him Wesley? Wesley with a soft S, maybe. All right, so yeah, that's, I mean, a4 is the most creative approach to the position. The problem is, like, I don't know how where's this rook going? Is it going to e3? Is it trying to double up? I mean, it's not like you're going to start a kingside attack. You can't really use that square for the rook. Going with the rook there when there's a pawn that's going to be here is not super effective. So, I mean, it's definitely an interesting idea. I almost just like it more for like the space taking aspects, as much as I like the rook lift point. But we'll see if we will see if Wesley goes that creative or he's just going to do something more standard. All right. So yeah, I think we have lost James a little bit, and that's okay. That is okay. He will be back. We're not going to panic. And Wesley's still thinking. Let's take a look, guys, at some of the other games. We haven't even seen that. And yeah, feel free to keep me company in the commentary.
There we go. I mean,
Oh, you're back. Okay,
I don't know
cool,
what
James.
happened. Everything works everywhere else, and then randomly their Wi-Fi just went out. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, let's panic. Yeah, no, let's not.
Yeah,
Well, basically, Wesley's still thinking. I thought we could circle around, James, and do a little bit of a tour with the other games. Let's go to
okay.
Fabi versus Magnus.
Mm-hmm. Fabi. Whoa, this is a French. I know this from both sides. Magnus been playing a lot of French defense lately, actually.
Yeah, that is really cool. I have to say, I've noticed that he has this one of his famous games, I think, in the Pro Chess League was against Sam Sevion in the French, where he had a pretty bad position and then just bamboozled Sam so expertly. I mean, that was such a good comeback.
Yeah, here, in fact, let's actually see how do we which French line because we have this G3 move. So how do we get here?
So it's one of these. Okay, bishop e3, a6, and now what is it? Queen d2. Oh, he just starts going back with the knight right away. Makes sense. Okay,
All right.
so he's gonna guard the pawn. Queen c1. All right, and then c3 supporting the center. G3, very standard. Okay, I mean, I would say this, of course, like is kind of a normal picture for this line of the French defense. Yeah, he's trying to get this bishop out here, or sometimes even there, to discourage black from playing moves like f6.
Yeah, this one actually I have no space. So like if we do want to play like F6 here and like maybe, taking in the center and stuff like that. But I like white because of the space. So what do you think?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say you gotta play moves like that because otherwise you're stuck really cramped with these two minor pieces. So these kinds of positions they tend to explode because black either gets counterplayed quickly or he is just much worse, right? So we're gonna see a lot of action in the next couple of moves. Let's think about what is white gonna do here? So it depends on what black wants. So black wants to take, then I guess you're taking this way. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Another thing that sometimes can be an idea is like taking there, maybe throwing in a check. I think we can play knight c3 on that.
Maybe there's like a bishop G2 first, and then so I can take back with the F pawn. Lots of times that is possible there. But what I did notice actually, in fact, I was doing some research literally like in the last few days of percentages of winning. Believe it or not, Irina, it was very strange. Actually, it was saying that the French wins more than the Sicilian. I was like, this isn't, I don't understand. But I actually do understand in a way because the middle games are so tactical. The middle games get so crazy and wild that it's to make a little bit of sense, right? So I've been seeing this. Even Arjun Ergaisi has been playing French a lot with the black pieces.
Oh, that's very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a lot of wild middle games. The French obviously doesn't seem like the opening like that, but it's very, very aggressive at some point in the middle game.
By the way, we do have a move from Wesley. I guess we can just quickly go here for a sec. And he played the move knight to d2. In fact, that's something that you mentioned, James. So he was not interested in allowing bishop take c3. I'm pretty sure this knight is still heading for e4.
Absolutely, right? So of course I won that. So what do I get? Do I get a prize or something, Irina? Because I definitely guessed that one. So like, what do we get? We playing this, but we need to have some.
We'll figure that out.
Okay,
we'll
cool.
figure that.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, we can do. Let's do $100 a move, Irina.
No, that's a bit much. I don't know. That might eat up all the all the money I make today.
$100 a move, chat. What y'all thinking about that? You want to play $100 a move? We can play with Monopoly money then. How about that? But of course, 92. So I'm $100 up for me. Let's go. $100.
Okay, I think we can play with Monopoly money. With that, I'm okay.
Okay, cool, perfect. I'm with that. 92. So that's $100 for me. Now this black to move here, and what is Hikaru going to do? Maybe just G6. I mean, it seems right. G6 or move the bishop like to F5 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean. The question is like how much he wants to save this bishop from a trade, right? Because if you go bishop f5, let me just go moves. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So if we go bishop f5, there could be knight e4, and then what happens with this bishop? I mean, this move you're kind of running into f4, maybe. Although yeah, you're kind of running into it. I mean,
You kind of run into F4, yeah, kind
I
of. But
mean, I don't really want to go here. I don't know. I feel like maybe he doesn't want to commit his bishop to this square yet. So, I mean, the question is, how bad is G6? Let's take a look. All right. So this, I think this move,
mm-hmm.
I don't know. It looks like a reasonable chess move to me.
Definitely looked great.
Although there's other things that I see here that the computer even looks at, like bishop G4, provoking F3, and going bishop F5. To me, that looks like very unhuman, James, you know?
Well, it is inhuman, but it also is an idea that I've seen many times, especially for like King's Indian players or players with the black pieces that have close positions. Usually in these close positions, you do like to provoke the F3 move. Lots of times it's just a good move to provoke. Bishop G4, F3. You also have the light square bishop on F1. So what it does is obviously put another pawn on the light square. So bishop on F1 isn't great already. So when you put a pawn on F3, okay, yes, it makes it even worse slightly, but it's not a huge thing. It's not really, really big. It also really kind of helps solidify E4 for white with the knight E4 move once again. But it definitely is a possibility for sure.
Yeah, you know what move kind of conceptually makes sense to me here that the computer offers, at least, is this move bishop G5. Like conceptually, I get it. He wants to wait for the knight to move and trade some pieces. That definitely makes sense. And then put the knight back out on F6. The only issue, though, for me is when I see this move, it's like, okay, well, what about like G3?
That's a good
Feels,
move.
yeah, but then maybe there's tactical issues. Maybe here's what's going to happen, like G3, bishop G4, and F3.
Bishop D2.
Yeah, I was hoping bishop D2, but now I realize, yeah, rook D2, and I just keep up my bishop for no reason. I'm not winning the F3 pawn.
And there you go. There's that rook on E2, that strange rook coming to the rescue. You're like,
Yeah.
finally, this is why I played it, because of this line right here.
Yeah, and not only there's this, but okay, now the computer is being very funny. Yeah, he's allowing bishop takes F3 because I guess there's going to be rook takes E8.
That's gross. What is that? That is crazy. Bishop F3, rook
You
takes.
got two bishops, yeah, for the rook.
That's insane.
Yeah, look at that.
That's some sick stuff there. And it's like still they like slightly better for white.
Yeah, well, because you're going to get two bishops for the rook and pawn, and it's definitely okay. Like definitely Hikaru would not want to get anywhere near this position as black.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's go back. So basically, we're waiting for Hikaru to make his decision. Did he actually? I think he played bishop G5. Yeah.
Wow, he played bishop G5. You little engine, you. He's using the engine, guys, of course. Well, he is half engine and half human. So that makes sense. Bishop G5 by Hikaru. He found the move here. He's going to trade the bishops off and maybe put the knight on F6.
Yeah, and so basically, so if G3, bishop G4, and F3, so that means that, so we don't play there, so what would we do?
Yeah, after bishop G5, I mean, you just have to allow the trade, because it's going to happen at bishop. You see this a lot in the Sicilians, like definitely, what is that? Sveshnikov has them. Some Najdorfs actually too as well, with the pawn structure being D6 and pawn on E5. A lot of times you do go bishop G5, trade the bishop off, and then you just use the dark squares or whatever.
Well, what if he moves the bishop back to F5?
I like this. I mean, it feels like I have progress. Pieces are off the back rank. They feel a little better. I'm improving my position, so it's not that easy though. Really not. But bishop F5, okay, right? But okay. Bishop F5 is mine. I also have bishop D2 at some point, knight F6, and C6 as well. So
yeah, I mean, I guess, if you play there, you weaken that square a bit, so the bishop would just kind of step back. And if you go there, yeah, like at some point we can probably, I don't know, where would we put this bishop?
Right, where do we put this bishop is the question. Actually, believe it or not, well, H6 is gross. But okay, you know what? I would play it because I do have the option of G6 and bishop G7. If everything went crazy, I could at least go back and go G6, bishop G7. F4, I got bishop. Wait, do you have bishop G4? Is there rook E8 there? No, it doesn't, because the rooks aren't connected. So, okay. So, yeah, I could just go bishop H6 and just kind of chill here. G4, I just take on D2, and then I mean, there's got to be something wrong with H4.
Yeah, but the problem though is I feel like White's gaining a lot of space, and he's getting the two bishops.
Yeah, he does.
Right, so
back up.
I do see how this could be like problematic for Black.
Definitely problematic. Lots of follows coming in. What's up, Kick? I see you guys. Thanks for all the follows there. A lot of follows. Follow train hype. That's nice. Thanks for the follows there. Yeah, that is kind of annoying, the h4 move. But then again, it highlights the strange move. Rook e2, you're very comfortable of pushing the fg and h pawns because the rook is very active and it can, back up many attacks that we might have on the king side with the pawn pushes.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Wesley is obviously kind of out of his book at this point. I mean, he's already spent like half an hour. I can just say that one move that's not going to happen is like some move with the knight. Like there's no way he's going to allow those bishops to get traded because from a human point of view, I just don't feel like, he would feel like there's much of an advantage there to work with, right? Like if you go knight e4 and I trade and you take, and I just kind of like come out. I mean, surely I should be able to equalize this position without too many problems. I mean, I don't know, unless you can capture like this e file. But yeah, no, the queen here is really good, kind of controlling a lot of things. So I don't really see that happening. I mean, I feel like intuitively as a player playing white with a space advantage, I would try to preserve the pieces on the board. And that's why this move g3 like feels, so natural to me.
Yeah, I actually do like this idea because you have both f4, h4 as well. Like you have both of these. So, I mean, it really is a very possible move. In fact, after g3, yeah, bishop f5 was definitely a move I wanted to play. But then h4, you get hit with the Tempe. Kind of annoying here.
Yeah, we can see what the computer likes. Well, the computer is liking like knight e4. But you see, I got, I think this is where you kind of like maybe, some human judgment is kind of useful, right? Because, I mean, yeah, trading the pieces. I mean, sure, it's going to give you your 0.23 advantage. You know where that's going to go, right? And I mean, you might rather take a lesser mathematical advantage, but like actually have more pieces on the board.
All right, you know what? Let's do it. Then we got to send it. $100 a move. Irina, where's he going? $100.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna say G3.
Okay, $100 a move here. Let me think. Let me think about this. All right, I'm already up $100. Let's see. I'm going to go with. I don't actually know because you said G3. I'm not going to say the same move, so I have to do something other than that. G3. No, I mean this. I need to get my pieces out. Like, okay, I'm gonna go with 94. I'm just gonna go 94.
Yeah, you're gonna go with the engine's preference. All right.
I mean, it's natural. It's a natural move. Yeah. 92 to move the knight anyway. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. All right, chat. It's on you. $100.
I agree. I mean, like for example, I can also say like in this position, maybe if I go knight f6, like you might play queen d4. You might claim a bit of an edge with that queen here is actually really good. Look how much it hits in my position. And I still, I still need to figure out how I'm equalizing here. I have some idea. Like, I'm just curious about this really ugly move, bishop d7. It's so ugly.
Definitely.
And so passive. I mean, the idea, guys, is that I can't really play rook e8 because you're going to take and then I can't capture with my queen. So I'm trying to build up some connections here in the back rank so my rook can do stuff.
Right.
Before I go rook e8. And I was kind of curious about this position. See, I was like, maybe, maybe we can hold this ugly end game, because if you go in, I kind of defend and then I go here, but I don't really get to go there because you have this.
Oh, tactics everywhere. It's so scary. You gotta be careful here. Yeah, Black's just on the worst end of all of these moves. And the chat says that there is a move, Irina. Let's get the live position up.
All right, let's see it.
Low, and it was. You just click it again.
Yeah.
And nice C4.
Okay. Okay.
All
well,
right,
the good news for me is that that you didn't get an extra $100. Right?
Yeah, we're even. We're even there. Nobody, that kind of negates each other. It just cancels each other out. I said knight e4. She said g3. Knight c4 was the move here. So no money on that one. All right, chat. We're playing the game. $100 a move. It's Black to move here. What do we do now, Irina? This is maybe we just trade.
Well, we're definitely taking because that's the whole point of our strategy, right? So yeah, I'm surprised by Wesley's move. I'm not even exactly sure what the knight's doing. Maybe he wants to put that knight to a5 at some point, kind of latch onto that pawn, since if the pawn moves, the knight can get to c6. It could get a bit painful.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, knight c4 was not a move on anyone's radar. I'm not going to lie about that. Knight c4 was just not a move we were looking at all. But knight a5 is a thing. Also trading and playing knight e3 is a thing. But I mean, it just feels weird there. It definitely feels weird. I mean, the only idea that you have highlighted already was knight a5, but we can always play rook b8 in many cases to defend the b7 pawn. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I mean, but like we already saw an interesting move from Hikaru as well with knight e8. I'm going to go with trade the bishop. I think we're all unanimous there, guys, with trading the bishop. He's going to trade the bishop. Anything else is just a little strange, probably, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so our chat said that if we're both wrong, we should give $100 to chat, which is a pretty nice idea. Yeah.
Man, that's tough, chat.
And we're gonna go bankrupt by the end of the day, right? You know, it's hard to predict the players' moves, guys.
Come on, Chad. We didn't say that one. It's $100 a move. That's it. That's it. You don't get nothing extra here. Okay, it's on you, chat. Do we trade the bishop or not? Is it $100 for you guys? What do you think? What do you think? $100 a move, chat. What are we doing? Is it bishop c1 or not?
Yeah, well, I think bishop c1. The problem is you can't go knight f6 without that trade. So I mean, he does need to get this knight off the back of the board. So I mean, right now, okay, he's thinking. He is thinking about what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, let's say we trade. Okay, so
Yep.
I suppose, I mean, look, you can take with the queen and try to get the queen out. It's not crazy. I actually think, but you can also take with the rook and get the queen out here.
Right, right.
So let's take with the rook. I mean, yeah, this is a very important square, guys, for the white queen.
Right. Very natural, very natural. Taking with the rook, play queen d4, queen d3, queen d2, right? All these queen moves are good. And then again, it just highlights the fact that this rook is so strange on e2. But at some point, it's going to. We have a move, by the way. It is. I just saw the clock go to Wesley. So let's see if Hikaru took.
Yeah, he took it. He took it.
He took the bishop. All right. So we all even there, chat. All even. All right. I'm up 100 on Irina right now. So I'm going to give you my PayPal later. Bishop takes c1 is going to be. Do we take with the rook or queen? I'm going to say rook.
Yeah, well, Wesley needs to come back to the board to make up that decision.
Yes.
I have to say, you know, here's the interesting thing. There's only two ways that this game can go. You know, maybe we should let the people know about that, James, which is either it's going to be boring or Hikaru's going to suffer. This is unfortunately only two outcomes here, guys. And you know what I'm saying is like, this is not really a position that I think is going to allow Black a lot of fun. So the best thing is that this is going to be kind of like a painless, relatively fast draw for Hikaru, you know, that's the best result, but it doesn't really look like a 3 results game so far. What do you think, James?
Yeah, that's actually correct. I mean, we already with the opening choice already. Plus, I mean, if you look at these guys, I mean, Wesley and Hikaru, if you see their score, like there's so many draws between them that it's very likely for them to draw all the time. So with the draw, like what can happen is I think, well, what's the format again, Irina? After the draw, they have to play who gets white, who gets black.
It's the same one. It's going to be Wesley getting white again.
And it's Armageddon, so black gets draw odds, right?
Yes, and Black would get like 7 minutes versus 10.
Okay.
And they get the draw odds, and they get a 1 second increment after move 41.
It's ridiculous, man. What is this extra, like, man, all this extra rule stuff. So with that being said, I think match strategy, especially if Hikaru knows I'm sure he knows the format, is that's a smart strategy. Very smart. I mean, already using what he likes already. He plays the Berlin. He's an expert at it. In fact, we all know that he can play a Berlin like one of the greatest in the world because he is. But at the same time, taking the draw would give him obviously the black pieces, and he could go for, they have a very high draw rate between these two. So it is possible that he could just win the match or win this game or whatever they get extra for that. I don't know I forgot how they score it. Like, you get a draw half a point. I think you said they get an extra point or extra half point for winning.
Yeah, you're basically getting an extra half a point. So like you get like for a draw, you get 1 point. But if you win the Armageddon, you get 1.5.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. For the day. Yeah, so that's huge. That's huge for Hikaru. I mean, 2 draws, cool, and I win the match in a way, basically. Or 1.5, I'm ahead in the standings, right? Which is nice. So that's pretty good. It's actually really good. And I think is one win, or is it more than 1 win? Is it 2 points?
It's 3 points. You get a lot for a win.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the wins are heavily incentivized, actually.
Wow. 3 points.
So, okay, let's talk about this position a little bit. I've got a few nuances to add about this move that I mentioned. Like I had this idea that at some point white could put their knight there, but it's not so simple for white because we even have c5 ideas doing kind of a discovery. on the knight, which could kind of give us some space there. And then if the knight moves back, maybe even b5. So I'm thinking like after rook c1, which is the most likely, I'm thinking like knight f6. And also I'm thinking that at some point black might actually like to play b6 because that saves that pawn from getting hit by the queen. So for example, like here, and also stops these knight a5 ideas. Like, I don't know if you're going to do it right now, but it's certainly something that you want to start thinking about. Maybe you don't have to do it now. Maybe you can play like rook e8 for now.
Yeah, rook e8. Okay, so yeah, I like it. And then trade those boys off. And this is what you see in a regular Berlin anyway. Pawns all on the same side. Like there's no way. I mean, it's really a 2-result game. I mean, to be honest, it's like a 1-result game between these two. Oh, it's a very high draw rate. I could definitely see a draw happening. They've been here many times before. So it definitely, is going to be maybe a little bit of action in the middle game. Of course, with these strange moves or like trying to mess each other up, 98, rook e2, these strange moves that you're not used to seeing as much, right? So they're trying to figure their way through the draw, but it is likely for them to draw unless something drastic happens.
Yeah, maybe we trade. So I
Trade.
think we did take with a rook.
Yeah, with the rook, definitely.
Yeah. We have that on the board.
What do we have? Oh,
Yeah,
refresh, takes, and
yeah.
rook takes, and it is Hikaru's move. All right, $100 a move.
Easy, yeah, the easiest move on the board, knight f6. Wait, did he not do that?
Shoot. No, he did not. He played queen g5.
Oh, wow. Okay, okay.
What is this one? Knight f6? I
All
guess.
right.
On. I like it.
As I was saying, knight f6, easiest move on the board. Hikaru, something different. Okay.
Sorry, Irina. Pause. Queen g5.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I kind of get it. Of course. By the way, there's no queen d4 because you're hitting that rook in a kind of sneaky way. Yeah. You want to go knight f6 and actually get an attack on that pawn. All right. All right. I see the point. And there's no g3 because of bishop g4.
Definitely.
Okay, so I understand Hikaru's move. Now let's figure out what white's supposed to do.
So the queen g5, that's a good move. That is good. You're gonna have to think about this one seriously. This is a serious think here. That the queen g5, maybe. Let me think about this. Hold on. Let me go into the tank real quick. Let's think. Good ideas, chat. What do you think as we kind of figure out what we want here? The pieces are kind of strange. They're like discoordinated for white.
Yeah, I mean, you could like bring back this knight, trying to go queen d4. You're also kind of protecting d5 in advance, right? So you're kind of going there. Maybe you'll even go c4. I mean, it depends on how good you think this knight is here, but I mean, if you abandon the hopes of going there, then the only realistic square for it is on e3.
I actually do like the 93 move. I mean, that's what he played. Knight c4 was to reroute it somewhere. E3 is an option. Definitely an option there, for sure. Somebody in the chat says bishop g4 is threatened. Oh, that is nice because after
yeah,
take it.
Yeah.
Oh, chat swinging. Bishop g4 is a strong move. So knight e3 actually parries the threat of bishop g4. Is there an f5 there? I mean,
okay, f5 is really interesting. That is, Hikaru likes this f5 idea, maybe because it's a King's Indian player. He also used this in the Blitz yesterday. I mean, a couple of times, I think against Gukesh, I remember a game. So he's definitely very attuned to this idea and basically just trying to get that pawn in. I think that's
strong.
Pretty interesting, yeah.
That's really strong. 93 might not be the move at all, in fact, because f5, you can't stop f4. You do anything, I'm going to go f4. And then that's with tempo, then I go f3. So after the knight c4 move, f5, yeah. Okay, so maybe it's more, maybe we trade queen d2.
I thought about that. It's not like looking like the most ambitious move, right? But I mean, okay. I mean, I should be able to equalize this, right? Like I just go bishop d7 and rook e8.
Yeah, definitely. After queen d2, queen takes d2, bishop d7, rook e8, and like, hey, bro, we want to go to Armageddon. Like, are you ready? Like, we can go right now, get some lunch early today.
There's also a pawn that we could capture here if they don't protect it.
Definitely. That's what will be coming up soon. So
queen d2 doesn't look like the most challenging move. Okay. I feel like, it's interesting that the computer like gives a tiny, tiny edge to white, but it's hard to even find the move that does that, isn't it?
And you know what's funny? Actually, when I look at the engine, sometimes you just like, you can do this at home too as well, Chad, is like, literally have the starting position of chess, and then you turn the engine on, and it's already better for white. It's like, oh, white's better by 0.2 or 0.3. I'm like, bro, I didn't even move yet. How are you better, right? So it always is that first move advantage thing, which tells you that is just, there's no advantage. There's no advantage right now. There's nothing for either side here, obviously. With 0.2, it's definitely super equal here. And I think black has maybe, okay, not slight initiative, but some problems to try to pose to white here with bishop g4 being a threat, and f5, f4 as well.
Yeah, well, you see the engine seems to like this queen d2 move, which, yeah, it really doesn't say much about white's chances in this game. I think if that's the best it's going to come up with, yeah, I think black will be fine. The other move it looks at, it does actually look at knight e3.
Let's go down that line. And then
yeah, let's look at that one, because that one at least is fun. But yeah,
and then it says
it doesn't like it that much. Yeah,
let's go knight. It said put the knight back on c4. Yeah, knight e3 is not a move.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
I mean, well, okay. I know you can't really take this like engine analysis seriously. I kind of I learned that in Astana, that like none of this really means anything when you turn on the chess.com, engine.
Yeah.
It's not strong enough to give you like a real picture. It's like some kind of a guide, it's not the final word on anything. Because like here it says like, okay, well, 0.06, then you make that move, then it sees f5, and it's like, oh, it's better for black. It's like,
now it's better for black. Sorry,
that's very different,
Right. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Let me recalibrate.
Yeah. So, I mean, queen d2, I think, is also, I don't know, 0.29. Right. I mean, could be less than that. And it's funny that even the move h6 is possible here.
I know. I see the engine taking about h6 there. That's crazy.
But I think that he wouldn't play that. Yeah. I just don't really see, black saying no to the queen trade.
Absolutely not. Especially, I mean, the choice of opening is always, queen trades are fine all the time. We definitely love those. We look for those. That's fine for us in this choice of opening from Hikaru anyway. So, of course, the queen trade is something that we would like. I don't think Wesley likes in games too, and they've drawn so many times. So queen d2 is a very likely move. I think that's what he'll go with, because there's not many other options. He did surprise us with knight c4 before, but not many other options, especially with bishop g4 being a real move right now. Maybe, okay, king h1, but then this is a strange move. Definitely.
Yeah, no, I have to say I do like Hikaru's move a lot. Actually, it's a much more active move. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. Because that was the thing, like with knight f6. Okay, it's like the queen stays behind, but he basically wants to have the best of both worlds. He wants the queen active and then the knight coming in. It's good.
Yeah, activity. Right. I'm definitely a fan of active pieces. Right. So I mean, and you can get things done with active pieces. The queen is active. We got rid of the bad bishop. I mean, there's no problems for black at all. In fact, white is the one that needs to just be a little bit more careful here, which is why Wesley is still thinking. Makes sense.
And I'll have to say one thing is that they also have a no draw rule until
what does that 30. Mean? Oh, till 30.
So, yeah, everyone's going to be here for at least 30 moves, so they can just kind of bail out after 15 or 20 moves.
Man, these rules here, they really made it. They like, we don't want you to draw, and even when you do draw, y'all gotta go play another game.
Yeah.
Oh man, they making it very tough on these players here. This is going to be very exciting to see what happens in this classical portion of the Norway chess.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about that, James, is like the problem also with this format in a way is that the players can just adjust. They can realize like, hey, does it even make sense for me to play this classical game and try all that hard because I have to play again? Okay, let's have a pretty safe game and then go and just decide thing in rapid where it's going to have to get decided, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't know, like it depends on what the player strategy is going to be, but there's certainly this kind of risk, right, that people are just going to be like, let's just get straight to the Armageddon.
Right, to the Armageddon, right, which is very possible. So is this like, what if there's draw by repetition? Can you do that? Is that actually allowed? Like if they just try to repeat? By the way, queen d2 did happen. Queen takes d2, and now, yeah, maybe, I don't know, rook takes, but I mean, it's probably, I don't know, rook takes or knight takes?
No, knight takes. I think he'll want to keep that rook where it is because it's good. Okay. And the knight's not that effective, so he'll just move it back.
Yeah, knight takes d2. It makes total sense there. So
I think the only plan after this knight is like maybe c4, but you're not even threatening c5, right? So you kind of have, you're going there to defend the pawn.
Yeah, this is very likely to be a draw. Very, very, very likely, which means, hey, that's more chess for us. We get an Armageddon. And definitely we'll see Hikaru is the favorite there. I mean, he's always a favorite in every Armageddon. And as the time gets shorter, he becomes more of the favorite. So it is nice to see maybe an Armageddon if we have a draw here, which I think is very likely, especially after this queen trade.
And he would be actually be getting black, which, he might prefer, he might prefer that 7 minutes and the draw odds, actually.
Right.
It's really
Right.
funny, James. It's like there's some strategy involved here because
Yeah.
sometimes with Armageddon, people are bidding, but here you're not bidding. Like, you're getting the same color. So in a way, I actually kind of get it. Like, look at the logic of this, James. If you make a draw with black, you get the advantage of black in the Armageddon game because most people will actually prefer the draw odds in the 7 minutes, especially these guys with their super solid repertoires.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that too. I thought, Berlin, okay, boring. Why, like it's something more ambitious, but it is a brilliant strategy, I think, from Hikaru here of understanding your opponent. Understand he did it with the rook.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I if we would have bet on that, James, I would have lost another 100.
200, I need my money today, Irina. Wow, me. Wow, Rick takes D2. That's a strange one.
Okay, that's really hard to understand, I guess. I mean, yeah, okay, he must be trying to put this knight here. But
yeah,
I'm a little puzzled by like taking the rook off the open file. I mean,
and he's moving instantly too. Like Hikaru just insta moving here. Knight
yeah.
f6 played very, very fast there after rook takes. But the knight on f6 is a natural move. White maybe goes rook e1, bishop d7. But you're right about that knight a5 move. As pieces come off, knight a5 gets way more annoying. You might see a b6, rook e1 played. Yeah. So if we go bishop d7, but then knight a5, maybe I just go b6 anyway and attack the knight c6. Do you really want the knight there? Like, yeah, I think we're okay. Bishop d7, you put the rook.
Yeah, you can go bishop d7 because on knight a5, b6.
Right.
We actually have a sweet little tactic.
Oh, do you see it, chat? Chat, what is the move here? What is the tactic? It's on you. Do your tactics. If you get it wrong, you owe us 100 piece. So you better get it right here. And that's a lot of y'all in the chat. So that's a lot of $100 there. So black to move. What do you do in this position?
All right, and he did play bishop d7. So what you do, let's see if our chat is, yes, our chat is finding it. Yeah.
Knight takes e5. Nope, that's the wrong square. That's 100 from you, buddy. That's 100 from you. That's the wrong square. Sorry, we're harsh like that. Knight takes e5. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, remove the guard and also nicely controlling that square so the white knight doesn't even get a chance to capture out with a check. Or not to capture out, but just to get out of the attack with a check. And then, well, black is super, super happy here. Yeah, you kind of, this way you win a pawn, and even this way you're going to wind up winning that pawn. So I'm not really sure how white even exactly would equalize this, but of course Wesley is not going to play into that.
Right.
So after bishop d7, yeah, no, the game is heading towards a draw. So, I guess it's that best case scenario for Hikaru, kind of like an easy draw with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And then you get black again. We have f3 there now. I guess this is for maybe a king f2 or in the natural moves, restricting the knight too as well. Like, it's just a natural move to make. We're going to see a rook e8 probably very quickly from Hikaru here. Rook to e8, maybe rook f to e8. Fine, going to shambles. Exactly. Anytime you see the f pawn, never play f6, f3, right? Exactly. But rook e8 and then maybe king f8 and like trade the pieces off and just shake hands here. Now we do. I mean, okay, d5 is a weakness because it's not defended the most accurately. We want a pawn defending d5. So we have some, I mean, like literally slight, like super slight, like a 0.4 advantage for black, right? Because of the pawn on d5. It is defended by the rook, but at the end of the day, it's not a real pawn. I think we're looking to grab, especially as a strong player like Wesley here.
All right. So our chat is asking us if we want to check out the other games. I think we do. I think we've done a good amount of analysis on this game where Hikaru has basically equalized. Let's go to Caruana versus Carlsen. That one was fascinating.
Wow.
French defense.
I see.
Yeah, so we've only gotten a couple of moves further than where we were. We saw this when Carlsen played f6, bishop g2, and yeah, that move protects the knight.
Correct.
So trade, and now Carlsen is thinking, yes.
Yeah.
So you know what? One interesting thing here, James, I think is really important that this queen kind of does a good job of guarding the pawn and the bishop, because if it wasn't for the queen, there would be tactics like this, right?
Good. That's nice.
Where this would hang, ultimately, guys, like it's a very common tactic in the French, but because of the queen, it doesn't hang, right? I mean, I don't know. This position might still be kind of crazy with like bishop b4. I mean, if you block with the bishop, there's queen f2, and if you block with the knight, there's d4, and
right.
Okay, maybe you got to go like king d1 or something. But I was just showing you to illustrate that like this queen's position is actually quite useful, and this relationship is a very important tactical relationship on the board.
Absolutely. And here, I mean, moves for Carlsen here as black plays. I mean, it's funny. I'm a very aggressive player. You know this. You're like aggressive. So you're like a universal aggressive. Like you can play Sicilian, but you play this and you play that. Like you play every position very well. But G5 is definitely a point. At some point, getting this, I want to break up this pawn chain that white has. G5 is doing that. It's very aggressive, and it is possible. I mean, you see this a lot in Frenches. Frenches are some of the most tactical middle games I've ever seen. So there are some crazy ideas here, but I think G5 just doesn't work right now. The bishop on C8 is still the French bishop, as we call it. So I mean, we have to find some moves for Carlsen here. I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like he actually, yeah. I mean, first of all, I completely agree. This is a big idea in the position, and you kind of have to do something because white's about to castle short, right?
Right.
So yeah, no. One important thing, guys, here, the action comes early because black just cannot play with those pieces. Like either he blows up the center or he just has a very bad position strategically with all these cramped pieces. So I actually think like we should look at this move. Let's see. I mean, why is it so bad?
It's not even that bad. G5 for the win. Let's go. Give me my 100. Okay, but no, G5 definitely is a strong move. I mean, it's just tempting. I was definitely trying to calculate what happens exactly. What happens on take on F6? Do we take on F4 first, or?
Yeah, well, okay, if I take with the knight, then you just take here and everything seems kind of stable for white.
Right.
Kind of stable. There's still knight g4, but okay, yeah. So I think taking with the bishop must be the idea. Yeah.
Start. This is tactical. Oh my goodness. But then
okay, the computer didn't like that one.
Yeah,
let's see why he didn't like it. So he just I was thinking, okay, maybe we have something here, but no, white gets to castle and the computer says that things are under control. So what did he want to do?
It might be take on F4 first.
Oh, bishop b4.
Whoa, now bishop
b4. Okay.
King F2. I thought king F2, but maybe not.
Yeah, because then there's and then there's a check.
Woo-wee! Oh man, here come the top. I'm telling you, this is some of the most tactical stuff. Sometimes even more tactical than Sicilian middle games, chat.
Yeah.
So it's very important to understand how fierce and how tactical this can get with this G5 move, which is very, very possible. Knight C3 and then GF4 maybe. GF4.
Throwing this in. If the bishop takes, there's knight D4. If the pawn takes, I mean, no, I actually think there's a really reasonable chance that Carlsen could play this move.
Absolutely.
I have to tell you, because it's so thematic for this position, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the pawn chain. Like, of course, I always used to teach students about pawn chains to let them know, like, with the pawn chains, like, there's two sides to it. There's the side that has it, that wants to keep the pawn chain intact and use it and play around it. And there's a side that playing against the pawn chain that needs to break it down at all costs. You need to break down this pawn chain, or at some point, I mean, of course, having the pawn chain is just going to be an advantage for white. I have space. I got everything I want. You have the worst piece, the worst bishop on C8. You have to break down this pawn chain, and if you don't, you're gonna have problems, right? So I definitely see G5 being a huge move here. If not, I mean, what else does he play? Maybe Queen B5, but you get hit with Knight C3.
Yeah, so I mean, the good news for white is that after this move, they actually have the calm castle. Like they don't have to try to punish this move by taking. They can do castles.
What a move.
And yeah, I mean, that is like very solid because white actually has completed his development. The king's going to be safe. So here, I mean, okay, I'm totally fine with white's position, just from a conceptual level. Maybe this is the problem. This seems to be like the main issue with this G5 move is that white is just like unbothered by it.
Yeah, right. You like G5 and walk away and like, flex a little bit, feel good. Shrug his shoulders, brush his shoulder off, and then he castles. and it's more of a okay, now what, right? So G5 is definitely a possibility, but castles is nice. We had a few from the chat say bishop b4 check, which actually is very possible. I think it is a nice check, and then maybe followed by G5. I think Carlson's trying to figure out the right sequence of moves to do that. I'm sure he considered G5. He's looking at bishop b4 check, maybe even a queen b5, queen a5 check. All these moves are possible, and when you have possibilities, you do have to, you know, think about
Yeah,
them.
bishop b4 is interesting, I have to say, because I think one line that we were kind of looking at here, James, is like, and on knight c3,
Yep.
remember we can go back into this line.
Whoa, man, that's a crazy line.
Yeah,
Oh
right.
my
And this
goodness.
d4 idea,
D4.
because it's actually kind of working here.
Woo-wee, that's sick. Tactics, baby. And look, your king in the center too as well. Yeah, you take and play d4. Wow. Tactics everywhere, baby. That's fire. That's pretty good stuff there. So you may have to go king f2, but then the king's on the f file. Like, ugh, you know. So bishop b4 check is a huge possibility as well.
Yeah, I agree, because on bishop b4, I mean, if you can't block, and you also don't really want to block with the bishop, because then you have trouble castling
Right.
kind of this diagonal.
So then king
bishop,
f2.
yeah, bishop d2.
Just take on d4. Maybe take
Oh,
on.
there's also f2 square. Like, look at that. Look at the tactics here, James.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like that. It's so common for the French. I remember this stuff now, you know. You know, there's not only 95 ideas, but there's even
rook f3.
wow, that's a whole rook sacrifice on the board. But there's a fork coming.
Oh my goodness. Look at this, chat. And you get this from a French defense? Like you like what? I thought this was a Sicilian with the C pawn gone as well, right? Of course, that's insane. So one thing I did notice here, which is I actually was looking at doing a lot of research and like soul searching in a way, but doing a lot of research for percentages of openings. And I was baffled when I saw the win rate was higher in the French than the Sicilian. Then I started looking at players that are very creative. For instance, Richard Rapport,
Yeah,
lots, very aggressive player, very creative player.
Yeah, and Morozevich used to like to play the French as well.
Correct, very aggressive, creative player.
Yeah,
it makes sense because these positions can, but you have to know what you're doing, right? You have to really know what you're doing. I guess that's every opening, but you really have to know what you're doing here. It's very cool, especially for the French players out there. I used to think the French, I'm like, French is garbage. What is this? Until you get beat with it, and then you're like, okay, maybe there's something to this.
You know what I think it is? It must be that, you know, the win percentage is high because, you know, you are taking on quite a lot of risk, right? Like it's strategically a little bit dubious,
right?
Giving up the space and taking on the bad bishop, and so your opponent like really wants to kind of punish you.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's probably what's giving Black more chance. Actually, very interesting point. I mean, and maybe that's why Carlson has really picked it up, because he's looking for those winning chances. But yeah, this position is fascinating. I mean, he actually has a lot of choices right here when he's still thinking. We don't have him on the video, but yeah, no, this is like, and there's even this move queen b5, which I guess the point is to stop white from castling because you're hitting the knight.
Right.
Not the most human move, I have to say.
Correct.
This queen b5, like, yeah, stepping into knight c3 is not very intuitive to me, because you're like, the idea is to go there, and I would be like, why would I go there just to get my queen like nearly trapped? Why would I do that? And now you can either kind of go back this way, which is, I mean, it's interesting, not super common for the French for the queen to do that. Or you can go for your little tactics.
Ooh, knight b4, get out of here. That's a move for him, guys. Make sure you hit your tactinos at home. The tactics, knight b4, that's a move.
Yeah, threatening knight c2, and you're basically going to be trading some pieces.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not the most obvious, I would say. Queen b5, like, I mean, unless you've got that in your preparation, or you've really seen those ideas, I don't know. It's not easy to think of.
Absolutely. And at that note here, let's take a quick look at the Hikaru game, and then we're going to take a short break, guys. After we do that, we're going to try to go to, let's just take a look at Hikaru, just to take a look to see what's going on in the game. And then we're going to come with a short break, guys, and we will return to you guys. We got some moves. Whoa, what happened there?
H5. You know, I thought about H5. Like, I briefly crossed my mind. I didn't even want to say it because I was like, you know, after this move, your pawn's on a light square and you've got a light squared bishop. Right. The idea of H5 is to basically stop these G4 ideas and not give white like a chance to expand. So I
That
do
was
kind of
excellent.
understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good move. I mean, I think unanimously, most people were just going to go rook e8. It's a simple move, trade the rooks off, challenge the file. But that's
Yeah.
very super GM, of course, because he is. H5, stopping G4, your expansion on the king side is what you wanted to do at some point. H5 stops it. Now we go rook e8. The timing. Very nice from Hikaru. Very nice. Rook e8.
Yeah. I guess he just doesn't think it's a big deal having
Right.
that extra pawn on the light square, even though he's
Right.
got the light squared bishop.
Yeah.
Means that one, I mean, very likely one day he'll have all these pawns, but yeah, it might not be
That big
a
deal.
big enough thing to latch onto.
Yeah, and at that moment here, guys, we're going to take a short break and come back to you guys. Don't go anywhere. We're here with the Norway chess. Me and Irina crushing it. We'll see you guys in a few.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Norway chess. And Hikaru seems to be equalizing out of the opening. I think their game is headed to an Armageddon game later on today. What do you think, James?
100%. In fact, I mean, even their stats together, how many games they've played already. I mean, these guys are just like they draw all the time. It's very rare that you see, wins between them in the classical, that is, right? So, of course, these guys know each other very well. So, it definitely looks like a draw here, which will head to that Armageddon. And then in that Armageddon, I think Hikaru is a huge favorite here, also having the black pieces, having the draw odds. So, it looks like we're going to have a two-result game here, definitely looking more towards the draw.
Let's talk about Hikaru's last move, knight d7. What do you make of this knight retreat? Like, where do you think that knight is going? I mean, because both of these moves actually change the pawn structure.
Right.
Not sure how much he needs that, although, I mean, maybe you can even make the case that these double pawns are not the worst, but it's kind of hard to imagine that he would be going for that. Is he trying to get the knight to c5? If so, why? Does he want to go? I don't know. Like, it's a question. This move is a little puzzling to me.
Definitely a question, and the reason for it because of I mean, it makes total sense here on like the knight on f6 was gross, and meaning like it just didn't have any moves. You can't go to g4, you can't go to e4, but at least I have a move. I can go knight c5, I can even go knight e5, I can go knight b8, knight f8. So I have options, right? Going knight d7, which makes sense. The knight probably is stronger on c5 than it is really kind of anywhere else. But I mean, what does it do on c5? I guess it's as good as mine. Like it doesn't do anything on c5. But it looks better than being on f6. So knight c5. We also have a4, maybe some b5, b4 type stuff. But we just kind of shuffling. I think they might see a draw offer or something like it, or repetition around move 30 at this point. Because really, there's you can't make the draw before move 30. So you're just making some moves here, put some pieces on some better squares just in case some things do happen, and then we'll shake hands at move 30.
Yeah, I think this is a good point, James. Like that b5 is certainly an idea, kicking away the knight, then driving the pawn into b4, and then kind of putting the knight on c5, and then maybe even a4. Right. So there's like you cannot just say this is like a pass the turn kind of move. I mean, there does need to be a point to it. So what can we do here as white? Well, like if I played a4, I mean,
a4.
Yeah, let's just take a look and like see what is the concept here for black. So there doesn't seem to be any concept even of moving the knight. Like it's more like, I don't know, maybe pawn f6, king f8.
Exactly.
Yeah, we actually should be very careful about doing either of those knight moves and changing the pawn structure. I mean, because, well, things are not so bad for black as they are. And when you're going to introduce a big change, we can just take a quick look at this move. I mean, I don't find it like disastrous for black.
That's correct. It's so crazy that you could play that and get away with that move. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play bishop d7, king f8. Like, these pawns are still on dark squares, which is really important for a bishop of the same color ends game. But I mean, so basically, I think you can get away with it. The only question is like, well, why would you even want to take that risk?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to take that risk is the great point there. There's no reason to take the risk there. And you just play a risk-free position right now by playing knight c5, maybe pawn b6, solidify for the position, play bishop d7, put the rook on the e file, play king f8, and just shuffle. I mean, literally, that's just an easy plan here. You can't do anything. You can't pose me any problems here. This is a very easy game for black.
Yeah. So I mean, he's probably not going to play four, but I guess we will see what he comes to. Now let us go back to Fabi versus Magnus, because that game was super interesting, and I think we did get a move from Magnus, which was queen a5. This is where we saw it. Yeah, he had a big choice here. Like we talked about the crazy move g5. We talked about bishop b4 check, queen b5. He goes for queen a5. Okay, that's a bit different.
Okay.
And what do we do here? Well, yeah, Fabi chose this one.
Chose knight c3. Well, now there's no tricks with e5.
Yeah, you see, Magnus probably didn't go for like, I don't know, the absolutely most critical lines, because now white can castle, right?
Correct. White can castle. Yeah. White can castle. Well, I guess we got knight c4 and stuff like that. He really didn't go to critical lines here. Yeah, white still has the 0.6 here, which is super equal, by the way. So you have knight c4. He also has maybe some knight a4 ideas in there, stuff like that. You still have 5 there, but I think he didn't maybe challenge him the most here. But okay, you know, at least I like what Magnus is doing with piece activity. Get the pieces out. There may be something even as simple, not simple, but the nice maneuver that you see in the Dutch sometimes with bishop d7, bishop e8, and bishop all the way over to h5. The bishop's terrible, so we can get it nice by bishop d7, maybe a rook a to c8, put some pressure on the c file. That's where the queen is. Bishop e8 and bishop h5. And we have some, you know, our pieces are finally out, right?
It seems like white has a major choice here between castles, which does allow black to like lock things up with that move if they want, or maybe white can trade first and then castle. So those are actually fundamentally different decisions, you know, with regards to the pawn structure. And I guess that is what is making Fabi kind of think here, because this isn't like such a big deal yet. He can move the bishop back or even, you know, potentially do nothing. You know, it's not like, you know, taking the bishop is an absolutely huge threat. But yeah, of course, white wants to castle as soon as possible. He just needs to decide if he's going to be doing it now or on the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to figure out when is he going to get the king out of the center. And then we have to make our position better. You know what's funny? Black's development is actually better than white's. I mean, the queen is kind of blocking the rook's connection from being connected. The king is still in the center temporarily. Obviously, he can castle now. But, you know, black is like one move away from connecting the rooks. I like the idea from Magnus here. Play queen a5, move my knight to finish development. Put the bishop on d7 probably next, and I have a very good game. I'm just as fine as you are, maybe with even some threats. Like knight c4 is an annoying move. It's just I can keep the knight exactly. b5, b4 is coming. You know, I'm actually really playing this position very nicely. The French is very deceiving in a lot of ways. Like it's not.
That is maybe why white should trade and kind of like expose that pawn as a weakness, and maybe that square as well, just for potential counterplay later. Well, we're gonna see what he goes with, because we have a lot of games that we haven't yet even touched upon. Let's take a look at the two young players, Firouzja versus Gukesh. Okay, so like just looking at this, I feel like this is an Italian game.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's put $100 on it.
Let's put $100. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna win that one.
I'm gonna win that one.
It was too recognizable, James.
She gonna bet it. She gonna bet that one up. Yeah, before.
Yeah. There was just, I mean, that's just so often when you see this kind of pawn structure where black goes d5 and like white has kind of more passive pawns in the center. Okay, so this is our current position. I guess we should ask ourselves, James, just basic questions about like why that pawn wasn't captured. I think we can answer that easily enough.
Takes. There's an f2 problem, it looks like.
Yeah, there takes. Definitely some kind of tactic.
Right.
Involving that pawn and then the queen coming out and getting the rook. Right. So that's why Firouzja wasn't tempted by that, and he just went knight h5. Now let's see if we can just evaluate this.
It says complete zeros, but obviously humans playing here, not even close to that. With this type of position, whose move it is? Gukesh's move. So I like knight h5 a lot from Firouzja here. It just deters a knight f4, number one, which is that's what he wanted to play at some point. Put a knight on f4 so you can keep a knight on f4 and have sacking possibilities. For white here, I actually do like that. Okay, we're hitting g7 kind of. I mean, we're hinting at maybe a h6 sacrifice at the right moment. We also, I think, can now take this pawn on e5. Knight takes e5 actually is a threat because of we're covering the f6 square. That was the whole idea of that tactic with bishop f2. Is not available any longer. So now it's up to Gukesh to figure out, do we defend
guarding that pawn, right?
How do we guard the pawn?
And we also can sort of play queen e2 at some point soon to try to pile up on it. I mean, of course you can always go bishop c7, but it's a little sad to play that move. I mean, it's solid. I wouldn't say it's terrible. I would feel pretty weird about using that pawn because of these d4 ideas. Queen there. I'm just a little concerned about queen e2.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, Queenie 2, sheesh. Yeah, this is actually I'm about to see, what does the engine say? Okay, engine says Queen D6. Okay, that was one I wasn't considering. But again, Queenie 2, and then what, F6? Are you
And
really?
there's also, by the way, Queen D6 is a bit tricky because there's like C4, C5 ideas, right? But
Oh, yeah. Night before though, yeah,
I
yeah.
guess there's knight B4 and you kind of hold on. But like what happens on Queen E2?
Exactly. What happens on Queen? Rook A to D8? You're kidding me. Rook, man, this is like engine stuff. What the heck is that move? Rook
Yeah,
A
you're
to
just
D8.
giving up the pawn,
It just gives up the pawn. We gotta see
which
why. We gotta
apparently I can't even take. Let's
It's
try
got
to
yeah, we
figure
gotta
out why.
takes, and then we have a juicer. Takes. What the heck? I don't understand. I don't know. That's a free pawn here, Irina.
All
We're
right,
here.
let's figure it out. Let's do our chess training for the day.
So let's go.
Right, this
Give me
may
the ball.
take a little while, but
Calculate.
knight takes.
Take.
Yeah,
Maybe he doesn't take back first. Knight takes.
there is like some bishop F2 move, but I think you just take with the king though, not
Right.
the queen.
All right. Knight takes E5. Knight takes king takes. Oh my goodness, that's I don't even see it.
Yeah.
Wow. Knight takes E5. Is there like, wait a second. Is there no, but that doesn't work. I was looking at knight B4, bishop D4 after we trade everything, but you just double the rooks. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah. No, this is I guess the difference, between computer eval and human, right? Like the computer doesn't even look at this move, while for us it's like that's the
Free
first
pawn.
question.
Free pawn, buddy.
Yeah, the first question, and it's not even yet clear why it's so bad to take it.
It's not clear at all.
Strange, right? How?
Yeah, I think knight takes E5, right? Knight takes E5.
All right, let's see it.
Let's do it. It just says it is a move. It is a
The
move. We take
move, and
everything,
what
and it
does
is
it
knight
not
B4.
like?
That's
Is it
exactly what
knight
I'm
of
saying.
6 or something?
And
No.
knight before, because I was saying this. I mean, Irina, you take and you play bishop D4.
Bishop D4 in the
But
end.
I mean, it's 2-for-1. So how is that even like what? I guess because we can take on D3 too.
Yeah, you can also take on B3. Oh wait, no, it's
Oh, it
not.
wasn't
You got to
that.
throw in this. You got to throw in
First,
that, and
then
then
bishop
do that.
D4. But I saw you could double the rooks here. In the past, a pawn and rook takes D3, you have enough compensation. That's crazy.
Yeah. Black's rooks have a lot of targets.
If Gootcast go for this, they do this line. Look, man, we're going to have to check that man. Fair play, but my guy. Fair play. Fair play. We're going to have to check him. That man.
Yeah, Queen D6.
Oh,
Yeah, and there's more than that though. They can even like try some like Rook FE8. Let's try to understand this one.
Yeah, the rook FE8. Okay, so right, take
95 is there like bishop takes H3? That the point?
That's sick. That's a very sick move. That's move number 2, actually. Yeah, bishop.
Yeah, one of the points is that there's that, which is already kind of sufficient.
Yeah, already.
There's
I like the
even
idea too. That was the same
knight takes B4 with the same idea, right?
Yeah, right. Bishop takes B3. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, that's good.
Wow. So okay, so black has multiple ways in that case, but he needs to start with Queen D6, right? Like Rook E8 right away.
Yeah.
Doesn't work maybe quite as well.
Really?
Even this can be done.
What a game. What a game here. Yeah, that's insane there.
Look at that, just going for compensation.
Yeah, going for Queen D6, yep. Queen D6, knight G3, and Rook D8. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it should be kind of hard to just give up a pawn like that. Like, I don't find this compensation very intuitive. Like, white's pretty solid as well. They have these kinds of moves. So I guess based on what we're seeing, I like this Queen D6 idea more. Although, he has to calculate quite a bit to make it work, right?
Right. Exactly. He is a calculator. You got to see Queen D6. And I mean, he has to probably spend about 20 minutes here just for all the subtleties that we just looked at, because that's insane. We have the luxury of sitting here and playing around with the moves and seeing what the engine shows us, but he's gonna have to find all of this in his head here, which is very hard to do. Obviously, bishop C7 is just a move that makes a lot of sense. Very human-like. D4. Maybe we just.
But it gives some initiative. Yeah, it gives some initiative to white because white's trying to get this knight to D4.
Right.
Meanwhile, Hikaru is looking, I think, very comfortable from his body language. I mean, it seems like to be the body language of someone who doesn't really feel under pressure too much.
Let me go to the stream. Where's Kick at? Right here. Okay, yeah, he looking good there. Yeah, he looking fine. Look like he'll get good to go. Like no problems with him. So
Anything? Oh, so is Wesley still thinking? Yeah, he's still thinking. He hasn't made a move after knight d7.
And look at that, 8 Yeah, he spent 8 minutes there so far. He was at an hour. Now he's at 52 minutes, taking his time. And let me check him on the cam. Let me see the cam. Looking up.
We should send a trivia question to our chat. You know, when was the last time that James and I saw each other in person?
Oh yeah, yeah. Think about that, guys.
That one is not so obvious.
That one people won't know.
I can tell you it was this year. All right, this year, but where?
Right, and where, guys? And where? That one is. I don't think anyone's going to get that. You're going to have to be following us to know, to really know. And where, guys? WCC Sublec 83 in the chat.
U.S. Championship. Well, there has not been a U.S. Championship yet this year. Maybe you're thinking about the American Cup, and you were not at the American Cup, right? So I don't think we saw each other there.
I wasn't there.
Yeah. Are you at the same place right now? Nope, we're in different places, guys, as you can sort of see also from our background.
Yeah, 1983. Okay, yeah, I wasn't born then. That's okay. That's cute.
That's when I was born, though.
Taco Bell headquarters, women's candidates, New York, St. Louis, Candy in Dallas. I am in Dallas. Charlotte, Chipotle. I'm actually gonna probably get some of that today. Shout out to you, J Mod. I'm gonna go get some Chipotle today. Oh, there it is. Chameleon Eyes. Chameleon Eyes.
Yeah, Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. But when though? When? Correct. Kazakhstan is correct. Very good. That's $100 for you, buddy. Monopoly money. You can send me a PayPal. I'll give it to you and send you a little picture. Some Monopoly money. All right. Astana, Kazakhstan win though, guys.
The World Championship. Yeah.
He said, what was the question? Wow, he got it right. He didn't even know the question. Kazakhstan, best country in the world. It was actually really nice. Kazakhstan was very fun. But it was World Championship, correct. And Irina was doing commentary for it with Dubov. Very nice. And very nice.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Did you guys enjoy that? Let me know.
Yeah.
We'll see. You know, actually, this is my first time doing commentary, you know, anywhere kind of since I got back from Astana, like on Hikaru.
Really?
Yeah.
You've been chilling, relaxing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been less than a month, but yeah, like this is my first time out.
It hasn't been that long, right? Yeah.
And all right. Let's see the next game. So let's go to Mamidyara versus Tari. Ooh, okay. Tari looks to be having a nice position here.
How do we get here? Let's see what we got from the beginning. Yeah, what we had was probably English. Okay.
Oh, some kind of like a Tarash.
Man, yeah, definitely.
And yeah, Black just got a dream version with like the blockading square in front of the isolated pawn. And nice pawn structure, no bad pieces, safe king.
Ugly. Yeah, this is ugly for Shaq. I'm not gonna lie. He loves aggressive positions. This one's nowhere near that. He is not in his element, and he's not comfortable, I should say. Ariane has a nice position. Yeah.
Let's see. Reading your comments, guys. Is Astana as beautiful in person as it looks in the pictures?
Yeah. Definitely depending on where you go, but yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, it's not like Paris or something, guys, because Astana is a newly built city, right? So it doesn't have that history of like, you know, hundreds of years or 1,000 years or whatever, like other cities in the world. Like it was basically built in like the last like 30 years.
Wow.
So it's a very, it's like, think of it, Astana is like kind of like akin to like Dubai or something, right? Like something just comes out of the ground, you know?
Yeah.
All these new buildings. So we enjoyed the commentary more than the matches. That's great. That's exactly the idea, guys. That's a good answer.
What James doing there? I was there for the Sadi Zoldiz. It was actually probably honestly one of the greatest experiences of my life. Where in the morning, this is what I had for breakfast. Sitting next to me was Kramnik. Next to Kramnik was Gelfand. Next to Gelfand was LeBron Aronian. Okay, Levon, right? And then next to him was
you call him LeBron?
Always call him LeBron.
Oh, that's great. I thought that's what you said. Okay.
I always call him LeBron Aronian. Next to him was Haik Martirosyan. Next to him was Vincent Keimer. Next to Vincent was my co-commentator, Jovanka. And then next to Jovanka was Arjun Erigaisi, and I was sitting next to Arjun. So I'm asking Arjun about, we love Jobava London. I got a course coming out on Chessable for that. It was amazing. I'm telling you, every morning for breakfast, this was my breakfast, guys. Sitting with these guys, I asked them all kinds of questions. It was the greatest experience ever. I learned a lot from them.
Yeah.
A lot from them.
That was very cool. And then you went home from Kazakhstan. How did you fly home? Like through what?
Oh, I flew through what is it? Turkish
Yeah, Turkish. Okay, through
Turkish,
Istanbul.
but it went to Amsterdam and then Amsterdam over to
okay.
France, I think, and then France to home. Paris.
All right. So basically Mamedyarov doesn't have an awesome position to work with here, but we'll see. Check in with him later. We got this one is always interesting. I love these isolated pawn positions. Abdusatorov, the winner of the Blitz tournament, and playing Anish. Let's see how this could have been like a Nimzo or something, actually. Okay, it's Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Late accepted.
So it's kind of like it's very interesting.
Castles
version.
Rook C1 looks great.
Okay, all right.
You get this from a panel of Botvinnik.
Yeah, now okay, this is like these are very standard moves being played by Giri. He's offering the trade of these bishops.
Right.
And white says no, and that's the current position. All right.
Yeah,
right.
This is nice. This is nice. I like this from white side. I am a fan of the ISO pawn. It's very aggressive. You play rook e1, and then sometimes you can play knight f7. In many cases, rook e1, and sometimes playing knight f7, it has to be the right criteria, obviously. But rook e1 and knight f7 is on pre at some point. But, I mean, of course, you can also argue that white has an isolated pawn and black has easy play to play around it. So this is a very...
I have to ask you, James, right? Like, I mean, bishop d6, it is thematic.
Right.
One of the questions that pops into my mind was, why did black not play knight h5? Like, is it just d5 is too dangerous here? Because this is also another thematic move trying to get that trade. Yeah. But yeah, the only issue could be that.
Yeah.
But I just wasn't so sure. Is this like a dangerous version? Because like white's queen and rook are not really in such big position for, an attack. So I don't know. I think it was interesting to try knight h5. I mean, it's like you're basically forcing white to go d5 and start trading stuff. But okay, he went with rook c with bishop d6 and knight e5. And I mean, this does allow white to preserve like more of a game, because now you don't have these trades. Like you're not getting the bishop. Yeah. And in my mind, it's like, it's not completely obvious, right, what black is doing here. Like white's moves, okay, white's going to go there. I mean, I suppose it's still, a little tricky for white to play this move because this is always going to hang.
Exactly. Yeah, knight d4 there is a thing. Yeah, I like this from white's side, of course. There's many games I've studied from Panov Botvinnik. I'm a big fan of just playing the Panov Botvinnik with white against Carol Khan. Nowadays, I play different stuff, but the ISO pawn gives you attacking chances. But Anish Giri, it's going to be hard to really attack him at this level. It's not the easiest to be handling these type of positions unless you can get rid of the isolated pawn by playing d5 at some point. Now, it is Norderbeck's move, and I'm thinking of maybe, if rook e1, well, then rook e1 he takes, and then we actually connect the pawn. So rook e1 seems very logical. Also, weirdly enough, queen f3 blunders to knight e5. Wow, that's a sick move. So queen f3 doesn't work. Rook e1, maybe bishop a2 to b1. This is an idea. Bishop a2, bishop b1. Try to get on that diagonal with queen d3.
Oh, he played rook c. Yeah, I gotta say, another question, James, that I have is like, why is this not getting played? This is such a standard move for these kinds of positions, right?
You're right. You're absolutely right. In fact, I seen Shaq was one of the first people to introduce this 97 idea in the Carol Khan exchange variation with bishop d3 and c3. He's very good, and he used to play this with 97 with the queen sac. It's a pawn sacrifice on b7 after queen b3 from white. A lot of times this happens. Shaq was very nice with this idea with 97, and you have lots of ideas with knight f5. So that's a really good move. I'm very actually curious why he didn't go there. Yeah, it
looks like the engine likes it too. I just looked. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any like flaw to this move. There are some. Okay, so there was this move, right, where you try to take my bishop.
Bishop
I have different moves here. I mean, I suppose knight f5 is a move. I mean,
Right.
there's really a lot that can be done because in these positions, you don't even mind trading pieces as black. Like if I go there and you take and I take, like as long as nothing bad is happening to me tactically, I don't even mind having given up the bishop because my control over these squares is so great. But okay, let's look at bishop b8 just for the sake of understanding like what's going on here. Like at some point the computer was offering this move, which I didn't really get.
What is that nonsense?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that great of a move, but yeah.
King takes and like, okay, bro, cool, buddy. Great job. What's your next move, right? What do you do next? Takes, rook e1. No, I don't believe in this at all. I don't believe in this.
Yeah, and we can always kind of like defend stuff with bishop d5. All right. So I do think like knight e7, I don't know. That would have been my choice because I feel like rook c8, it's totally fine. But this is such a big idea that I would probably try to carry it out faster.
Yeah.
So he plays rook c8 and bishop b5 answered by Noterbeck. So why did he do that? Was there already like a specific problem against this bishop?
Bishop b5. Yeah, exactly. Maybe there's 95 ideas, but and then rook c4. But I would have a pass pawn on d6. It is kind of weak though.
I think maybe like knight takes is the threat, pawn takes, and maybe bishop takes.
Anyway, wow. Anyway, yeah.
Maybe like that. Yeah.
A lot of taking there. A lot of captures.
Gonna hang in the end, you know? So that's why he moved the bishop away. Okay, cool. So he moves it away, and what is the bishop doing here? I mean, why can't I just go knight e7 actually?
Right, same idea.
I gotta say, I'm really like surprised by like how this is going because Anisha's I mean, it looks like Anisha's just gonna get like a dream isolated queen pawn position after that.
Absolutely. In the Caro-Kann exchange, this is be a dream Caro-Kann. Knight e7. You get everything you need. The bishop is slightly misplaced. It usually goes around the light square bishop, that is, on b5. It usually is on the b1 h7 diagonal, which is where you want to, or it's on the a2 g8 diagonal, but usually not on this diagonal unless there's a rook on e8. I mean, this is just from sample lines of studying Panov-Botvinnik structures and etc. Usually bishop b5 happens when there's a rook on e8. There's no rook on e8. 97, and then we were actually looking to kick this bishop away at some point, a6 and maybe 5, and play on the queen side too as well. Black just has really no worries. In fact, this is why I kind of stopped playing at Panov-Botvinnik because it's harder to play against these stronger players. And this wasn't a Panov-Botvinnik, but this is the same position that you would get out of a Panov-Botvinnik. It came from a Queen's Gambit, but definitely this is Panov-Botvinnik territory for sure.
Yeah, well, you know, people are asking us, why are we not looking at Hikaru's game? Guys, Hikaru's game, if you look at it, the life position, it's not the most exciting. Like, we kind of know how this is going to end, guys. So unless you really like looking at, like, really boring end games, you know, we're just trying to keep it more interesting for you. We're obviously going to follow Hikaru's game when he gets to the Armageddon.
Right.
It just looks like, you know, they're slowly heading towards that draw, right?
Absolutely, heading towards that draw. And shout out to all the positive people in the chat and lovely here. Some of you guys are crazy, but most of you guys are great. I love you guys. We love you guys. So it's amazing. What's up? We're over here in Kick. We're crushing it with Irina Crush. Of course, we definitely use that pun all the time. So it's very nice. We're here, guys, and you guys are here with us. It's amazing. So yeah, so it's pretty
cool. There be a round with all the games going to Armageddon? Undoubtedly, calculus teacher, there will be a round like that because, you know, all draws at this level, I mean, it will certainly happen in one round out of 9. And yeah, that is going to be a super exciting day for us, right? So, well, we'll see. I mean, did Anish play 97? Tell me I can predict one move of his.
97. Right.
Yeah, that's my pick. 97, guys.
$100 back. Okay. All right. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, from Black here. I mean, 97 is a huge move. But I have to pick something different. So if it's not 97, I'm gonna go with. Dang, I don't even know.
Yeah, no, I think that he has to go with this move. It's too obvious, you know.
Exactly. It's too obvious, right? Maybe like I don't know, Bishop C B8, something like that. Bishop B8. Yeah, that's also another move, but 97 definitely is the top move, guys. What do you think, Chad?
Yeah, you know, just so you guys understand, if you're not like super well versed in this kind of pawn structure with an isolated pawn, the key for the side that plays against it is the control of the square in front of it. making sure the pawn cannot advance, which is why this knight retreat basically opens up all of black's pieces to control that square. There's no way white can push. And, later on in this game, you'll want to turn that pawn into a target and start attacking it, right? So that's the general idea. And yes, how do I like my name pronounced? Crush is good. Yeah.
Is it the other way to say it? Like, is it
I mean, in Russian, it would be krush.
Krush.
Oh, wow. In the krush, yeah. But but it's totally fine. Like in English, it needs to be anglicized,
Yeah, right. In fact, of course, I didn't notice for the longest, playing chess over 20 years, 23 years now. And it was like Alekine, right? Everybody's like, and then you say Alekine.
Yeah.
What are you doing? It's not Alekine. Like it's
get
all angry, So it's Eliekin or Eliekin, whatever you want to say, Alekine.
Yeah.
Right. Also the perk too, as well. Like the perk PIRC is pronounced Pierce.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, you know what? My name is James with a silent P there. If that's how we doing things here, put a P. My PJAMES is how you spell it. Right. But what's the P for? I don't know. But that's why. That's what it reminds me of. Every time I see perk, I'm like, bro, that's not why is it spelled perk and not Pierce, right? And it's different. So, interesting. Pretty cool way. I didn't know you could say it that way. Arena Cruise.
Yeah, exactly. You did that well. Actually, let's take a look. Okay, so something happened in Hikaru's game. So knight a3 happened. This is one of the engine moves. We didn't even mention it, but I mean, okay, yeah, he wants to go to b5, knight f6, bishop b5. All right.
That's yellow.
Slow and steady. Yeah.
Slow and steady wins the race. So
I mean, okay, he's going to get the knight there. It's not a bad knight. Actually, you know what, James? Maybe we want our king here. What do you think?
I am actually a big fan of king takes. That was actually my only move for me. I just like to the activity. I've even been on both sides of it. We're in game. Sometimes you're down 2 pawns. That's rare, but being down like 2 pawns, but the king activity is so nice. Like having a king on h8 versus a king on d4, but you're down 2 pawns, meaning a guy with the king on d4 could still end up winning an end game. That's crazy. So for me, I'm always a big fan of king activity. So if I can get my king more active, I'm definitely going for king takes e8, king d7, right? And then my king is a little bit closer than yours, maybe by like 1 tempo or something like that. Now you are very close as well. You can go king e3, king d4. In fact, actually, Wesley's is a slightly more active. He can get to the center quite quickly, but it doesn't mean really that much, especially at this level here too as well. I'm definitely taking with the king though.
Yeah, so we're going to basically use that king to protect the pawn. And I think that's what he did. Yeah, he took with the king, right? Now, it's a really good idea, guys. If you want to understand chess, I think you got to learn what the pieces are good at doing, what kind of roles they enjoy. And about the king is actually a very good defender. Along with the queen, he's the only piece on the board that controls all the squares around him. Now that's a little too far, but like, for example, like that, right? So he has this glue-like power, and that makes him a very effective defender. And given that he's not as powerful in attacking, it's actually quite good to use him in this role to like protect a weakness.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, you protect a weakness. You can also hint at a c6 eventually. Is this on the board? This is all board.
C4 is on the board.
So he took with the king. He played king d7, and c4 is played. So now we might see something like, okay, a4 is always a move in these type of structures here. Just trying to minority attack, even though it's not minority, but it's kind of minority attack-ish, where like you just push the pawn down, you try to break up that side of the board, use the a file. You also have 91 and c6 too as well. So these are lots of moves that can be played. G6, are they on move 30? No, they on move 27.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting there,
right? And then you're probably gonna see a draw offer by either repetition or even asking, hey, do you want to draw?
Yeah.
And then you would see Armageddon, and then I think Hikaru is a huge favorite there. I think Wesley knows that too, though.
I think the thing with a4 is that there's going to be b4, right, guys? So I'm not so sure, he needs to extend that pawn quite so far because this pawn could be a little problematic. So I think, since you're not actually going to get yourself the a file, you probably don't want to do it. In terms of like what he could do, well, I mean, white's not threatening much either, right? So, I mean, he can almost just kind of like go there and keep his rook somewhere on the e file and just move it back and forth and be like, okay, white, what's your plan,
Right. Yeah, that's actually a great plan too as well. I like it. Taking the file and just go back and forth. I think probably one thing that might be quite annoying is after rook e8, maybe rook e2, saying that my king is going to be more active than yours. If we do have a rook trade down the e file, my king gets to d4, and I just kind of chill. Now I can kick you away, as you're pointing out there, c6, and maybe get the king over to e6 in some cases. So, you know, it is possible. I
Yeah.
think black is totally fine in those positions too as well, but it does take some precautions and some accuracy because of the king not being as active as white's king. It's very important about that king activity. So
Yeah, it's interesting because at the moment I can never play this move because my d pawn is going to hang.
right.
But like if we go for this line, I'd certainly, as black, would be thinking about this move because it's quite active.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to fight for space. Basically, if you take, I take. Again, it's a bit of an imbalance in the pawn structure, but it should be okay for black.
Absolutely.
So we could see that. I mean, it's like the way I read it is like, yeah, not too much is happening in this game. Both players know it. I mean, and well, they're going to sit at the board for a little while longer while we go to some other games. And which game have we not Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Norway chess. Sorry for that abrupt ending, but we had a little internet issue. Now we're back, and we were looking at the game between Fabi and Magnus with Magnus just playing the move bishop e7 and threatening that pin. And now Fabi's got to figure out how to get out of it, because it's not so easy to like put a rook on c1, given that the a3 square is pretty weak. And if he goes queen d3, he's actually kind of got to consider knight b4. And then I'm not really sure how he's making any progress, because he just kind of has to go back with his queen to d2 and then eats. So where does that leave him? I mean, if he has to move this knight, James.
Yeah. Black is gonna be much better there practically, because in fact I even learned I've studied a lot of structures lately, and I've seen that they've mentioned that in the French, usually queen trades favor black, even in the Sicilians too, but definitely in Frenches, we're like, you have the bad bishop or whatever. But I mean, we got the open c file here. I do not want to go 92 at all. In fact, I just don't want to do this. In the French, you usually are looking for an attack from the white side, and if I can't get that, then I'm going to have to play some end game that I may be practically not as good. A psychological standpoint, black is fine with the queen trade, obviously. So, 92 is not a move I like at all. But again, how do we even stop the threat of bishop b4 or this whole pin thing? So he's very limited on, and he's also, you see the time as well. He's starting to think a lot here. Not sure how much time he spent on this one move, but yeah, let's look at rook c1, maybe bishop a3. That might be.
Yeah, and the idea is that we can just trap this rook,
That hurts.
Yeah, so it's really not like white has a wide choice of moves. I think this b3 move was a bit of the culprit here, because, okay, he didn't want this to happen, but was it really that dangerous? Like, if he would have just saved a tempo and castled, knight c4, bishop f2, what was the problem with this? I mean, okay, bishop, let's say bishop d7. And was he just thinking that, like, now it's not so convenient to go there because there's always like knight a3?
Right. Which is not something we, actually really like. That knight is super annoying there. And a rook coming to the c file. I mean, that queen just is so weirdly placed.
Can we try to get to e2, James? Like, if we go there, I know it's a little tricky, but let's see if we can reposition this queen actually like that.
Me too. It seems good. That was actually a nice sequence. Very nice sequence, in fact. Yeah, I like this much better than what he has right now.
It's interesting. I mean, there's still a lot of issues because, there's still, like, let's say knight takes b2 ideas that are like hanging in the air.
Yeah.
And at some point, there you can add in this b5 move that we talked about earlier. But it feels, I mean, yeah, black is still getting like decent counterplay, right?
Right. And it feels like black is not worse at all. In fact, black feels like he's pushing for initiative. Having a knight on c4 in white's territory, you do want to kick it away at some point, right? And if we don't, then, I mean, obviously black's just going to have a knight on c4, right? Yeah, knight a3. I mean, it's just really annoying. Incher might say everything's equal here, but I mean, really, practically, definitely feel the initiative in black's favor here. Okay, I can see black has a weak e6 pawn and stuff like that, but other than that, I mean, we have bishop h3 ideas, maybe rook e1 and stuff like that, but e6 is weak, but definitely liking how it looks from black's standpoint.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the current position. Is he still thinking? Yeah, after bishop e7, he's still thinking and seeing if there's anything he can do other than knight e2, but I think it's going to be hard for him to come up with something, an antidote against this move. I mean, is there like a3 here, or can you just capture that pawn? A3.
That's a good question. A3, yeah. Hold on, all right? A3 is a move there, but if we take it, what a move! Like, if you take this, I mean, you have to, like, come on, bro. Really, you can really get away with this. I guess you can. I mean, how do you stop me from playing anything like? Wow, that's insane. You can take this pawn. There's nothing.
This is the kind of pawn that, who took this pawn? Wasn't it Ding? Bishop takes c3 in the last game of the World Championship. It kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we saw French too as well, which lets you can play anything, and a London system. First time ever in like chess history. And in fact, that you see a London system in the World Championship, and he won with it. And that French game was something he could have played too as well. But pretty nice stuff there. That is very interesting. Bishop A3. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's not so easy for us to exploit this pin because we also have this hanging knight, right? So we have issues playing queen A2. We also have issues playing knight B1 because of the trade of the queens. So simply, it's not that easy to exploit the pin. We're like lacking the pieces that could go after it. And at some point they can even like move this knight out of the way, start attacking our knight like that.
Yeah.
So I do think A3 is like a very interesting move. Like I'm sure he's contemplating it, but yeah, black does seem like he can just take the pawn.
You know what? I mean, I think does this work? Let's just show it. A3, bishop A3, and knight takes D5. Is that a move? Is that a possible?
All right, let's take a look.
Knight takes D5. A3, bishop takes.
Yeah. A3.
Bishop
takes and knight D5. Okay, so basically you're trying to do what? You're trying to, but I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like, yeah, even after knight D5 and you kind of get what you want, right?
Yeah, takes.
Like with this amazing knight, I don't know, what are you're supposed to like play bishop Z2? Yeah, okay.
What an in-between move. Bishop
D2 I mean, I don't see it happening for white. I mean, he's like kind of losing a pawn, I guess, but also it doesn't really feel, very promising for white. Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work at all. It's not promising, of course, at all that we have a strong bishop, but that's really it. And also, black has two pass pawns on A and B. So not one, we have two of them. So you have some real problems here as well. So are there any, it's still his move. 45 minutes. I mean, Fabi's definitely in the think tank. He has been thinking a long time on this move here, which tells you, the practicality of it, how tough this position is to play from Fabiano's side.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Magnus got what he wanted. He got a complicated game with the black pieces. And so this French defense that he's turning to has certainly worked out well for him in this game. And yeah, I guess this is the line, guys. If you want some complicated positions in the French, then against this, maybe, I mean, the winner I don't know what the status is on that these days, James, but this knight of 6 move, just kind of provoking white into taking the space advantage and going into this whole big realm of theory. It's quite an interesting option.
Absolutely, especially with this early A6 move too. I've seen that. It's very rare, but good game there. Let's go to the next. Let's see what else we have. All
right, let's go to Mamedov Tari or Abdusattorov. Let's go to Abdusattorov and Anish because we need to see, James, if he played knight E7. No.
I played bishop B8. That's 200. That's 200. I said bishop B8. That's $200, Irene.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Anisha's got something against that move. All right. Well, what can I do?
All right. Oh wait, we refresh. Actually, click the reload.
Yeah. And that's the current position on the board. There's queen A4, and only when he had no choice, then he finally moves his knight there.
97. When he was forced to do it, he goes 97. Yeah, and 97 being the move now. Definitely like black's position. Feels like Norbert is actually going in the wrong direction. Reason why I say this is it feels like he's playing on the wrong side of the board right now. So having where he is, it just doesn't feel good. Queen on A4, bishop on B5. This is not stuff you usually see with these type of pawn structures. In fact, actually, when you have an isolated pawn, this is when you get a little bit more aggressive. You go more attacking and etc. But here, I'm not seeing that from him. So it doesn't seem like he's going in the right direction here. Black's just totally fine. We control the square in front of the pawn, which is always the most important, especially with an isolated pawn. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, definitely Anish is feeling good here.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting line that I think doesn't quite work tactically for white, where maybe he's counting on, I don't know, this move. Okay, the move doesn't really make huge threats, but let's say we look at that. I mean, the point is that he's trying to trap this rook.
Interesting.
And the rook is kind of trapped, but black can capture out. And if we keep taking,
take.
I was gonna say like bishop F2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like get a pawn for the exchange. Maybe, I don't know, the computer doesn't really like that, or maybe it does. I don't know. It doesn't seem like such a bad idea. There's certainly, compensation here, but he kind of prefers a different way. I'm trying to understand of going about this. So, he moves his bishop out of attack. Okay, with a tempo.
We still have a bishop hanging.
Right. And so, yeah, if we take there, then we lose our bishop with a tempo. So we can. So we got to move somewhere else. Okay, let's say we go here. And then instead of like taking the bishop, he gets this counterattack on the rook. And basically,
what is going on?
yeah, like white's going to save their bishop. Then you're going to take their rook and you're going to be even in material, but with like having traded a couple of pieces, white still having the isolated pawn. And it just very comfortable for black. So this tactic, I mean, it gets neutralized.
Yeah, what a tactic that is there, in fact, with knight d7. And he's probably calculating that too as well. Anish is to wait, actually, there's a move. What happened on the board?
Knight d7 actually on the board.
He played it. Knight d7 is there. Okay, so now he's going through his complications himself.
Yeah.
Right now, you also could make, well, the rook's hanging. And the bishop. Sheesh. You're gonna have to go down the line.
I think Anish will be able to figure this out, actually. I feel like, you know, knight takes, I mean, first of all, let me just tell you one thing, James. When you know that your position is good, like fundamentally sound,
yeah,
like you know the tactics have to work for you.
Right.
So Anish knows that his position is good. And so the move knight d7 is not like going to scare him and be like, oh, wow, you know, now I'm in trouble.
Right, exactly.
No, he knows the tactics will work. He just needs to figure out which way to do it. So, I mean, this is the key line. There's apparently other things here as well. Like I see the computer showing some insane move, sacrifice of the exchange. Like, why would you do that? Like, I just have to see what this is. Like, I don't get it. Really? I don't understand at all. Like, at all. Like, why would you play this way?
What is this? Takes, and then what? A6?
A6. Wow.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, because the bishop's trapped. Oh my goodness. So how do you actually, how do I get the bishop out? I have to go c4.
Okay, but this is insane and it will never happen. You just watch how this never happens, James. Like, this only happens in the computer fantasy land. And basically, okay, then you're trying to tell me black's a bit better. Yeah, okay, no.
They have the piece, right? We got the piece.
Yeah, no, he's not going to sack the exchange like that, just like straight up. No, I mean, I think bishop g3. He will look at, and then here he has a lot of options, and you know, there's this like this one, there's this one, bishop and then there's that really cool bishop c6, you know, which I mean, it's not the most obvious, but I think he can find it when he gets here.
Yeah, these are all good moves here. I think, I mean, he will find it. He has enough time. 48 minutes is an insane amount of time, especially at this level. They're able to calculate, I mean, like monsters here. This is how you get to this level anyway. So very good stuff here. I mean, bishop c6 is looking good, but also we have bishop h2, bishop f2. It really depends on how he wants to play it in that situation. Bishop c6 is most precise, but again, this is a crazy line, a very crazy line. If he goes rook c3, woohoo! Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Let's see, rook takes c3, see if he does it. So, all right, this was pretty good. Let's move to what else do we have? What games?
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna get it up. Okay, we got well, we actually do have Fabi having settled on this move.
92. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. 92.
Oh yeah, here we go. 92. Yeah. He did finally decide that the queen trade offer was like his best idea. So
okay. And then takes and takes.
Yeah, queen takes, bishop takes, and well, black has a lot of moves here, yeah. Bishop a3. He can actually also start kind of improving this bishop. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only difficulty for black is like choosing a move. I mean, I guess I like this one.
Oh, bishop e8, yeah, definitely to reroute.
Why not?
Yeah, we want to reroute because the bishop's terrible anyway. I want to try to use the c file, but you can't use it that much. I mean, it can always be like, you know, parried or c1. Maybe bishop a3 to not ever allow something like that. Bishop h3, bishop f7 defense. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
We have ourselves a game here.
I mean, like white can try to put a little bit of pressure.
Knight g5, maybe we just take, or not. H6 takes, king takes.
We'd rather probably do this if we can, but we have to figure out like how this is working.
Whoa, that is sick. Knight takes e6.
And then probably just rook e8, you know?
Yeah, rook e8 we walked away, and then we take on d4. Nice.
Yeah.
Take on d4. But there's that one with the knights. Where do you move your knight that you don't hang material here? Oh, because taking on C8? What is this?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe you play
I guess you
F5.
gotta go F5. And then, I mean, they can even just take and knight D4. It's kind of seems pretty decent for black.
Oof.
But there's also some move like knight D8.
That's a strange one.
Yeah, it is a strange one. I agree.
Knight D8.
It seems to equalize,
We can take on E2.
And what happens on knight F4?
Knight F4.
The rook C2. Yeah, look at that initiative.
Ooh, bishops. Yes, rook on the second ring. You're not feeling good with the white pieces after that one, for sure. There's also moves. I think some moves just happened there. Let's see.
All right, let's see what he did. Yeah, so Magnus traded the queens, and okay, now Magnus has this big choice. Actually, I mean, I see the point of bishop A3 as well, because the bishop can even sometimes go to B2. So there is that. But I mean, the thing with Magnus is that there's a lot of decent moves here, I think, for black. So he's going to probably think for a little while. Meanwhile, we can go
back to Hikaru.
Yeah, let's see Hikaru. Okay, we need to refresh because that's not the current position. So knight to G8 happened. Okay, we were talking about like maybe like just playing rook E8 here. He went knight G8. Okay. Knight H6.
Look at these knight moves. Oh man. Okay, don't try this one at home. E6.
Yeah.
And here's the live position.
Well, we know he's not going to be taking that pawn.
Definitely not. Yeah, this one's I mean, very, very, you have to go you have to be precise here, because white can get some edge if you're like, too hasty, moving too quickly. Like if I move the C pawn, then the knight sits on B5 like forever. So it's gonna be very hard to get that knight off of there. Taking, we don't want to take on D5, which means we're kind of limited to our moves here. Do we go rook E8? Do we put the knight on F5 and play G6? But we can, well, knight F5 is a move. Yeah, knight F5 is definitely a move.
Is Hikaru the oldest in the competition, James? Yeah, I think he is.
Question.
I think it's insane that that's the case, isn't it?
Yeah, Hikaru. No, it might be Shaq.
Oh, Shaq is old. Oh, yeah, Shaq is in there. That's right. Shaq is like me. So Hikaru must be second oldest. Yeah.
Yeah, Hikaru second, right? Shaq is first.
Shaq is like 4 years older.
Yeah, Shaq. Hikaru.
But I mean, it's crazy that one day Hikaru could be the oldest, I mean,
the oldest.
You get used to, he's like the youngest player for so long,
Right.
Yeah, when you see someone as like a young prodigy, and then you're like talking about them being the oldest, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And chess is a younger game. It gets younger and younger all the time. Shaq is 38, right? That's not even old, you know what I mean? Like that's still like, you still got a lot of chess. I mean, you think about how Vichy and is still in the top 10, 15, right? Doing great. So that's crazy. Hikaru's so old. Yes, ancient, says Paige.
Yeah. Although Vichy's definitely kind of slowing down, I think, with his playing, right? He's not like
as much, yeah.
He's not as active as he used to be, of course, right? He's not really like these players who are going to be playing all these top tournaments like all the time. And that's okay. He's done so much in his career, and I think, at some point you reach like a different stage in your life, right? And being in your 30s is still young. Yeah, it is definitely young. But in chess, it's not as young.
Yeah, right, exactly. Kids be told to grow GMs and stuff, right? That's how it goes. Oh man, that's how it goes. Chat. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Hikaru ended up top 2 FIDE after this tournament. Where is Hikaru's number what in the world now?
5?
5?
It was definitely like something like 5 recently. Yeah.
All right. So it's possible. It is possible if he just like blanks the tournament and going through and just winning stuff and getting points, it's possible he could get up to 3, 2, something like that. Number 2 is Ali Reza.
Firouzja.
Yeah, Ali Reza, right. Ali Reza. It's possible.
Yeah.
27.75.
What do you think about the move rook E8 here? I mean, kind of like, can we just go for the trade? I mean, what's the issue? I mean, I guess that our king gets pulled back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, his king can get to D4. Yeah, just king E3, king D4. But I mean, we can always push him back at some point and like kind of shuffle. I don't see anything wrong with this at all. Like What move number are we on now? And by the way, he's up a lot of time. He's up a lot of time.
Yeah, we're on move like 30, I think. One
Okay.
second. Yeah, 30. But
Move
I
30.
guess there has not been a draw offer
Yeah,
yet.
not yet. He's like, let's play it out a little bit, bro. Play it out. But it is Wesley's, Hikaru's move here. So after knight c3, okay, rook e8, very easy game. I mean, it's kind of
Oh, sorry about that. Something
okay.
happened to my video. There we go. Got it back. Yeah. No, I'm here, guys.
We are here, guys.
I think something is like happening where it like goes between my two cameras. Like so that's why I have my normal one and then it changes and like I'm up close.
Yeah, I saw that. So I'm like, wow, that was very quick. Just like a quick
no,
face
that's
cam,
good.
forehead cam from Irina there.
Yeah.
Touch your forehead real quick. Make sure we good. All right, we good. Let's go to the other screen.
I mean, it's like it's funny for me too, like as I'm usually like the oldest in the US women's championships, other than Anna. Like, so while Anna is still playing,
Anna.
I guess I'm not going to be the oldest. But there could be a point one day, you know.
One day, Irina
Going from the youngest to the oldest, you know. I mean, I played my first one when I was 11 years old.
Wow, dang. Irina Crush has been crushing it.
So, that's it's getting close to 30 years since I played my first US women's.
Wow.
But I think James, you can stay young for a long time. If you kind of like take care of yourself, take care of your health.
You know what I mean?
You can still be like you can be vibrant, and strong, as you kind of add on in the years.
Absolutely. Of course, as I see the people before me that are older than me, in fact, a lot of times I do take a lot of inspiration from them. That you'll see I'm like, yeah, I'm 65. I'm like, bro, you look 45. Why? It's because he takes care of himself, eating properly and also working out, which is very big in chess as well. If you want your chess game to get better, a lot of chess players, in fact, love working out. So it's huge. James, what's your bench, bro? I bench 315 for 7. When I do 315 for 10, then I'm gonna go up. Ain't no reason to go up and hurt yourself. 315 for 7 is what I do now.
Yes, and I do a lot of Pilates.
You walk a lot. You was talking about walking. You was like, I walk for like an hour every day. I'm like, every day?
Every day, James. Every day. I don't make exceptions. Every day.
1 hour of walking. Like, man.
And what's funny? I turned my friend on to this now, and she started walking every day. And she's like, this is great. Like, I'm telling you, walking is the most underrated kind of like amazing, cost benefit kind of, I think, exercise that you can be doing. And it even gets you outside into like nature, I mean, and it's totally free. You can do it anywhere, no matter where you are. The only place I had a problem with it was that one day in Astana when the snowstorm and the wind, it was incredible, so powerful. Like all I could do was like pace around the hotel,
Pace around the hotel, right?
Walk in front of the hotel, yeah.
Right. Oh, that's 1 hour. Like, ma'am, are you okay, man? Ma'am, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm working out. Right. No, I remember seeing that actually with the snow right before I came. It was like a snowstorm. So it's crazy there. Shout out to Astana. It's very nice out there. But walking is good, guys. Walking, exercising daily. There you go. 30 to 60 minutes of exercise daily is the key for remaining young, no doubt. There you go. Wizard Melon. Great thing there. Low impact walking is great for thinking. Absolutely.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Just not walking an hour every single day.
Right? I either kind of think or I listen to podcasts.
That's okay. So that could actually help.
I can learn. I learn a lot this way, guys, because I combine these things. So it's given me a chance to actually kind of, put in a lot of hours into learning about things I don't know anything about as I improve my health,
That's very good. That's actually very good. Yeah, because for me, I usually if I'm walking, you got to have some headphones in. That's right. That makes sense. Now you can walk for an hour, but I hate walking. I actually only do Stairmaster for cardio, only Stairmaster, because it burns a lot of calories. In about 40 minutes, I can burn about 1,000 calories, which is very nice. So I'm a big fan of that. I meditate while walking. Very nice, Stanley. I get my exercise jumping to conclusions and flying off the handle. There you go. As long as you're getting your exercise in, it doesn't matter how you're getting it. It matters if you're getting it in. There we go, chat. There we go. And we do have rookie 8 on the board from Hikaru, by the way. Rookie 8 did happen. He didn't see anything wrong with it either. So rookie 8 trade, and we're about to go to Armageddon, it feels like, right? So I guess at this point, we just got word here from production. So I guess we're just going to take a short break, guys. I mean, this is like, by the time we get back, they might be shaking hands. So We'll be back in a few here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Of course, we got more chess when we get back from this short break. So we'll be back in a few.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Norway chess, and Hikaru and Wesley have passed the 30 move mark. The game is still ongoing. They've just traded rooks, and now we are in a night end game. And okay, so Hikaru is still, like with this more passive knight, James, he's gonna have to play G6 and then I suppose reroute his knight back out from G8, which is kind of ironic, right? Given I don't know, the life of this knight so far in the game.
Yeah, exactly. This knight, it moved around a lot. Went to E8.
Yeah, it went to G8 at some point. That's the thing. Like it went like that. Right. And then it's basically gonna have to come back around via G8.
Yeah, this was a very, very easy route for the knight. It just had moves. It had squares. He moved it around. The knight is the MVP of the game. He lasted the longest out of all the other pieces. Everything else, yep, it got traded except that knight. So that knight is still there. That is the MVP holding it down the whole game. Now, he's going to probably reroute it, play G6 here, and we're going to see some shuffling, and then this is going to be, really shaking hands very quickly here. In fact, they say, I think Botvinnik is the one who said it. Botvinnik said it, knight in games or pawn in games. So this is just a pawn in game. Really, you just got to figure out where you want to put this knight. So G6, knight G8, shuffle, 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 and we go to Armageddon, buddy. That's what it's going to be very, very soon here, guys.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Socks. You could tell your friends that, yes, I am single.
Asking for a friend, you know what I'm saying? Hi, Socks. I see you, big dog. I see you. Okay, now. Right.
Yeah. All right. So knight G3. Yeah. So he's still figuring out how he's defending this pawn, I guess. I think he will probably play G6. I suppose he can consider this trade. Not really sure why he would bother with that, calculating like knight H5. Yeah. I guess so. I guess he can do it.
This is getting weird.
But it gets it gets a lot more sharp.
Yeah, this is something we don't really want to do. Exactly. What's up, Trevor? I see you in the chat. Ooh, right, very smoothly. I see it. What's up, guys? You know what I'm saying? All right. So, yeah, we don't want to really kind of go down this route. You don't have to do this and make this all crazy here.
Yeah.
I think they are just going to, agree very soon after G6. But, okay, I guess you have to consider some dark square weaknesses after G6 and the king trying to run into, G5, F6. Again, that active king. But I don't believe that it's going to be anything other than a draw. It's going to take a lot to really mess this up.
All right. So should we take a look at some of the other games? Let's see how Magnus is doing. This is kind of my favorite game of the round. And wow, it looks like Fabi's managing to put some pressure after this queen trade. Rook C7. So this move, I wasn't really expecting that so much, even though it was a possibility.
And then we double of the rooks now.
Wow. So F5. Okay, let's try to understand that. Okay, I think I can understand it, James. What can you tell us about this F5 move?
Yeah, I like F5. A lot of times when you push pawns is to actually break things up, but also to put pieces on squares. In fact, what this means is after the F5 move, of course, Fabi being a calculator, Bishop F4 is the move here where we're going to trap that rook. We can also put a knight on F4 if you like too as well, but definitely Bishop F4 is trapping that rook, and that rook is very problematic. I mean, at this point, after
Yeah.
Bishop, you can just put take the rook there and the rook's trapped. So it's pretty cool way of trapping the rook. Now, in fact, white, the engine gave us some moves here. Bishop A3. What the heck?
Yeah, but basically like losing the exchange. So
yeah, like what is this? Okay, engine's like,
basically giving this up.
Yeah, no, this is not. We're not doing this.
Yeah. So I think Magnus has to look for another move. Probably he missed this F5. I don't know. It's not an. I mean, like the rook has no squares, so I don't know what he really missed around here. But okay. I mean, maybe the move is not that dangerous, like Bishop A3. So should we play Rook C2, or is there some sort of a tactic? Rook C2, you can actually start going with like, maybe Knight B4.
I was just thinking that, but what about Knight D4? Yeah, there we go.
Looking for those checks, yeah.
Maybe. That's right. We got checks everywhere, and C2's hanging as well, and we just nabbed the pawn there. So that's gotta be careful. Yeah, takes.
Yeah, this is good for black.
That's right.
So okay, Bishop A3. So he needs to find that. So the rook has to be careful about where she goes. What if she gets off of the file completely?
But maybe we go Rook E1. Rook D1 is just like stare. Rook E1 might have some pressure on E6, but Rook D1, I guess they're both the same. Okay. I guess they're both the same, huh? Rook E1, Rook D1.
Yeah, well, they can go for that as well.
Now, yeah, we have Knight B4. Yeah, I don't like this for white. This doesn't feel good. Maybe take on E6 first. Ooh, 95 is nice too, huh?
Takes, and if bishop takes, there's, I don't know, is there a knight G5 or that's not too dangerous?
Knight G5 is nice.
I guess this looks like, it does look kind of more harmonious for white.
Right, these knights looking great here, right? Knight F4.
So you can go knight E5 here or knight G5, you know?
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of moves here. I mean, it's got to be something for white here. It just has to be. Feels very good.
So I mean, I like rook C to E1. That definitely feels logical to me.
Absolutely.
And now knight B4, and we basically take.
Take, exactly.
And I mean, if this is what is supposed to keep black alive, it's not the most obvious.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically sacking a pawn.
Yeah, 95.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 and okay, Magnus was still going to have his work cut out for him to get this pawn back. So basically, is he still thinking after F5? Yeah. So F5, good shot by Fabi.
Yeah,
really opening up his pieces.
That's good. That's a good shot. That is. That's a very nice shot from Fabi there. Complicating things in a complicated position as well, but Fabi's gonna have to try to figure this one out. F5 is a really good move here, and definitely Carlsen can go wrong. It is possible. Oh, Bishop A3 already on the board now.
Okay, he plays the the best move, and okay, now big choice. Yeah, big choice for Fabi. I mean, I wonder. So there's no point in throwing this trade in. First of all, probably because there's just Bishop C1. I take on D7. No, I mean I could throw that in actually right here.
Throw that in. Yeah, you can. You can.
Yeah, because if you take my rook, I take more stuff.
Absolutely, and then we come back and get the bishop. Thank you.
And then we basically go for this. I mean, I guess you have more options here because I've already made that trade.
Right. A little bit different.
Yeah. So the point of not making the trade is that this is still a threat.
Yeah, that bishop F4 is really annoying. You have to really deal with that, which he has to deal with it by. Yeah, you got to move the knight. Yeah, it's only move. You have to move the knight.
There's some crazy move here. Like the computer's looking at this. Why would anyone do this when Bishop F4 is an option? Like,
what are you talking about? What is this? H6?
This is crazy. F4?
No, this don't work. What is this nonsense? Engine always gives something stupid.
Yeah, I want to show you guys how stupid the engine is. That's why I'm pointing this out.
H6, guys. Yeah, man, H6, right? You know, sometimes this is how you want to talk to the engine, and sometimes you just say no. You just literally tell the engine, no, I'm not going to do that. But then you find a more practical choice, and then you go down that route because some routes just lead to nonsense from the
So
end.
Hikaru is still defending. Let's take a look at his knight endgame
Let's
here.
see it. Let's see it.
Oh, we go to games and we find it. Hold on. Okay. So after knight g3, he did play g6.
Okay. It is
Knight here, and then the knight. Okay, he's thinking about what to do.
okay.
What if you put
King e7.
Yeah, I mean, king e7 is one move. I guess
Knight f5 is another.
wants to try to bring the knight in. Why not go knight f5? I mean,
One, yeah.
why not?
G4? What?
Yeah, because there's a pretty
You
cute
gotta be
idea.
kidding me.
Yeah.
Oh man. I thought he couldn't play that. I thought he couldn't play that, but he can. Unbelievable.
This is actually a pretty funny line.
Oh, takes and in f5. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you can't take back on g4. But then who's winning that? Nah, I mean, okay, I can't trade some more pawns.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean, I would never really go into this as black.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really put a lot of faith in it. I mean, it's interesting if the computer actually thinks this is possible. It surprises me.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course, I don't think that he's going to be doing that. Is there like a safer way to play this? I mean, I don't really like the idea of giving white an outside pawn. And the problem with this is that, here we got both of this hanging, so we can't save them both. So maybe that's the problem with knight f5.
Maybe there's a after take g4, knight h4, king g3. Is there a pawn f5? Oh, but he just moves the knight and the knight's still hanging. Wow.
Oh, you mean like this, yeah?
F5, yeah, but yeah. Oh, even check first. Wow. Jeez, yeah, you in trouble there. Check and then g5. Oh my goodness, what a game. Yeah, that would be terrible. That'd be terrible. Yikes. You got there's some poison there with knight f5. Unbelievable.
All right, so if he makes this trade, it's actually allowing that, but maybe it's not a big deal. It's probably not a big deal in this knight end game.
Yeah.
White could take that, take the pawn with a knight, but he's not really hitting anything from d5. So here, what's the difference?
Yeah, now you could go knight f5, which is strange. It's very strange. Now it's allowing this takes.
He's basically.
What's the idea here? 97? No, I don't like that at all. Takes g5. Knight g6.
Still trying to get it.
What? No.
Oh, we win that pawn.
Oh, what a game. That is crazy. And then you
Black will never go for this line because also there's still an outside pawn. Like it's not like the computer might say it's even, but actually I'd be kind of worried here.
Absolutely.
Every time I see an outside pass pawn in the end game, guys, that really makes me very cautious, because there's such an easy scenario to lose.
Right, and it's because you have to be very cautious. I mean, we even seen just recently or yesterday with the Magnus Hikaru game where Hikaru was completely winning and then lost the game with that bishop thing. Like it was crazy, that game. So it's very possible to mess these up, and especially classical chess too as well. Like there's lots of problems that can happen with that pass pawn. Just don't allow it to happen. Don't.
Maybe this move though. Maybe this is a practical move that can do it, because with the idea that on these moves you have this trick. Maybe that's going to do it. I mean, you have to calculate a bit of pawn end game. But yeah, this one I'm pretty comfortable with, because here we can actually see that it should be a draw, right?
That should be a draw, correct.
And let's actually see like this. I mean, I'm probably coming out this way, yeah.
Absolutely. King e4 and then maybe king back. You can move the king. You could play g5 probably. You could play b5, maybe b6.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, no, Hikaru is still in safe waters here. I think he just has a lot of choices. And I think the trade is quite okay. I don't really see any scenarios in which the trade is bad. I also don't really see like, okay, I don't know why the computer keeps wanting to go this way. I don't really get it. Like, why not just go to like, oh, e7 even? Yeah, okay, I'm just curious. Like, what's so terrible about keeping the king here? It seems fine.
Yeah, I don't see anything what's wrong with it. You can also, I mean, this is draw, right? So we just move everything around. I mean, the king is probably slightly better. White's king is. but it's really not much to play for, especially here with the d5 pawn being quite weak. We can also try to round that up if white is not careful. Also, h4 is a little weak. So you got some weaknesses, h4, d5, right? We want to get this king d5. So, I mean, really, they're just playing on at this point here, but they're trying to test each other to see, are you going to make a mistake or is he going to make a mistake, right? Let's actually move around. Let's see what the other games are looking like. Anything exciting?
Oh, yeah, exciting. Exciting would be this one. We saw this at knight d7.
Right.
So did Anish take? Yes. Did he? He didn't play this crazy move, right? He played bishop g3. There you go. And then he found bishop c6. Come on, Anish.
Right.
You found it.
He
Good
found a
for
good
you.
move, right? Good move.
Yeah, super GM calculation there. And bishop f4, he found all the best computer moves. And then he makes that and he gets into the exact position we talked about.
Wow, look at that.
Where black, you know, just is better. You know, yeah, poor Abdusatorov. You know, this is such an unfortunate outcome with the white pieces just on the defensive and like a position where there's basically no counterplay.
Yeah, there's nothing that, I mean, this is probably the worst case scenario in an isolated pawn position for you with the isolated pawn. You do want to keep pieces on. The more that you trade, the weaker that pawn gets and the easier it is to round up. We also control the square in front of the pawn. Black is doing very, very well here. I mean, sometimes you can even like completely win this game in the next few moves or just be able to round up this pawn and have an in game that you're completely better in. So,
all right, James, tell us why the black queen cannot take the pawn now.
Well, queen takes d4, runs into, let's see, is it rook d1? Oh,
I think so.
Goodness. Rook d1. What a move, guys. Wow, queen takes d4 and rook to d1, and you are done. Yeah, you can hit the button there. Wow. Which is
I think that you're just getting, oh, well, look at that. It's not completely losing because I didn't think much of this queen sack. Like I thought eventually we should win. But okay, they have rook, knight, and pawn. Yeah, I don't think this is great. Like I would not consider this like a great outcome for black. The chances to lose are quite big.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he's not going to be touching that pawn on d4. So what is he going to be doing? Well, let's think about it. Okay, so if he takes, then if we take with a knight, there's like a6 or something, or there's rook c8.
Correct.
So he has to take like that. And then again, if I go there, there's rook d1.
Right, and I'd be winning.
So, yeah, what am I supposed to do? Knight f5?
Yeah, knight f5 or knight d5 maybe. But knight f5 is really strong. His d4, like, and then I'm attacking the pawn, which is our idea. Yeah, you just lose a pawn. Like you literally about to lose a pawn here, it looks like. Well, okay, there's tricks. Wow, because if I take it, go rook d1 again. That's funny. So maybe a6.
Yeah, I mean, if you take, maybe we just trade and like try to get the rook to the 7th or something.
Yeah,
you know, like this.
Right.
Check, and then we go
7.
here.
And then
and
rook d1, king h2, rook d2, rook f7, rook takes. Yeah, this is draw, huh? Draw. Everything.
Yeah, here, here.
Takes.
And okay, we're eventually gonna make a draw here. Yeah, we can actually latch onto each pawn one by one.
One by one, and then we can shake hands here, buddy.
Yeah, it actually is an immediate draw.
Great.
All right, so let's go back to this moment. Okay, I mean, he has a lot of choices, of course, Anish. You know, he can trade. I mean, knight f5 is just one move. I guess we can take a look at this. Like, why can't you go for this line?
I was thinking of a6 and then knight
Yeah.
knight c7 to try to win the pawn. Is the knight trapped in there? No, you always have knight c7. Wow, I think Abdusatorov is just okay, weirdly enough. Yes, he has the ISO pawn, but he has enough counterplay. He has enough counterplay, at least it seems like it, for him to be able to bail out with at least a draw here. And then they go to Armageddon as well. So we have two games potentially. Definitely in that Hikaru's game with Wesley, that looks like a draw. This one is heading towards that too as well. Even though the pawn is isolated, there's just enough counterplay for white, and that's a good thing for Abdusatorov, even being worse on the worst side of this ISO pawn.
Okay, so let's see.
No wins yet. Nothing.
Magnus,
like
whoa, wait, this is an old game.
Yeah,
not Magnus's game from today. Hold on, guys. What is this? I'm trying to find Wow, where have all the games
Where did the
gone?
games go? There it is. Wait, that's not it
Yeah,
either.
they've managed to completely disappear. I think these are like other games that I've looked at in the past.
Right?
I'm supposed to clear that.
Yeah, you can't clear it. I forgot how it is possible.
Oh, that was from the FIDE World Rapid Championship. Hold on, guys.
Okay, we'll be back.
Yeah, we're gonna find everything. And I bet we can do it like this. No? Okay. Wow. Why do I have the FIDE World Rapid Championship?
I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to chess.com events. Here's
Okay.
Norway chess. Okay,
There
this
we
is
go.
difficult.
Games
And we go to games, right?
Mhm.
No, wait, games, chess. No. Okay, hold on. Games.
There we go.
No, we're gonna get it. All right. Oh, why? By the way, one of the games is done. Mama Diarra drew Tarye.
Okay.
By the way, Hikaru did decide to capture.
Okay. He captured on D5. Perfect. We're gonna see a quick capture back, I assume.
Yeah, and then we'll see what he's got planned.
Yeah.
Okay, so now there we go. So Tari drew. Should we see so they're going to Armageddon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They are going to Armageddon, right? So they have that quick game. That's gonna be. Does it start right after Do they have to wait till all the games are
You
finished?
know, I actually don't know how that's gonna work.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, like, I'm not sure, but their final position was this. So he kind of like, let's go back a little bit.
Mhm.
He didn't have too many problems, I guess, getting the draw. We saw this around here. And okay. So Tari is actually gonna get the draw odds. Okay.
Right.
It is
Right.
interesting. I mean, I'm interested to see how this all plays out at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. See who's gonna win, especially with these draw odds here. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be interesting. You're gonna have to play something aggressive if you're playing with white, and with black. I mean, you got the two results, but you also have less time, and there's no increment. So you get increment at move 40s, right?
Hmm.
And they keep the same colors.
Oh, he
Oh,
got to
that
play a
was
little
sick.
tactic.
Oh, that's a nice tactic there.
Nice. So basically, the idea is if the queen takes the knight, you kind of actually win the knight.
That was
So
close.
that is basically forcing a bunch of things off the board. And okay, so the game actually it ended very fast. That wasn't, you know, it's funny how things seem like they're interesting and then they can just fizzle so quickly.
Right. Especially with the nice tactics like that. You see that lots of Sicilians and like mini games, but definitely cool. Whoa, we got some moves here.
All right, so he did play rook c to e1. We were kind of thinking that was likely. And this is Fabi versus Magnus, bishop b4.
Right.
And takes, and he took again, and he's going to get his knight f4 with tempo. And this is the current position, so we need to kind of figure out what's going on here. Yeah, white looks, of course, very harmonious there on the king side.
Yeah, this looks good for white, but also black has his own trumps. Exactly. A2. We have the C file. So, I mean, but we have to be precise here with white. I mean, he is going to take the A2 pawn. So we have to do something now. Wow. And there are some weird tricks in here. Okay. Well, we have knight. We got to threaten something. So knight H4, knight E6, rook E5. These are all possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, knight h4 is interesting. I guess once the bishop moves, maybe the knight's not doing so much, and there's these g5 ideas.
Yeah, one move threat there. One move threats.
I mean, I would say on knight h4, you can look at so many different moves.
Yeah, maybe just bishop.
Including even, I mean, including your bishop e4, you can look at. I mean, you can look at bishop c2. I don't know what, I feel like there's probably more than one way we can play. Yeah.
Definitely.
So this one is giving a lot of options. So is this move, you know, so amazing? Let's try to understand it.
Can I just first off rook c2? Is there something wrong with that? But then my bishop on f5 feels a little loose. Might be some tactics there.
Yeah, I guess the idea is if you take, I'm like hitting the knight, so I get
Correct.
tempo.
With some tempo, all right. And then we
So
can
if
go.
I go there and you
Ooh.
have to move,
Knight c5. Now b7.
hanging.
Exactly. Exactly. Take. I guess take on a2. You take on b7. Take.
Mhm.
And
I
take. You
wonder if
take.
like rook e7 here. Yeah, rook
It's
e7.
annoying. It's an annoying move.
Just a lot of activity for white, you know?
Yeah, you
This
don't want to
knight is
allow.
pretty terrible.
We're also approaching some very crucial time, believe it or not. 23 minutes seems like a lot of time, but all it takes is 1 10-minute think here, which has already happened before, and you are in a little bit of time trouble. In fact, what move are we on here?
We're on move 27. So
Wow.
white needs to make 13 more moves or 14 more
time.
moves.
Time control. Right. In this position, that exact, I mean, it's not really that clear. In fact, yeah, after bishop f5, he needs to figure out what he wants.
Now, this is also an interesting move.
Knight g5, I like. So
I
what happens
mean,
on knight a2 again? Oh, knight d5 is hanging, or the pawn's hanging on d5. Threading it.
yes.
Yeah, that's a good move. Maybe h6, exactly. Kick away. Knight e6, and maybe we don't take this.
7.
Yeah, just move somewhere exactly. Rook e7, f7, rook c2, maybe.
I'm trying to understand. Knight d5 because of this hanging.
Ooh, that is sick. Knight d5, knight d5, rook takes. What's wrong with this?
Tries to
Nothing.
win the pawn.
We did win a pawn. I guess
Yeah.
just defends like an absolute beast, so I guess that makes sense here. But
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Although, I mean, like, look at this. Like, you gotta see a lot to make sure you're not like losing something in this pin, right?
right, doubling. We also have bishop h3.
Yeah, you gotta see that you can sort of counter pin.
Oh, what
And
the
then
heck
on
is that?
that, maybe there's bishop b7, right?
Whoa, look at the tactics here, boy.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. It's why it's always tricky, when you have a lot of good choices. I mean, so for Fabi, it's not like the easiest moment, yeah, because he has a lot of possible looking moves.
Yeah, I remember this is a French too as well. It's crazy. You get so many tactics out of this French middle game, but now middle game in-game transition is what it seems like here with Fabi on the move. 21 minutes here and counting. Is getting lower on time here, but he's gonna have to make a move, and he does 95.
All right, so that was one of the moves that we liked. Yeah. By the way, the Armageddon games, apparently they start 20 minutes after the classical game ends. So that's actually nice because it means like we're always going to be having some action, and it's not like, they're not all going to be piled up like after 5 hours of play, which I think is really good.
Yeah.
So things will still kind of finish in a timely way today. And so basically that game is going to start in around 13 minutes. So soon we can take a look at that. And I mean, well, Hikaru's game is still ongoing. Not much is happening. We can check in on that later. So, okay. This one we looked at. What else of interest? We got Faruja versus Gukesh. I mean, we haven't seen that one. That was the Italian game.
Whoa.
We haven't seen in a while.
Definitely like white here because of them double pawns. I mean, it feels like black has a lot of weaknesses here.
Yeah, black is an extra pawn, but a pretty terrible pawn structure.
Yeah. Queen e7. Okay. Wait, can he go queen e7 now? Queen e7 is probably the wait. You also can take on b4. Whose move is it?
Yeah, it's a black's move because his
queen's hanging, right? Queen definitely right. Definitely not white's move.
Yeah. I mean, so he can either take there, giving up that pawn,
or queen e7,
or he can go there. I mean, I don't think this pawn is terribly important in the big scheme of things. So yeah, he could just take on b4 and on bishop e6 go like king g7.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, black looks okay, but of course, you always got to be careful with such a weak king, and like this pawn structure is not very pretty. But the knight on e5 is really good, and in general, black's harmony here is okay.
Yeah, it seems good. It seems weirdly enough, his king is actually okay, and it's also on a dark square too. We don't have a dark square bishop, so bishop e6 would be nice, and maybe some rook b1 in there and stuff like that. So yeah, this queen b4, rook b1, but that's after bishop e6, king g7, rook b1, and then queen moves, maybe back to d6, then e6 is hanging. You got to move the bishop again. No, there's some tactics, right? Bishop e6, king g7, rook b1. And then What happens after rook b1? Because I am going to play rook b7 next.
Hmm.
Quite interesting. Like
Yeah,
regardless,
this is a
rook b7.
crazy line, right?
Queen f4. What is this? Okay, rook b7. Knight d3. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Be very careful right now. Whoa. Rook d1. No. Rook d1. You better be very
Can I
careful.
take on f2 or there's rook
Look.
d8?
Oh my goodness. Do you take on f2 or not? I mean, I think you get away with that. What the heck is this? You have to calculate.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy because if I take on f2, I mean, you take on d8.
D8. Yeah. D8.
Yeah.
Here we go. In fact, we have some moves. Queen takes b4 did happen, and
Okay.
bishop 6 on the board.
All right.
Bishop e6. He's gonna probably. Whoa! Look at a question mark. How did what? How did we just go down this line and the engine was like everything was fine, but now it's a question mark. You see, this is why you question the engine on every move you make. Always question the engine. That's crazy.
So you're thinking, but yeah, your move is interesting. No, I mean rook b1. Yeah, that's the thing. It just changes its mind. You can't really trust this engine too much. But yeah, rook b1 is probably the plan here for him.
Right, rook b1. Yeah, rook b1 definitely is a nice plan. So maybe if it's not king g7, what is the engine like instead of king g7? No, it says king g7. That's what it said. Yeah, king g7 minus 1.
7 is very logical.
It's equal, right? Exactly. It makes the most sense. King
okay,
G7.
we know this game is interesting. We will come back here again, and just to circle through. I mean, is there anything that we actually haven't really talked about? I mean, I guess we can see what is going on in this. They're actually going into, I think, the line that we looked at, isn't it? It is exactly
what it is. It's exactly what it is. Which this one's. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of Armageddons today, guys.
Well, hold on. We might get like, are we on track to have all Armageddons? Let's make predictions.
Right.
We have one. Farouja Gukesh, all of them are still in the realm of equal, James. Like it's actually possible that we might get 100%. I mean, still, you know, Fabi versus Magnus is the big question mark because they're, you know, yeah, Fabi has an advantage.
Yeah. I actually think Ali Reza's game is going to be a decisive result. It feels like there's so much going on in that game.
Yeah.
Feels like that one's going to be decisive. And then the Carlson Fabi, that could be, I mean, that's like 50-50 to be honest. This one here, you play G6. I mean, it's not fizzling out yet, but we both have our trumps. Like we have a knight on E5, but then with black, I have the C file. A2 is weak. I got some queenside pressure. That's definitely different. But I think it's going to be a decisive result in the Alireza game. And Hikaru's game is going to be probably the second Armageddon of today.
Yeah, so I guess one thing that comes to my mind is asking the question, like, I mean, knight c2 is the big idea for black, right? So if I go a3,
okay, a3,
we're gonna go knight c2, and then
knight d5.
Yeah, we could calculate knight d5, right?
Anyway, takes. Wow, that's not a move apparently. 91, and then I guess you have to take on. No, you lose a piece.
You take my bishop, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we do bishop d5. This is interesting. Bishop d5. Okay, knight d5, knight d5, 91, knight c7. And wow, was winning. But I mean, black has initiative with rook c3 probably after trades here. Unless we move.
Yeah, I mean, they could even do this, and like that.
C2.
And try to go for bishop h3, you know?
Activity, definitely activity. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think that he will find a way to draw this. And I'm gonna predict that we're gonna have all the games go to Armageddon today, James.
You say all of them going. Okay, that's $1,000 here. $1,000.
All right, $1,000 on
$1,000 on the line, chat. Here is all games going to Armageddon. I'm gonna say no, and then she says yes here. So this is a big bet here, chat. What do you think in the chat? Are all games going to Armageddon, or are we gonna get one decisive game? What do you guys think?
Well, you got to root for Fabi, and then I guess you got to root for Farouja Gukesh. Those are really the two main ones that are leaving this in doubt. So okay. King h8. Okay, so actually Gukesh decided he didn't want his king on the 7th, which I think makes sense too.
Because the rook b1 thing.
Yeah.
So now the whole idea of rook b1 might be negated. I don't think it works anymore. I mean, I still can play it, but it may not be as strong as it was before because there's no king on G7.
All right, so let's just take stock of what we got here. So black's up a pawn, basically up 2 pawns on the queen side. Nice looking position, beautiful knight on e5, but the king is very weak, right?
Right.
How do we start taking advantage of this weak king?
That is a great question.
If I go knight e4, it's very important that you have this queen e7 resource, right?
That's right. That's right. I don't have a move after that. I mean, I have to retreat. I got to play like bishop b3, which is not very appealing, in fact.
Yeah.
But it might be only move, in fact. I mean,
but if you don't play this move in general, the queen actually is really good here. That would be a nice square.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, so maybe we start with 94, queen e7, bishop b3, and then we try to slowly play queen e3 and attack the g5 pawn.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay, queen e7, bishop back to b3, and then what does black play here? So black, is there g4? No, but that doesn't make sense. Well, maybe. That is logical. G4 and try to go queen h4 next. But I have a, oh no, is that a move? G4, I do hg.
Oh, hold on 1 second. So we're looking at this, this, and this, and G4. So if I take, you want to go queen H4?
That is correct. I was trying to look at this. G4 takes queen H4, and I thought G3, but it's just a queen trade after G3, queen G4. Maybe G3, queen H3 first. It's knight G5. Queen G4 takes. Yeah, I'm losing there. So queen G4 is the best. And then I guess we trade here, and I guess we go to Armageddon and like, okay, all right.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Oh, well, we have a word in the chat says Wesley has a passed pawn. What?
All right.
Check that real quick. We got to check that. Wesley got a passed pawn. How did that happen? Whoa. What is this position?
Yeah, we talked about this one. We talked about this one actually.
Oh, we did.
Where we win that pawn, and you know, I said I don't really want to play this position, giving white this passed G pawn, but okay. The computer did think that that was all right, objectively. Still, you know, Hikaru's got to be a little bit careful, but I guess this king is going to kind of come over here and take care of things.
King can come over. Yeah, we also, King's going to come over, bring the knight maybe over to c3. That's going to be scary to kind of move away from that pawn. So maybe we go a4 just to trade one set of pawns over there for sure. 100%. Got to get some a4 in there. Trade one pawn and then sack the knight on the g pawn at some point. Run the king over to the b pawn. Use the d pawn as a decoy. And then we're good here. So, yeah, it's still a draw. Still a draw. But he does have that pawn there. Definitely is scary for people that aren't experienced in the endgame. That's a scary pawn. I mean, even if you are experienced in the endgame, there still takes a little bit of precision here, which I don't doubt that Hikaru will be able to draw this one. He'll be very, very easy draw for him.
Yes. Okay. Like, how do you want us to go about this, James?
I actually like a4 first. I like this a4.
Like a4.
Yeah, I just want to get rid of one of the pawns. But then I'm also looking at king e6. Maybe I just go king e6 first. King e6.
Let's just go king e7 then.
King e7. Okay, king e7.
Yeah, because you know we would. You could go g6 or knight h6. What do you want to do?
Let's do probably knight h6. Knight h6 seems a little bit easier. I mean, yeah, you're not advancing that pawn like ever. So you might as well just offer a draw right now, bro. King h5.
Maybe, so I mean, do you think we should go for your a pawn or maybe like try to do something like where we keep our knight like here, but you go king f4. I don't know if that had much of a point. Okay, like let's say I go knight c3.
I feel it's just.
I still feeling like I'm, you know.
Yeah, you are able to get back though. You are able to get back.
Getting back, but I mean, you could go like king f5. You know.
Exactly. Take.
I mean, let's just see. Like, okay, I'm looking at all of this without.
Oh man, that's not.
We found a way for the pawn to promote. Okay,
that is the worst way. This is what I was talking about. This is the scary thing that happens. And then if king f8, you go king f6, and it still doesn't matter.
Yeah. Do I think a 1500 draws this? I'll be honest with you. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, I just found a way to lose for black, trying to take a pawn and, letting your G pawn go, which is kind of the scenario here, guys. Like, yeah, I mean, the idea that just because the engine is like giving it all zeros, that this, like, nobody can lose this position for black. No, I mean, it is whenever there is an outside pass pawn on the board, there is a chance to lose.
There is always a possibility there, especially in these end games here. Yeah, Hikaru's not going to go for that, Trevor. You're going to have to be very careful on that one. It's either going to be an A4 or like a king E7 or something like that here. But he's trying to figure out all the subtleties. He's calculating everything. He's like, here, and draw. I was like, yeah. Thanks, Hikaru. Thanks. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, so why A4? Does he want to like take it the pawn to A3, try to win A2, or like?
Oh, that's a great question. A4 for me was just trading one set of pawns, and then my idea is to sack the knight on the G pawn at some point and walk the king up to take the B pawn while using the D pawn as you're gonna have to deal with that because it's passed. So yeah, it's a great idea. I'm always a fan of overall ideas in game so you can know what the plan is. So very nice. Oh,
want to take a look at the Armageddon game, which has started off in a pretty crazy way. So Nakamura seems to have like done something wild. Look at that, like some sort of G4 move. I love this stuff.
Yo, G4. You know what's funny, Arena? I've played this many times. I actually just posted, believe it or not, you can go to my TikTok or my YouTube or Twitter or anywhere that I just posted on Instagram too as well. I had just posted a game that did this exact same thing. But Queen C2 usually though is there, and it comes more from like a knight f3 b3. But this G4 and Rook G1 is so nice. That's very strong stuff with the G4, of course. Now, classical chess, you're going to have to watch it here. But here, you just get an open G file and you attack all the time. So it's really strong stuff here. Queen C2, we even castle queenside. I have a lot of experience with this stuff. It's fun, but it doesn't work all the time. So especially with Aryan Tari blocking everything, it looks cool, but it is also blocked up. And look at the time, too, as well. There's no increment until move 40. And this is the Armageddon game. Black draws, he wins. Black wins, he wins.
Can I show you a tactic that I just kind of noticed? Well, for example, he played bishop f6, which makes you think that he wants to put this knight there. For example, if we do play here and the knight moves here, we do have this kind of tactic like this, right?
Knight takes d5, ooh-wee, and bishop b2, queen b2, and what do? It's going to be made on g7 there. Very nice.
So at least it gave us a chance to like win our pawn back with like a decent position. So I mean, there are tactics, obviously, on this diagonal. And yeah, h3 is actually a very interesting move. It might send the knight back to h6, where it's certainly not as good as it would be in the center. All right, but Shaq goes a different way, which I basically he's saying, why he's playing this move is to protect that pawn so he can castle queenside. And that is why Tari, I'll just call him Ari. I think that sounds pretty good. Ari goes, like you call LeBron. I'll just call him Ari.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes a5, and he is going to be looking for a way to get that move in. So he goes knight d7. Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of time, so he does have to just kind of keep up the pace.
Yeah, when you get to this situation here, black is just better. I'm not even gonna lie. If white it's very hard to attack. Black's bishop is defending very nicely. We do have the open G file, but we need to combine that with other things, like the bishop on b2, which is now blocked by d4. I mean, this is very aggressive. I'm a fan of this from the white side, but not in this type of position. I think Arjan did a very good job of defending everything, making it very nice and closed in the center, Dutch-like with f5, d5, e6, c6, right? Man, he played that boy quick. I mean, it was like instant, h3, knight h6, h4. I mean, I love the aggression, and he's an aggressive player like myself, Shaq is, but it's, hey, we're not getting the chances we want right now. He's trying to create them. Maybe knight g5 next, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Ari's playing very solidly here, I would say. Maybe it's not the favorite way of the computer, but it is solid, and white needs to kind of break through somewhere. Notice how he wasn't interested at all in taking this pawn. Probably probably wise. Yeah, not to get too greedy. He's just kind of like going back with this knight. So what can white do here? I mean, at some point, I wonder if white, yeah, like wants to go there, maybe take even on d5. And
Yeah.
I know what black wants. You know what I think black
I
wants?
see
Black
it.
wants to get this knight to d6 and e4.
Yeah, correct.
Actually.
White wants knight f4, h5, knight g6, rook h1. After you take on knight g6, take, and then you can play queen over, obviously, on the h file to go for mate. Yeah, this is what he's going for. Knight f4 hits e6, great move. You also want knight g6 at some point. Yeah, we just all out checkmate. I'm a big fan of this type of play.
Yeah.
All out checkmate here. H5 and like knight, put a knight on g6 and go for mate. Absolutely.
And you hope that it's mate, but it might not be mate, James, because
Exactly.
like I can block the H file.
Also bishop h4 as well. So it's not there yet, but he's working towards it. Again, we want this bishop on b2 to open up, but it's not the same. That doesn't look that good.
Okay, so now what do we do? I mean, is there even a threat?
Yeah, it's not even a threat. Yeah.
Do we just go queen a5 and ignore it and say, if you take, I take, and I improve my knight, and your bishop is kind of useless? I mean, that's why this move d4 that closed this bishop, that was kind of a big one, big decision.
Yeah, well, this is I mean, we're literally playing down a piece in this attack with the bishop on b2. I mean, of course, we do have squares covered, like queen a5 is a cool move or whatever, but like it doesn't really do anything. The bishop does defend. Obviously, I can just sidestep king c1. You don't have any threats after that. But again, what threats do we have as white? And this is a very difficult to figure out. Yeah,
I think one of the moves that like the computer is offering rook g8, I don't see that happening.
GA, it's gross.
Yeah, I don't really see the necessity of overprotecting g7 like that.
No.
But you know, queen a5 could happen. Queen a5 is logical if he kind of evaluates that, you know, there's not a huge attack on his king. There we go, queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5 looks good, obviously. I mean, he's going to bring more pieces over there, and this could be over in a few, or I mean, really for white, in fact. But queen a2 check, and we just sidestep. I just don't have the attack yet. Maybe knight g5. I mean, you just got to go for it at this point.
All right, so let's think about knight g5. What would I do?
Knight g5.
Interesting move. I mean, I don't want to trade with you, James. Maybe I even go knight d6.
Knight d6. Tactic senses are tingling. Maybe c5 after that. Knight e4.
Knight e4.
The knight f7, king g8, knight h6. I get nothing out of that.
I could even go to f8, you know?
Yeah, exactly, king f8. Got nothing out of that. What's up, Bach? Bach in the chat. I believe in my boy Aryan here. What's up, Bach? Benjamin. Bach.
Oh, all right.
Knight g5. Yeah, knight g5. Yeah, I do too, Bach. I believe that this attack just does not, it doesn't, like, it's just not there. It's just not there. Maybe we should have went d3 earlier on instead of d4 to keep the bishop alive. If we had the bishop on b2 active, we would have some, you know, some type of attack, but it feels like we're down a piece.
You know, I thought about this move. I just feel like it's quite ugly to give up the bishop and go for this g6 idea. I mean, I don't really see him doing that, to be honest.
No.
I don't know. I'm still going to go with my knight d6. Like, I predict this move.
Knight d6.
Knight d6, I think, is going to to get played.
Yeah.
Let's see, guys. Am I going to get something right in my predictions today?
I'm up 200 right now. I done got two things right. Irina owes me $200. We doing $100 a move. So, yep, $200 from Irina. We'll get that at the end of the day today. So, knight g5. Knight
All
h6.
right. Nope. Knight h6. How was I ever supposed to predict this knight going to the side of the board? But I guess so. I mean, it's solid. It's solid enough, right?
Knight 6 is very, yeah, it's solid. It's solid enough. It does make a move. Wow, that is.
That's okay. I mean, the knight's not the best, but it's not bad for the attack. Okay, and so now it's not bad for, I mean, protecting against the attack. And so maybe he wants to swing the queen over at some point. You know, bishop d3, queen over.
That's correct. That is exactly right. And then we also have some threats now. Now we could play knight f6 and knight f7. So queen g2. I mean, just like, I don't even care, bro. Just go for me. Queen g2. I take on f7. I mean, I take on f6, play knight f7, and it's mate. So it's very close to that. Many people will fall for that, but someone as strong as Aryan is probably not going to fall for that.
Yeah, he might just go like rook g8.
Wow, no smothered mate there? That's crazy.
No smothered mate because this knight is doing such an incredible job.
It is. That is crazy. I would have to play like queen g2.
Yeah, check out Man Goose. I love that name for Magnus, actually, Man Goose.
Check out Man
Can we just give them all cool names?
Man Goose.
Man Goose. It's a nice a man goose is a kind of an animal, actually.
Yeah, I'm a man goose.
Showing my knowledge of the animal kingdom here.
I mean, hey, you know, right? This day and time, right? People refer to us, they. You know, I mean, the pronouns. Man goose is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer
Uh-huh.
very much.
Man
All right,
goose,
whatever you like.
Magneto.
Hey, you know what I mean? Queen G2. Queen
Okay,
G2.
guys, we will look at Magnus soon, but this game, like someone could get checkmated on the G file. So I feel like we got to stick with this.
Yeah, absolutely. He clearly made it here. Queen A2, that is, I mean, that's a move. King C1, we get out of the way, right? I mean, or maybe King C2. Or maybe just King C2, but there's Rook A3. Whoa, wait a second.
You know what I realized? Also, like now there's some issues with playing Rook G8 because this pawn could hit.
Oh, yeah, 96. Yeah, -6. Yeah. Queen A2. I mean, I really just like King C1. I'm not gonna lie. King C1. Yeah, he
Oh, but now he has ideas of Rook A1. So what are we supposed to do about that?
Well, Rook A3. Rook A3 is very strong. Rook A3 is quite annoying. But then again, that now we have Knight F7, Knight F6. So you actually have to deal with that now.
Oh, we have to figure that out. So like if Rook A3 and I go Knight takes F6 and you go Queen there,
C1 and
I go King C1, you're out of checks.
Actually, there's one on E3, which is weirdly enough.
Oh.
But then I go King B1 there.
King B1, and then you're out of checks.
You're out of checks, exactly. Then there's no checks.
Wow. Okay, we got to show this line. Okay, so Rook A3.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, maybe the computer likes doing it like this, but we're going to show our line. Knight takes F6, Queen B3, Queen C1.
Takes E3.
And then King B1.
And then
and okay, now there's some amazing defense.
Oh my goodness.
If you didn't find it, then we would get the checkmate. Okay.
This is the mate here. This is the mate. Oh yeah, give me an attacking position. I'm gonna find it every time. So this is a very nice idea here. And Aryan Tare, low on time. Rook E7, he found it, but in a different way. So
okay.
86 anyway.
Oh, but now Rook A1 though. Rook A1, and now he's gonna have to give up the queen.
Wow. Rook A1, you right here. And that's GG, right? Shoot, that's the queen.
Yeah, he kind of forgot. Maybe he forgot that Rook A1 was even like a threat. He was so concerned about G7, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, like queen on the file there. You see Knight F6, Knight F7 coming. Right, box says 123 for 17 moves. Monk, yeah.
Oh, right. Is that Magnus? Is that how Magnus is doing?
Right.
Well, okay. Should we just go and see how he's doing?
Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah, especially after Rook A1. I think Shaq's.
All right, Shaq is probably gonna win. All right, Mangoose.
Oh, he is not doing that good here. Oh my goodness. Wait, what happened? What happened? This is chaos. Can we go back a few moves?
Okay, he's like white's won a pawn and has some sort of like attack. So, you know, I thought about this G4 move here. I mean, it was kind of an obvious try. I didn't know how strong it was. But yeah, that came to my mind. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Okay, so he just kind of went for that. Just won a pawn.
Right.
C3, for some reason, a mistake.
Okay, whatever. Knight D7, what a move.
Knight D7, and basically using the overload of this connection.
Right. Wow.
And the fork on E7 is always going to be an issue too.
This is very, very complicated. In fact, with it Magnus on the move here.
Okay, but that's why we're going to see how Mamedyarov is going to win, because there's still a lot of time for us to take a look at El Mangoose.
This is a dub. This looks like a dub here for Mamedyarov. We also have I think Knight E6 is going to come out of nowhere. Okay, well, not anymore.
I love how this crazy style of chess with like G4 just gets rewarded. You know, James, like, I just think that like if you play that way, you know, it's okay for you to win your bad positions, you know?
Let's go G4 all the time, baby. I love it. I love seeing those type of things. When you got the G4, you just launch that boy out there like that, and you get rewarded every time.
It's one of my favorite ideas in chess is like the G4 sacrifice.
Absolutely, same here. And Shaq is very nice with this. In fact, I don't remember what game he played. He had a game not recently, but with this same idea here, Knight F3, B3, and end up going G4 at some point.
Yeah, no, he's one of the specialists of this, you know.
Absolutely.
And he has a very famous game in the G4 semi-Slav.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. The G4
from about 2012.
Wow.
A match against maybe Georgia versus Azerbaijan. I can't remember which Georgian grandmaster he was playing, but it was also a very spectacular game.
Wow.
So I mean, he's definitely someone I associate with that idea. By the way, Hikaru is about to make a draw.
Let's go see it again.
Hikaru has a knight versus a pawn. Let's just take a look at that.
You'll see the man himself.
And
yeah,
yeah, you see, yeah, okay, now he's about to take it, and that's it. Okay, and Wesley's like kind of finds it funny. Yeah, okay.
Play that boy out
Oh, the expected result has taken place, guys. Yeah, we could see that one from quite a bit away.
Let's go,
But
boys.
let's see how he did it, right? Let's see how accurately he held this end game. So we were talking about this position, and I was like trying to find ways for black to lose. But he played carefully with knight e7, okay, holding that off. Now I kind of wonder, is he gonna go like king e6 or something? I think he did, yeah. And then what did he do? Did he activate his king? Yeah, okay, cool.
Very nice.
Okay, there. So probably just king c4, right?
Very clean. Yeah, king c4, c5, same idea. Very clean.
Yeah, he's getting counterplay. And the knight here, as you see, guys, doing a really good job at holding off the pawn and the king. And so then, okay, now it's kind of obvious it's going to end in a draw because black has the counterplay, so white just sacked the knight. And, black puts the knight away from the king, and they cannot do anything with that pawn. So that's pretty simple game from Hikaru. I mean, I feel like he had to do a little bit of work, but, overall it must have felt quite safe for him the whole way.
Absolutely. We got a clean draw there. Armageddon coming up. And the chat says, man, Goose is losing. So we got to go check on the Goose real quick to see what's going on. Whoa, +4. What happened? Okay, what was the last?
Whoa, +4.
Whoa,
that's a big one.
Oh, that's huge. What happened here?
So basically, knight d7 was a big move. And knight takes, rook. Okay, is he just going to mate this king? Because the only way this evaluation can be so big is if you're going for mating attack. I think you are. You're going to get to go rook e7, knight f6, actually.
Oh, my goodness. And you're like, yeah, you're getting mated or like just decisive material loss. Whoa, what a game here. What a game that is. Well, I'm going to need that 1,000 today. We do have some decisive games here. Now.
Oh, no, wait. That means I'm going to lose.
Yeah, that means you
Magnus.
lose. Yeah.
You're just disappointing me.
That's right. That's right.
I believed in your defensive skills. By the way, guys, you don't want to move your knight. You'd like to keep it there, but you can't because I'm still going to play this move. And I'm going to use that decoy tactic to wind up with an extra knight. So basically, like, your knight has to move. And when it moves, I am going to set up some dangerous situation here with this rook coming in.
Yikes. Yeah, there's going to be knight d5. Yeah, if you go to the corner, we have rook e7. And if you go, king f8, we can go rook takes, king, and check.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty winning. I don't know. Is there like rook c3 and maybe there's a bit of an issue? But I mean, I don't know. Really, like, I just can't believe that it would be so difficult to win this position with like this passed pawn.
Yeah, exactly. With the passed pawn, we just walk. Exactly. You got the right arrows there. Just walk the king up, push the pawn. And these pawns are a little bit too slow. They will get far, but they're going to be too slow. And you're going to have to do some king moves and a little bit of defense to not get mated by the knight pawn and the rook. So, yeah, definitely crazy game there. Big ups to Fabi there. And they say, check the Ali Reza game. They said something about Ali Reza, too, as well. Ali Reza only 27 seconds. Whoa, man. Games are heating up, y'all. Games are heating up. Let's see what we have there. Whoa.
Oh, wow. 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
Or how many moves? Like, oh, wow, 9 moves.
And what happened? King h8.
Okay, this is the position on the board.
Okay.
So we actually saw this around here.
You're correct. King
okay, the queen wound up there, knight d3, rook d1. And now you see, so he was smart about moving the king here because there's no pin. Now if he takes maybe... Can he take, or is rook takes d8 still a bit of an issue? So maybe he doesn't need to take, but he has.
Oh my goodness! Look at the engine move. The engine move there says knight c1. Wow, I wasn't even looking at that. That's game over. That's game over.
Because he's just basically taking on f2 and taking
and g3. Huh? What a move! That was so good. Knight c1 was such a good move. Jeez, knight c1 is.
So you got to give up the exchange. And okay, knight f1.
Maybe knight f1, right? Maybe knight f1.
And you, okay, I mean, you can still sort of struggle on. I mean, I guess black's king is still a bit weak.
Yeah, Black's King is definitely weak still, but I mean, this is like at 20 seconds too to hold this. How much time we got?
Yeah.
And you mean you got to get to 40 moves?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I mean, at some point he'll try to like trade. You know what? Like, there's a funny line here. Let's just look at it. Queen C2, rook trade offer. And then there's, you know, white can go down 2 exchanges. And what is going on here? Like, is it,
2 exchanges.
I don't
Here.
understand why it's not just completely winning for black. I need to get enlightened. I mean, you got a
Whoa.
pawn, 2 pawns, and
Some conversation.
yeah. I
we
mean,
can
it's
also
amazing that the
play.
computer actually doesn't say that this is like overwhelmingly winning for black.
Yeah.
You know, you would think you kind of would, right?
Well, you know, I actually see why. I mean, I guess you have to find, in fact, and it says rook b5, which makes sense because queen e5 check is perpetual. Queen e5, and you go back over to h5, back and forth. So I was looking at, what if I go rook b1 or rook b2?
Yeah.
This doesn't work because of queen e5, so which is really strong. Rook b5 stops queen e5. Now you got to move the queen somewhere, which means we probably need to keep the rook on the 5th rank to stop the checks. But then I could go like e3 or d2 to go queen d4 check with the same idea. You still need some precision here, even being down 2 exchanges. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because this king has absolutely been relieved of the pawns that protect him, yeah?
Right,
So
absolutely.
it's still pretty tricky. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Gukesh is thinking. So
Bro, he's gonna find it. He's gonna find knight c1. He's
yeah,
just
knight
out there all
c1
subtleties.
is not too difficult for him. I mean, what's the other move that he could do? Like knight c5 is also looking pretty tempting.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got this fork.
Any tricks? Nothing? Maybe just no.
And again, this idea.
Takes, and then
And
bishop, yeah, bishop back somewhere.
but he's got to compare these lines. I mean, this one looks pretty decent for black as well. So that's kind of the issue for him is like choosing amongst these nice lines. But knight c1 and knight c1, he's got to give up the exchange, go back to f1. I mean, it doesn't feel like black is in great danger in this position
At all. And I have the exchange and I'm up to time as well, but I have to use it correctly. Don't move fast just because my opponent is low on time. That's how you lose most times is, you know, I'm winning the game and you immediately lose because you start moving fast because they have no time. So he's using his time very well, very experienced player there, 2,700 classical. So the man is playing out of his mind right now, about to take down Fallujah, very close to doing that.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, of course, black doesn't even have to go rook b8. There's so many reasonable moves like rook f6, just guarding that pawn, attacking the bishop. No, I think he will go for this just because this actually looks quite safe for black and not too difficult to calculate as well, right? Like, yeah, what you don't really want to do is take on f2 because then things get a little unclear.
It definitely gets dicey. It's definitely a possibility. I think he is calculating that. I think he's calculating knight f2.
Yeah.
I mean, rook d1 is like, whoa, we got rook
there.
d1. Oh my goodness, rook d1, rook h1. Let's show that. Like rook c7. Let's just show it.
Wait. I got, yeah, we got to show that.
You gotta show that, right?
Beautiful. Okay.
Rook
So now
c7.
queen takes, guys. It's rook d1. And something really cool happens after knight f1.
Ooh, that's sick.
You guys want to figure it out?
Chat, what you got here? After knight f1, he is done. After knight f1.
Only move for black guys to be winning.
What do we have
Magnus
here?
lost. Did he really? Already? How did he lose so fast?
Oh, so fast.
Mangoose.
There you go, chat. There you go.
What? Wait, he just played knight c3 and then just resigned after knight f6. That was it?
Well, okay, but king f7, it's not over yet. Like, I mean,
hold on. Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's losing everything. Knight takes h7, maybe, or something like that.
Okay, hold on. Let's try to figure out why he just resigned here. Okay, so first of all, the easy move is this one to refute because then the rook comes in, and then there's no guarding the checkmate.
Right.
King g7 is also pretty easy to refute because you know, we're gonna go rook e7, you're gonna go like king h6, and then I'm gonna calculate where's my checkmate. Like is h4?
H4, yeah, h4 looks
h4. You know what's really cool about that, James? Because I'm actually threatening two different checkmates.
Ooh-wee. That hurts.
Yeah, like you know, I like this and this.
Beautiful.
That's really nice. Look at that. little diagonal.
Geometry, right? The
Powerful
symbol, yeah.
diagonal. All right. So then that means that he has to go to the F file. So king F7. All right. So now let's find.
Whoa, look at
What?
the equal bar go down too. It's not even bad. He just
Right. I don't really
resigned.
get why he lost or why he just resigns. I mean, why would you resign if we don't even know why you're losing? You know?
I think it's just knight h7 for some reason. But I mean, knight h7, like it's not. Wait,
Yeah, sure. Knight H7, King
Knight
G7. I mean, play a few more moves, you know?
exactly. Play it out,
I mean,
right?
probably rook. Yeah, probably like rook E7 and H4. It's like probably
Exactly.
the same thing.
Yeah, he just didn't want to play this out, I guess.
You know, I guess it's the same idea.
Yeah, it's still
Or maybe so. Well, what is here that is better than that? There's something here that's better. Is it? No, Knight F8. There's something really good here. I want to find it. Hold on.
do the same.
Let's
Maybe
find
G5.
what he's hiding here.
No, G5 check takes check. No, I mean I don't see nothing. Rook F3, rook E2.
There's an interesting idea of G5, king here, and like rook E3, because like you're totally pinned up.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling like this should be like mate.
Wow. That's not it either. How is this not?
It's not it, but okay, let's check it. Sometimes the computer just lies to us, right?
Right.
It's like it goes with its eval bar up and down, and
So knight takes as a move. King G7
doesn't really mean anything.
G7, King H6.
Yeah.
G5. Oh my goodness. And then knight F6. And then rook E5. But I saw this. He goes back to H6. That doesn't make sense to me. I saw this whole line. King takes, rook E5, you go back to H6. And then what?
And then he mates.
Four, King H7.
He just brings, I think he brings the rooks in.
Oh, check it. Wait, this is still not made yet, though. What the heck is this?
Yeah. Okay. Now it's getting there.
It's complicated. Yeah. This was.
Yeah, it is really strange though that he would just like resign and not like want to play out these lines at all. I feel like, I mean, even if it's bad,
Wow.
you know, you should probably play some moves here.
Wow.
I don't know. What do you think, James? Right? I mean, this just doesn't seem like you just resign without making white find something, right?
Yeah, I mean, he must be, you know, disgusted with himself, angry. You know, Magnus is just like, whatever. Probably you're gonna win this game anyway. I don't want to play anymore and get away. I think that's probably what he did there, because I mean, it's definitely some play left. Bobby's gonna find it, but it's definitely some play left. In fact, so he just didn't. He didn't want to do it, which is understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, every time there's a game like this, you know, it just gives rise to the talk, right? Oh, you know,
he washed up. Oh
is he still the best in the world? You know, he didn't, you know, he retired from the world championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it must be hard like that, you know.
Yeah, stuff. He can't lose one game type thing. I mean, he just won the rapid. You do have to remember that he did win the rapid portion. He didn't do so good in the blitz. But, you know, in a classical, and he's still, you know, the highest rated player in the world, right? So, of course, you know.
Yeah. It might be, you know, it might also be like, I'll tell you something. I think maybe psychologically, like his competitors might be feeling like, hey, you know, if he's not giving like 100% anymore, like maybe now is like a good time for us to beat him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I mean, they're used to him being like very dominant. But they kind of probably see that there's like an opening here, right? Like, okay, he didn't want to play that match. He's been, you know, drinking and playing poker and streaming and all of that stuff recently instead of like really, you know, studying chess. And so maybe this is kind of giving, like, they feel like maybe he's not so invincible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have to, you know, hit him where you can immediately, because Fabi, you know, Fabi's like, perfect. Hey, I can take this chance, take out Magnus. I'm good. The rest of the tournament basically is what he feels like. But you do have to still get through Firouzja and Abdusa Turov, who's on fire and actually has Fabi's number right now. In fact, beating him in the 2 matches and in Blitz yesterday. So, you know, Abdusa Turov is definitely like Fabi's kryptonite right now. So it is, you know, still more chess to do, but he definitely got through Magnus there. And I do see
Did they check Fabi for beads? I think Fabi would be one of the last people that you would need to check for beads. To be honest with you, I have an impression like he's quite a, you know, quite against that kind of stuff, guys.
Right. Later for real. They said Gukesh won. Is it already over?
All right, so we know that Mamedyarov did win, so his move paid off. And soon we're going to see Wesley and Hikaru. They haven't actually started yet, but I guess that's the next Armageddon game to go. So Gukesh won. So I was so wrong with my prediction today. I was thinking they were all going to go to the Armageddon. And wait, hold on. He
Oh, he went
actually
for the
went.
knight.
Oh, he went for knight
He
c1.
did. Knight c1. Okay, what happened?
And
Rook
then,
takes.
oh, he went there. That was a bad move. He needed to play knight f1. He went king h2.
Okay, so
Then
this.
there was like rook d2. Yeah, that was why that was bad, because now he's going to lose that pawn.
Jeez.
And that's a big problem, right?
Yes, that's nasty there.
I mean, because after rook f, does he even have like a check? Yeah, I don't think he does.
Brilliant move. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no checks, guys. Like all those squares are covered by the bishop and the rook.
So did he take the bishop?
And we're just threatening to take on. Okay, hold on. Let's find the last move here, James.
So if I take on g2, trade the rooks, do I get any material back? Where does I get the material? He does have 3 for the queen. Check. Where is the kill shot? Well, I have to do it. I have to do rook g2. There's no other.
Hold on, no, there is another move. I gotta tell you.
Oh, you gotta.
I gotta tell you that there is. Hold on, James. I just thought of this one.
What you got?
There is a very beautiful potential queen b2.
Queen b2. What?
I mean, I love it because the power of the queen on the open board is so enormous.
Right.
So if I can go queen b2 and just threaten to take the pawn without sacking, and you have no checks except rook c8,
King
and then
h7 is
probably
4.
go king h7
and run the
try
king
to run up here, right?
Oh my goodness, what a.
I mean, that might work. Was that the final move? No, it wasn't. But hold on, let's check it. Was that really not working? Okay, queen b2.
Oh, it does. It does
it
work.
Doesn't quite work, but it's the second
let's
move. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see
why it doesn't work.
Bishop g8. You got to be kidding me. King h6 and king h1. I'm done. I'm done with chess for the day. You got to be kidding me. You can get out of this with king h1.
King h1? Really? You're gonna neutralize my beautiful attack and your pawn with king h1? I feel like that's just not fair.
Yeah, that's not fair at all.
And what? Hold on. Like, I just want to understand, right? Because like you're going rook g2, knight f5, and like queen
e6. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nasty.
Oof. He
finds yeah, queen. You even go like that. Then
oh my goodness.
Then you checkmate me. Okay. Ugh. All right. Queen b2. I was really excited about that, but hold on. So let's figure out why he won. Hold on. Like, without seeing the moves, let me see if I can, I don't know, hide it with something.
There we go.
So he took on g2.
Correct.
Now let's try to understand why that wins. So queen takes g2. How do we wind up winning something at the end? You know what I think it is? Wait, maybe like there's going to be a check here and like a queen.
I was thinking that too, right? But, oh yeah, but then he still has a check.
It's a check, but these two things are going to hang.
They're loose. They're very loose. But the king.
I think that could be it, right? Yeah, queen d2.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, king f3. There's. Yeah, okay.
Okay, king f3, yeah, you can't go because of queen f4. And on this move, okay, well, this also has queen e3.
Yeah.
He basically has to go to like h1.
Queen e1, everything. You lose.
Oh, yeah, everything loses. Yeah.
What about king f1? Was that the only square? But then queen f4. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He's done.
Wow.
He's done after that. Wow.
All right. By the way, Hikaru and Wesley have sat down at the board. So let's get there, because I know you guys want to see Hikaru play this game, and he's getting black, as we told you. Yes, they did not choose for colors. They're shaking hands.
Here we go.
And Hikaru's got draw odds. And so like, this is what it's all coming down to. Is Wesley going to be able to put more pressure on Hikaru in this? He's going for the Italian. Okay. And that's not a shock to me. He's tried the Italian against Hikaru pretty recently as well.
Actually, in fact, even in his course, Wesley still has an E4. In fact, me and Daniel Nerdisky called it like an encyclopedia, because his part 1 and part 2 on Chessable for E4 does go for Italian game, but he actually goes in a different route. He actually goes for a different route here. But you know, this is quite up his alley here. I do like what Hikaru is doing with the knight G4, king H8. I've seen this idea a lot with who is it? I think you have F5 here, believe it or not. I don't remember if that's here, but there's who is it? LeBron running, right? That plays this with the black pieces with the knight G4 line. I wonder if F5 is a move here.
Yeah, Hikaru is thinking. I mean, it's tempting, but okay, he went to H6. Okay. He went to H6, and I don't know. I'm expecting like maybe knight F1, knight G3.
Right.
Knight f1 seems very intuitive because you're kind of threatening bishop takes h6.
Absolutely, with bishop takes h6 ideas there. And we might have to reroute the knight again to g8. Him and his knight on g8 today. It's
Mm.
interesting stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, knight f1 needs to happen, right? Because like that also opens up d4 ideas. No, that's kind of my thinking. Yeah, computer seems to agree. Knight f1
Yeah.
is,
Wow, and it says f5 after knight f1. That is some spicy stuff.
yeah, that would be, let's take a look at that. So knight f1,
f5.
f5. So you're like allowing bishop h6. You couldn't care less about that
Whoa.
pawn structure damage, huh?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we don't even have rook g8. So this is an interesting structure for sure. Usually, I mean, if I can open a g5, I'm cool with
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I have to say, like, it's not easy, I think, for someone to just kind of go for this and like they see like, I don't know, d4 coming. Like, is that easy, James? Like
Yeah.
decide on that. It feels definitely kind of risky, but the computer bar seems to like that
Yeah,
already.
it's shaky, a little shaky, it feels like. Maybe we just go bishop a7.
Okay, he went knight b3, so it's completely not the direction I was thinking about. And I don't, yeah, so he goes for a different plan. And okay, I mean, bishop takes h6 is the big question for Hikaru. I guess
Yeah.
what Wesley's thinking about, like he's probably thinking like, well, actually, if he goes knight g8, then I mean, I guess he's trading.
Take.
And then, yeah, there's like some problems with f7.
Right. So he may have to go f5 then, actually.
Yeah, but that's okay. Like that is actually a pretty difficult move to decide on for Hikaru.
Also having less time here, he will figure out the move.
Actually, queen f6, there's a good chance he'll play that. That actually feels pretty solid, and I like how it protects the knight and gets out of the way of the queen trade.
That's
And it
pretty
kind
good.
of maintains some aggressive intentions too.
There it is, too. Queen f6 on the board. Very
There
good.
we go.
Oh, hey, Irina got to move right to that. Have him go queen f6. No, and now also it looks like bishop h3 may be a move too as well. We do have a bishop g5 there, but then we have queen g6, and after taking, we have f6,
Yeah.
a piece back. So there's some lines here with bishop h3 right now.
Yeah, I really like this move because this is kind of what you need in these fast controls when there's not a ton of time to calculate. Like I just think, like, look, this move is crazy. Like you just how in the world do you decide on that in like a minute of thinking when all you need is a draw? Like you just don't do that.
Yeah,
so queen f6, is normal, and the game kind of stays more like the structure stays more sturdy. And then he goes knight g8. Okay, so he's basically kind of like going to recycle this knight. Maybe queen g6 is going to happen at some point. I mean, of course, there's knight h4 that he needs to watch out for.
Yeah.
And I think what he's doing, James, is actually knight e7, knight g6, knight f4.
Yeah, actually, it's funny that knight was on g8 in the other game too as well. So very nice maneuvering here. Plays h6 to stop anything from going into g5, and that is a very nice plan. F knight e7, knight g6 to f4. There it is.
There you go. I like it. I like it. No, this is good for this time control, and he has like a clear plan. Its position is solid, and that's what you need. If you're going to you want to get that draw in the pocket. I mean, he can still win, of course, but you want to maintain some solidity, so the draw is still an option as well.
Absolutely, it looks good. A great position for black. I think here we have the troubles in the opening are already kind of over. In fact, knight g6, knight f4. I like it. We have some attacking chances too as well. Pretty solid.
There is a crazy idea here, James, with like g5.
Hell yeah, you know me. I'm gonna push that g pawn if we.
I think he might do it. I mean, that seems like a Hikaru idea too, and it's crazy, but it's not too crazy.
Absolutely not. G5 is a beautiful move. I love it. Knight g6, knight f4, and then even if you capture, I have open g file for real with rook g8 ideas and intentions. And you also could play g4 as well. I mean, really nice move here. And also the time.
What do you think about like at some point, White might want to move this knight back and like to be able to play, I don't know, like, well, I mean, play g3 somewhere because otherwise he has to keep his queen. Okay, so he's kind of doing something a little similar, like pulling his pieces back to start defending the king. And he might be thinking, James, about some idea of like just, knight g6, g3, even bishop g2 at some point. Okay.
Queen g6, a more stable move with f5. That's nice.
Yeah, he's not threatening the pawn, obviously, but yes, he does seem to be preparing this move.
Yeah, F5 looks really nice, I think. I mean, he wants, to put some pressure on to White's king there. I do like F5 coming. Also, time's getting really close here, and we do know that this is becoming more of a blitz game, and we do know Hikaru is just stronger than ever, obviously. And
Okay, so a little bit of hesitation from Wesley, right? Like that move bishop f1, now bishop d3 shows that he's not exactly sure what to do, but he's trying to prepare for f5.
That's a good sign for our boy here, Hikaru F5. And then knight h4 is tempting. And knight h4, queen h7, take. And then maybe even. But cool, I'm cool with that. Draw, we win. Draw is still a win for black, and it's Armageddon here. Just considering, do I go f5 or do I not?
Well, f5, yeah, there's a lot to calculate. Yeah, there's knight h4, queen f6, knight takes f5, knight takes. Okay, but he thinks it's solid enough. Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of support for this pawn move. So even like knight h4 attacking him, he just kind of moves over.
Queen
They
f6.
trade a bunch of stuff.
So he takes. Now, the question is bishop or knight. I think we take with the knights. Regardless, he could go knight h4 anyway. Yeah, and actually g4. Wow, what a move. But then knight, yeah, take with the bishop. Knight h4 played. Just move queen f6 or h7. It's up to you. At either or.
Yeah, I like f6. Yeah.
Me too. Love it. Queen f6 takes. And yep, of course, this is what we kind of looked at before. Very nice. Knight
Okay, so this is kind of a crazy position. I mean, on one hand, White's got the bishop pair. I do like this bishop. On the other hand, Black has like all active minor pieces, and he has a nice extra pawn in the center. So I guess this is why, White's bishop pair is not like super problematic here for Black.
It's definitely not problematic at all. I actually definitely favor Black's position. We do have the open F file. What I don't like is my bishop on A7, but it is exerting pressure on the D4 pawn. I also can end up playing. This is a very long route, but rook A to E8, moving the knight from C6 and putting the bishop on B8, just eyeing the king over there, playing C6 and D5. Long plan, but definitely makes sense, especially looking at the quality of the bishop on A7. Pretty good though. Pretty good position for Black here. We have nothing to worry about, and our time is evening out. So that's going to be very good for Hikaru.
Yes, they are going to get 1 extra second per move, guys, when it gets to move 40, but that's like 20 moves away. So that's like a totally different stage of the game, and a 1 second increment is not that much.
Oh, definitely.
So by the way, this pawn is seems to be hanging, right? Like, I mean, we definitely have our eyes on it. And I think we would just take it if given the choice. So like, I can see why Wesley's thinking here, because okay, he has a very specific problem to deal with. And the computer is like pointing out this move, but the thing is, like, of course he doesn't want to play it. Like, he needs to win this game, and this is not exactly going to help him win the game. I don't even see what Black's problems would be after that. So he kind of needs to gamble, actually, Wesley.
Take some risks somewhere if he wants to win the game, but the question is where. That is the question of the day.
Hikaru is looking good. He's looking good right now, guys. The game has turned in his favor, and knowing that he has draw odds is really going to help him.
Yeah, this is looking good for our boy here, as Wesley is under 4 minutes now, as he had more time to start with, extra 3. Bishop c2, I think maybe idea of like queen d3.
Yeah, you see what I mean? This is very typical, guys. He plays a worse move because of the draw odds. Like, the normal move just didn't suit him. So he's like doing something that isn't objectively as good. But, that's the situation that happens all the time. All right. So let's see. He takes here. That makes a lot of sense. Like, White's gonna, is White just losing that pawn?
I think so.
We have 4 attackers and 3 defenders.
But now we have knight takes d4 or bishop takes, and we just up a pawn.
Yeah, why can't we take with the C pawn, with the C knight?
Oh, you can.
We can, right? We can. So, the computer prefers the bishop capture, but honestly, I think, Hikaru goes for the more natural knight C takes. And especially given the draw odds, guys, that is fine. So don't get scared by the computer not liking that capture as much. I don't even know why, but we'll just keep going,
Right.
because the move is normal. It's okay.
Is this on the board? Bishop d4? Wow, definitely on the board.
Yeah, and so now what happens here is it just knight? Oh wait, he didn't even take with a knight. So what is he planning on? Bishop takes? Is it check?
Maybe it should be 5.
Check.
Yeah, just to check the check
Yeah.
first. Let me take on
He's gonna save his bishop with that intermediate check and then capture back with an extra pawn. So
with yeah, extra pawn, better pieces, dark square
oh,
bishop versus the knight. Your
this is
knight.
looking really good. Honestly, this is like the danger of not getting a win with white. I mean, like, look at this, like a sad day for Wesley and not putting too much pressure with white, letting Hikaru kind of eke out that draw in the boring game,
Yeah.
and then just getting, losing. And then basically all you got for today was, 1 point, while Hikaru will get 1.5. Yeah.
Oh, that's spicy. Okay, hold on, big fella. Bishop takes G3. I guess we have to take on G3.
Ah,
Okay, bishop take no. G3, we go queen B2, but then rook E2. What is this? Wow. Okay, that was a good move. That was very strong.
okay. So Wesley's got some idea here, yeah,
That was
because
very
he
strong.
wants to use that attack on the bishop.
That was
What if
very
can we take on F5 and just make a draw? Like, where's there no draw? Like, I want to know, do we have perpetual check here?
maybe queen G3 or queen F2.
I mean, we can actually play this position, but we have a lot of pawns. We got 3 pawns for the piece, but there's no forcing draw. So let's see what Hikaru went for. He went for this.
Brilliant move.
Okay, similar. He's got 3 pawns for the piece, and the white king is still out in the open, and Hikaru just needs to not lose, right? So how is he going to manage that?
Oh, he went queen G6, but I thought you could go queen F4.
Yeah, rook F3. Okay, he's going here. He's also threatening there. So what happens on rook G1?
Rook G.
Maybe here, and ooh, big threat with rook F2 and queen H3.
Can even play it now. Queen F5 or queen F6 with the same threat here. Yeah, queen F6,
yeah.
Rook F1. I think that's what he wants.
But the thing is, okay, like, yeah, queen there, rook F1. I mean, he's not going to like be mating white or getting some forced draw. So he's just going to have like those 3 pawns for the piece, right? So it kind of stays complicated.
Yeah, definitely stays complicated. Yeah, we double the rooks here, or did I put the rook on the file there? Rook F4. That's an interesting one.
I feel like maybe this is not like, I don't know. It's an okay outcome for Hikaru. It probably could have been better than this. Yeah, but still, it's going to be most exciting for us.
And you know what? Actually, time's getting lower. It does get exciting. But, they get the 1 second increment in 7 moves. And it's not going to be over in 7 moves here. So, yeah, okay, 1 second increment. It's not a lot of time at all. In fact, so when you're moving, especially OTB, online, you can pre-move. You can't do that OTB. So here, with that 1 second increment, it's not a lot of time. We do have the extra pawns, too, as well. If we grab another one, black's looking even better.
I have to say that yeah, like the knight is very bad in these open positions where he's like not really able to establish himself on an outpost. It's not like a bishop, right? But I don't know. I'm not I'm not exactly loving, where this is going for Hikaru. Like, I don't like this rook G8, and he's getting a little passive, right? What's happening to our initiative?
That is correct. It does feel a little passive here. And if I could just grab one more pawn here, I'm definitely like feeling so good here with the black pieces, because we just had grabbed those pawns there. Now, okay, queen C3. Do we trade? Nah, probably just hold for now. Maybe just move the queen over 1. He does go for the trade.
Okay.
Very fast moves here coming in. Rook E3 on tap. That's exactly what we want. Or rook E2 hit the A pawn as well. I mean, these pawns are going to get rolling. Yeah, it's really hard to lose this with black.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're going to see if those 3 pawns are going to be enough for the knight. I guess there's a good chance of that. Okay, rook E4.
What a move. Rook
E4
was not a move I was considering at all. Rook E4.
All right.
Rook E4. Yeah. You want to draw, bro? You want to draw, bro? You want to draw, Wesley?
Yeah, I think Wesley is not going to take that one, but I guess they're trying. They got to the 1 second increment, by the way.
Yeah, they are at the 1 second increment now, but of course, with under a minute, that does not even matter at all. Rook E7 defends B7.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru's still got to do some defending, but again, remember, guys, the knight is a pretty weak piece. Okay, in these positions where there's pawns all over the board and there's no outposts, it's still not the best piece in the world. But I mean, I guess on C4 we're gonna go B5. We'll try to trade some stuff.
Absolutely, you gotta be careful not to hang these pawns or give up too many. But hey, you give me your pawns, I give you mine.
Yeah.
I'll shake hands, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Rook D6. There's rook E2. Okay. I don't know. I would feel a bit uncomfortable as black, but Hikaru has like a lot more experience in these positions. He's like quite good at defending resourcefully.
Absolutely. Great defense, I think, from Wesley. But I mean, hey, draw. It tells you how much, like, how evenly matched these guys are. How many times they played. I mean, they played so many times. I don't know. Can we get let me get a number, guys? I'm sure you guys can pull that up quickly. How many games they have together, classical and also. Wait, you can get in trouble here, right? Right, exactly. Rook D3, Rook D2, right?
Well, the
Exactly.
problem is he's going to take on b5, right? So rook c2, he's got to go b4, otherwise white will. Okay, so b4. That's good that he has held on to these pawns. And can he go rook e2 or rook d3, or doesn't really do much? He goes king g8.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's lost one of his extra pawns, guys. Just counting them for you.
Just
but
one.
but white still doesn't have a whole lot to do here, and he's down to 9 seconds. Okay, I guess there's no point going there because you're not really forcing a trade. I don't know. In some positions that could make a point. Like rook d2 is kind of
b3 and then play c2
right.
as well, or c2 b3.
Oh wow, he just decided to trade everything.
Yeah, either or. He could.
How is this gonna go? I mean, is this so obvious? It's not obvious to me. It's not obvious to me, James. I have no idea. Like,
look at the email.
I mean, we can lose this position.
Oh,
we can lose this.
He might be
doing totally that. Lose this. I don't understand what's going on. Like,
oh no, what if he just walks the king all the way up? Are we losing? H5 wait.
I mean, are we getting mated? We're probably getting mated. Oh my god, we're losing. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh man. Oh man.
By yourself, Marine.
Yeah. Oh. I feel so sad.
What happened, bro?
I'll tell you what happened, James. Let me go back and tell you the moment. Oh, like the sad part is that, at some point, yeah, he had this amazing position. It was so good around, like, I don't know, this point, pawn takes here. I mean, and okay, I don't know why this was so amazing, but I mean, like, what he did was very natural. I guess we can look and see, like, what is the point here? Maybe, I mean, okay, knight takes, we're just up a pawn, right? So, like, the difference is that there's, like, on bishop f5, there's some difference. Oh, that we can take with the bishop. Okay, got it. And then you're safely up a pawn. Okay,
right.
That's the difference. So then he means, like, he kind of, well, he allowed this option, right? Where now he, like, doesn't have that bishop to take. So he basically, okay, he actually apparently could have played this.
That one is interesting.
Which is not, it's not really clear what's going on here either. But I guess you're going to have, like, rook and 2 pawns for the 2 pieces. Okay, so you're better. But I think what he did was very natural. And Wesley found this cool move, which provokes, like, the bishop into taking.
Right.
And everything here was good, but this was, like, the critical moment, right? Where maybe he didn't set up his attack in the very best way. And I mean, yeah, maybe, like, just this rook f6 and doubling of the rook, just bringing everything in, was probably it. Like, because black doesn't really want to trade, right?
Right.
So here, queen g2 was a good move, right? And so you can see that, like, white is consolidating here, right? So there's no more, like, big attack, although maybe this was an important moment where Hikaru could have played, like, check here and here. And and that way he's not, like, immediately trading a pair of rooks, and it's, like, still pretty tricky for white. So he went for that. So he allowed the trade to happen. So then, I was kind of surprised that rook f8 was just not played. This really surprised me.
Yeah. What did he play here?
He played c6, and it's like, well, I guess it's okay. Was that like queen b7 really a threat here? I mean, did he think that, like let's just think what's going to happen if you capture that pawn, because it doesn't look like it should be possible, right?
Maybe, you might have queen e3 there, and then you bring
queen e3 and rook f2, right?
Very nasty, or rook f3. I mean, you got very nasty threats after queen.
Yeah. Because if the queen comes in,
GG, rook f2, and then what do you do? Like,
yeah. So basically, I mean, it was just a little strange, guys, that he didn't, like, prioritize this rook.
Yeah.
And then so c6 happened, and then you kind of give white a chance to consolidate. And then rook g8 just really surprised me because, I mean, yeah, the moment you see this happen, like, something's going wrong, right?
Passive. It's definitely passive. And being down the piece, yes, we have the pawns, but being passive really is almost never the way to go, So
Yeah, this was probably a good try because you're kind of hitting this pawn, so Wesley can't get his trade.
right.
And then you can try to maintain the rook more actively, right?
Yeah,
So he
yeah,
goes for this stuff. Wesley kept going for the trade. And it's like, yes, the computer will say this is equal. I have no doubt that, black can hold a draw here.
absolutely.
But there's always some chance to lose, right? Just like it happens in the game, like it was almost there. And still, okay, I gotta say Wesley, did a good job, but
It's tough, man. I mean, this format makes it like it's gonna be extra points. Like it's crazy. He had to go for the win. And usually when you get the draw, it's already over. Like, hey guys, game 2 tomorrow, which it is, but at the same time, they did play a second game here and to get that extra point. It really is annoying. It's a heartbreaker for sure. Heartbreaker.
yeah, I was thinking of
Even
these positions like, okay, yeah, why not? Okay, rook d2 because you can't take it. Then you go here,
Mm-hmm.
and then okay, obviously I don't really want to trade with you. I guess I can okay,
Yeah.
it's tricky to evaluate that, right?
Right, very
Because
tricky.
you have to kind of, yeah, probably we're doing good here because the knight can never move, and
Right.
yeah,
Just like
we're
the last game they just played back.
yeah. So he goes g5, and that move wound up really biting him because in the end, like these pawns became weak, and he didn't get a trade. He didn't really get a trade of that like he was planning to.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't that easy. And so what was he supposed to do here? Okay. Yeah, now it's starting to give up the pawn and then go rook d2. Yeah, that's starting to be tricky. Oh, you know what it is? It's something like this line, like this. I'm threatening c2. You got to e4. And then I actually win that pawn back. And it's like, okay. Yeah. So he went, and then I keep the c pawn. So what Hikaru did is he just gave up the c pawn. And this was starting to feel already not that good,
Yeah, especially with that extra pawn over there. And then time was the issue too as well. You have to be super accurate with the time. And it's very tough, but heartbreaker for our boy. It bounced back, you know what I mean? He drew in the classical game. That matters the most, in fact. So, all the games matter, but it's really tough, man. Speaking of Armageddon, we do have one more game, actually, which is Geary and Nordbeck. I think that is started. I'm not sure if that started yet. But we definitely have that last game too. Yeah, rook c6 still drawable.
So what was the final mistake? The final mistake was a check with the rook.
He's supposed to play h5, which is natural. h5, g4.
Yeah, and he probably was afraid of rook g6, but then the king comes up, you take king of there, and then you actually get a draw.
Yeah, you actually do get a draw. Yeah, king f7, king f6, king g6. All right. And
yeah.
G6 and draw. Knight g3, check, take the pawn, take the knight,
wow.
king takes. Yeah, check, take the knight, king takes, draw.
Yeah, and you have to see that, right? That you're actually, they cannot get out of this attack.
With the time he had as well.
No, it was tricky. Once it got to this stage, it was obvious that even having this pawn there was quite weakening, and then it was just kind of over. Now it's too late. You can't protect your pawns, and they're just managing to keep that one last pawn on the board.
Yes, it's tough for our boy, and then we end up losing this one.
Yeah, and no, I feel like what's sad about this is just that he played really well. He made very good decisions, and just managed to outplay Wesley, right? And this point in the game where this was the position. This is even if he was in the must win, he could count on a win. You know what I mean? And he just needed a draw, right? So it's it is definitely sad.
Yeah, especially when you just need a draw, right? A lot of times it is tough with that. When you just say to play for a win, play for a draw, you play for a win. And he did. We had winning shape. He played very good. Very good here. It just didn't work out for some reason, which is tough. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy, how the computer is oh, bishop takes. That's even better. It's not that intuitive.
It's very strange, especially giving up the bishop pair with the obvious knight takes. The bishop, I don't want to give my bishop pair up like that, or even not bishop pair, but giving up the second bishop and giving you obviously both the bishops there is just not that appealing.
Yeah. So the other point was that there's this bishop takes f2. Yeah, definitely possible. That was just another way of handling this position. I don't know I don't know if like how much better this was, than what Hikaru did. Like this position, of course, it's very safe for black. Yeah, I mean, beautiful coordination and um, yeah. Let's switch to Giri. All right, guys,
Do it.
let's go. I mean, I'm done crying over Hikaru's game. Okay, we did our little post game cry, and let's take a look at Anish, who is playing.
Winning. Oh, brilliant move on the board.
Wait, what? This must be it must be this is Armageddon, right? Yeah, they made a draw, and he just found a fork. Yes, whoa, wait, hold on. Oh, he played with the bishop.
No, he
Oh,
blundered.
wow, bishop takes, and then rook takes. Nice, and that is kind
Wesley.
of game over.
On the spot.
The whole piece.
Wow.
The rook takes. You can just go back with your rook, or you can maybe even look at knight c4.
Or something like that.
Wow. Well, I feel pretty good for Anish because he had a nice game in the first game. So I feel like let's see how he did it actually. Did they repeat the opening? They kind of were repeating the opening, except well, now Noterbeck is doing the Catalan, which they didn't have. And okay, all right, yeah, very solid. All right. These Catalan end games, very typical.
They filed it 9. It should be 8. Yeah, this is all theory, in fact. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so actually, Anish kind of stabilized here. Looks like he has like a nice position at this point. Noterbeck's trying to trade off like that weak C pawn.
Yeah.
And okay, but how did he actually lose this as white? Because at some point his position, like here, it looks okay, and then at some point it just looks horrific.
Correct. B5 was nice. Rook C3 probably played in there. H6, nice waiting move, make some love. Then play King F8.
Yeah, this G4, this might be an issue if there is G5, right? And G5 actually happened, yeah.
Or D4.
This is, you got to be careful with your pawn moves, guys. You know, they leave behind weaknesses.
And they don't move backwards.
I'm starting to see how that is being cultivated, this little threat.
Hinting at it.
Yeah, I see now the problems. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere.
How he set that tactic up nicely. He set that up nicely, boy. I was wrong apparently, but okay.
But it worked out perfectly.
Worked out right.
Yeah.
Takes bishop F3 is not a move.
Yeah, and that was
good.
That was it. Okay. Anish gets his win.
Nice job, Anish Giri.
Oh man, I have to say that I kind of like this format. I like getting a decisive result, at the end of the day.
I do too, in fact. That is nice to see. Of course, it's not as nice for the players unless you're the one winning, obviously, but
yeah,
it's not as nice, but it definitely is cool to see. And this format is different. I mean, it's making you play. You got to play you got to take some risks. You got to actually, play if you don't want black to win on this obviously draw odds thing.
So look, guys, I think, the games have actually finished for today. I mean, are we right about that? I don't think there's any result. Yeah. Like, look, we had 3 games going to Armageddon. So we got the winners of the Armageddon who are going to get 1.5 points are Anish Giri and Shaq Mamidyarov and Wesley.
Wow.
And in terms of who's going to get 3 points for their win today, that is Gukesh and Fabi, who's got a big win against Magnus. So nice to see Gukesh doing well, after he didn't do so well in the Blitz yesterday.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's not known to be a blitz animal, but he is definitely known for calculation and like his universality and him playing classical chess and hitting 2700. So he's known for this, the calculation chess, the good stuff, right? So he's known for that, and he actually was able to perform today and take down Perugia, world number 2. So
yeah, very nice black pieces and a very nice game.
Black, correct, with a very nice game, absolutely. So good stuff to see from Gukesh here, and strong stuff. Universality, correct. Universal play, that is brown lemon. Absolutely.
Universality. Look, guys, we can invent our own words if we want. It's okay.
Absolutely. So it's a thing. It's a thing. Thanks, Rares. Appreciate it. What's up, Wandering Bishop? Thanks for the mods today and everybody in the chat. Great commentary. But we actually have a surprise for you coming up, chat. So stick around. We ain't going anywhere yet. We got a surprise. So don't go anywhere, Chad. I'm going here. We still here.
Yeah.
We got a surprise for you.
Interesting that none of the
Yes,
games
Chad.
went past the first time control, right, James?
Yeah, right.
All kind of like ended in time, and then okay, we have Hikaru here with us.
Hey, there he is, the man himself. What's up, brother?
Oh, it's good to be here. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
We're
Good.
doing well. We had a fun day of looking at these games, Hikaru. So, I mean, I guess the most interesting part of your day was this Armageddon game.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Well, I mean, the first game was very interesting. I think it was probably a little bit worse for me at some point. I don't know if I was ever really in danger, but it was hard fought for sure, because at some point after, like when Wesley played Queen D2 in the opening, I thought we would draw the game like within like the first hour. So, you know, then I made a couple of mistakes. It got kind of complicated, but still, I think I defended quite well. Finding this whole idea with knight f5 and knight h4 and g5 in this end game. But yeah, I found a way to survive. And then, of course, the Armageddon game was, I mean, pretty much shades of yesterday all over again, where I got some pretty good positions, and then for whatever reason, when the time got low, I just lost my mind. So a little bit unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
So tell us, Hikaru, give us an opening lesson on this strange-looking rook e2 move. I guess you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I mean, what I did isn't the best. Knight e8 certainly isn't right. I mean, there are many lines where white goes rook e2 or rook e1, depending on the situation. And in this case, Wesley went rook e2. I think the idea is at some point you can probably double up the rooks on the e file, or maybe even put the queen on e1 potentially. One of those ideas. So that's kind of different. But also by going rook e2, you cut off the light square bishop, so the bishop can no longer go to d3 either. And I mean, it's playable, but it shouldn't be that dangerous. And I mean, what I did wasn't best, but it seemed to be good enough.
So that was kind of like the idea that you had, because like knight f5 just seems like really natural. Is there like something wrong with this move?
Well, I mean, knight f5 is one of many moves. I mean, I think b6, I might have even played this against Wesley already, but yeah, knight f5 is a move, b6 is a move. I think rook e8 is still a move. So there are quite a few options for black here. It's just a matter of choice. But I think, you know, what I did was okay, and it was good enough. So I'm not complaining about it.
Yeah, I mean, knight c4, I don't know, were you surprised at all by that move, or you just thought that was normal?
Well, I mean, the thing is, as I said in the box, I went to confessional box one time during the game. I mean, I feel like there was some Magnus game against Levon here, maybe already a good 7-8 years ago, which was quite similar to this. The rook was actually, I think, on e1, not e2. And I remember Magnus did not ever move the knight. I think he might have even gone a4 and rook a3. He did something very unusual, but he didn't just trade out the dark square bishop. So, you know, I mean, knight c4 is definitely not the best move. And I thought after I went queen g5, I was completely fine. And then I don't know if I was completely fine or whether I started seeing some ghosts, because what I did somehow I seemed a little bit worse. But you know, it's kind of what it is.
Yeah, we really liked queen g5 because it kind of made him go for this queen d2 move, and then everything felt quite solid. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you were suffering like a little bit, right? Like,
well, I mean, the thing was when I got to this position with rook e8, I really wasn't sure what the plan was. I wasn't sure whether I should play a5 and try to be active, whether I should not do it. I mean, I think in retrospect, what I did was not best, but it still wasn't ever really that dangerous per se.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we were thinking here you could maybe leave your knight here and go like rook e8. What did you not like about that? Just kind of.
Well, I thought rook e8. Well, I was still worried about the same idea with like rook d4 and rook f4 and g4. That's what I didn't like. I mean, again, it's probably the computer probably doesn't think it's anything special at all for white, but optically to a human, it looks kind of scary with the knight on b5. You're unable to get rid of the weakness by pushing c6. So it feels a little bit weak. I mean, it feels a little bit scary, but you know, at the end of the day, I think everything is completely fine. It's just, you know, and I didn't necessarily play it the best way, but you know, I did draw. So it's kind of all's well that ends well. And then, yeah, we can talk about the Armageddon game, I guess, very briefly.
Was that my strategy today to actually just go play solidly? And obviously, I know you know the format, so getting into there.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, first of all, I'm starting with 2 blacks. That's the most important thing. That certainly makes it a little bit trickier in terms of like trying to be aggressive, because if you're very aggressive in round 1 and you lose with black, because normally you're going to get white the next day, but obviously I'm getting black tomorrow against Gukesh, so because of that it just didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I thought it would just be solid and see what happens in the Armageddon game. And I mean, the Armageddon game, I got everything I wanted. I was probably just winning, but I let this one imbalance, this miscalculation, this f4, it kind of threw me off completely, and then I didn't recover, even though I was still probably much better and should never have lost it.
Yeah, we definitely liked where you were going with this position. And yeah, this was very comfortable for you. He didn't really have any obvious options here, so he went for a move that wasn't that good just to kind of keep some play.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, after bishop c2 takes, I mean, if you go forward to the critical position after takes, I mean, Wesley was using so much time, so I was calculating this line while he was thinking, of course. And yeah, basically, if I had, I think if I hadn't calculated the line, I probably would have used more time in the situation after bishop takes f5. But for some reason, I just played it automatically because I was up on time. And I thought it had to be good, and it was good. But after bishop f5, probably I should have gone bishop takes f2. That would have been a better move.
Yeah, would have been even simpler. Yeah. Although
but I mean,
also,
still,
yeah. I guess here, what were we looking at? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's like the simple rook f6. The computer seemed to like this.
Well, I mean, there's also the insane thing that I missed after queen g6. Rook f6, king h2, and then what? Queen f2 or something, or what?
What are you talking about?
No, you're saying rook f6, but after king h2, I don't see why it should be so good. But I mean, even
Yeah,
here,
I think it's just generally he's just kind of like bringing in these rooks.
Yeah, I mean, but again, if you don't see the win after rook f8, rook e2, if white gets rook g1 and the knight comes back, I mean, of course, obviously, it's still very good for black. But if you don't see a knockout blow, it's kind of hard to play like this. And I think what I did was also probably completely fine until I just didn't play. Like what did you play? You played queen g2, right?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and then
here,
I went queen f6.
Maybe this
And then but this is the thing. Like as soon as I played rook f4, I realized that I had queen e5 and rook g3. This is the other problem. If I don't see queen e5 and rook g3, that probably is different. But once I realized as soon as I played rook f4, there's queen e5 move. Then of course I'm obviously just very annoyed at myself. So I think on the spot, this probably just I don't know if this wins or not, but it looks really, really good for black.
Yeah. I mean, it maybe wasn't winning. Let me see, but it was like at least very nice looking. Yeah.
Oh, rook f5. What a move.
Yeah, he has like some sort of.
There's rook f5. Aha. Yeah, but still, I mean, rook g2, rook e5, rook takes b2. I should never lose that. Mind you, white probably gets rook e7 and stacks the rooks on the 7th rank. But I mean, at any rate, the point sort of is just that. I mean, if I saw this as soon as I played rook f4, and then of course it's just like, okay, well now you mess it up, and then of course you end up in this ridiculous scramble, and I mean, it's just sort of anyone's game at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely disappointing, but I mean, I think, you know, I'll look at it sort of like glass half full. You know, if I was gonna consider the number of times that I've sort of gotten lucky against Wesley in Armageddons or tiebreakers in recent memory, I mean, I'll take all those Champions Tours and American Cup over the Norway chess tiebreaker any day of the week. So, you know, you can't always win every tiebreaker. I mean, I know, like when I said that about Magnus, people are like, well, I mean, what are you talking about? Magnus should win every tiebreaker. But you know, certainly it's just like you can't always win them. That's just not reality. So you know, it's disappointing on the one hand, but still there's a long way to go. And you know, if people aren't going to win every game in classical and get 3 points, there's some hope. I mean, if Fabi's just going to win every game, well, you know, you throw your hands up in the air and go whatever, but we'll see.
Are you playing late?
Actually, Fabi beat Magnus today. Were you following that game at all?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't following it super closely. I thought it was rather strange by Magnus to play this line in the French, but I think Magnus got a completely reasonable position, but then he just missed a one-move tactic is what it looked like. I mean, he just misses rook e5, rook takes d5, and just like that, it's all over. So I wasn't watching super closely, but I mean, of course, it looked like Fabiano played a good game. Looks like Magnus just made one big blunder, and that's all it took. One blunder, GG, why not? And that's rather unfortunate for Magnus, but certainly, of course, it's a great result for Fabiano.
Great start.
Do you think that Magnus's competitors are kind of noticing that he's not like as focused on chess these days, and kind of like that gives him an extra like psychological push to try to beat him?
Well, I mean, I think I said it before, and I think I would say it again. With the pandemic and all these games online, I mean, Magnus certainly is the strongest player in the world. He is number one for a reason. When you start having the chance to play against him more and more and more, even in Blitz, even online, like Fabiano specifically, where I think Fabiano's beaten Magnus like 3 times in a row in Title Tuesdays. You know, Magnus starts to feel more humanized. So I think players start to see that a little bit more. And obviously, I mean, you look at Magnus's look, the fact that he's playing poker all the time, certainly for the players that I think they feel like Magnus is maybe more vulnerable than he's ever been. But of course, he's still a very dangerous, very strong player. And as we see, he can get hot and turn it around very, very quickly.
Right.
Hikaru, is Norway chess your first tournament out of the country this year?
Out of the country? Oh yeah. I mean, it's only the second tournament that I've played this year. So I
Okay,
played the
so
American
after
Cup.
American Cup.
Yeah, I played the American Cup and I'm playing here. You know, I think if there's one thing I would say though, it's kind of amusing on some level for the people who follow chess, because you know you have Magnus who's obviously playing poker a lot. You have Ali Reza who apparently is doing fashion or something that's not chess. And then of course, you know, I'm obviously streaming, and all of us didn't really have our best days. So I think for the people who follow chess and are hardcore, they're probably pretty happy about that. That the guys who are like focused on chess more seriously did well today.
What are your upcoming tournament plans after this tournament? Do you have any other over the board tournaments?
No, I mean, I go back to my real job, which is streaming. So, yeah, like, I mean, maybe I'll play something in the back half of the year, but at least right now, I mean, I'm just going to play here and then take a break, get ready for, get back on the stream grind, and just keep moving forward. Maybe I'll play a Chess Champions Tour event, like in July, perhaps, but not really sure about that. So we'll see.
Got it. What about US Championship? Is that like on your calendar?
No, that's not on my calendar for a plethora of reasons, which I don't need to go into.
I see.
Plethora.
All right. Wow. Yeah, Hikaru, we're looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow. Wish you the best of luck. You know, just get over the slight disappointment and
like I said, I'm not that upset. You know, if I wanted to add one last thing, perhaps, which is by the end of the game, because you guys probably saw the cams, like I was already starting to question, like, what am I even doing playing here? Because by the end of the game, I mean, it comes down to where we're literally making moves instantly, like in like half a second or 1 second. And I was starting to think to myself, like, why am I doing this? Like, I've spent like 20 plus playing Blitz and Bullet and all this stuff. And it's like, I was starting to wonder, like, why am I even doing this? Like, what even is the point? But yeah, I mean, I'm not super disappointed. It happens, and like I said, I've had my fair share of victories against Wesley and tiebreakers and Armageddon. So I'll take the ones that I won over this, because that definitely those wins like in the CCT and elsewhere definitely were worth a lot more money than Norway chess.
Yeah.
So and also And one last thing, of course, I'll be doing a recap later, but since it's actually quite late here in Norway, I'll probably get dinner before I do that. But at any rate, you know, I hope all the fans enjoyed it. You guys obviously did a great job covering it. Actually, Canty, why aren't you here in Stavanger?
Oh yeah, in fact, I was. They have the other team out there, and they have everyone else.
Oh, okay, because you were in Oslo recently, so it's kind of weird to not be here.
Yeah, they have the other team out there, so I'll probably do the next one as well, Boro. And they said, "Are you playing Title Tuesday today? Are you gonna play the
No. I mean, as much as I love the content, the fact that I have to go eat dinner before the kitchen closes, since the game starts so late here, and then have to do a recap. I mean, it seems a little bit insane. Mind you, the games start here at 5 p.m., so I probably could do that and stream to like 2 a.m. and then go to bed at 4 or 5 a.m. after I watch. Well, I guess there are no playoff games tonight in either basketball or hockey, but you know, at any rate, it's probably just too much. And I mean, it's not the end of the world with what happened today. So hopefully, I'll just do well tomorrow.
So Hikaru, I got to ask you before you go, like about your thoughts on this format, right? That like every day there is going to be something decisive happening, and the players are not kind of allowed to go after a draw. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I think my opinion is going to be based on how I do. I think, you know, I'll give you an example. If I draw like let's just say I draw all 9 games. Okay. Let's say I draw all 9 games hypothetically, and I win 3 tiebreakers and I lose 6 tiebreakers. I'm basically going to think the format is terrible, like the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Whereas if it goes the other way, it'll be great. So I think it really is just result dependent. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I think it's just, if things go your way, it's great. Like if I won today, I'd be saying what a great format it is. Of course, I didn't win today, so I'm not particularly thrilled. But I think it's really just result based. But I think certainly it's interesting. I mean, if I had one thing to say though, I think perhaps it should be capped where it's not automatically you play with a draw. Maybe if you draw a game before a certain number of moves, because it is kind of weird to play like a full 4-hour game and then have to play a game 20 minutes later. So maybe there's some like limit where if you draw inside 30 moves or inside 2 hours or some qualifier, that might be a little bit preferable. But you know, it's interesting. I think the fans are enjoying it, and at the end of the day, that is what's most important. So we'll see what I think by the end, but so far I don't really have any issue with it.
Yeah, it seems like a nice format. I mean, certainly it's nice for us that like there is something starting in 20 minutes. It's kind of fast, right? And maybe it's also nice for the players that you guys don't really have to prepare or don't have time for that. You just like go in after 20 minutes and whatever happens, happens.
Well, okay, but like what happened in Anish's game? How did he do?
He won.
He won. Okay. Because I was going to say, like, traditionally, Anish, I think, has struggled in some of these Armageddon situations. So, and considering what a great position he got, like that was one example where it would have seemed kind of unfair if he had, say, lost to Notre Dame in the Armageddon game, because I think he played a great game. I don't know if he was winning, but it looked like he played this great classical game. Notre Dame defended, was able to draw. But then if Anish had lost, it would have been really, really brutal. So I guess at least Anish did win that. But yeah, I think it's something different. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's terrible. We'll just see by the end where I feel about it.
Got it. All right, Hikaru. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow.
All right, see you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
All right, that was so fun to have Hikaru here and hear his thoughts. I think, James, how I interpret his answer about the format is he's okay with it. It's fine.
Right.
You know, I mean, because everything, James, we can say that about everything in chess. Like, if I win, I like it. You know what I mean? Like, we're always going to feel good about that. But you know, if at the outset we basically don't have any negative feelings, I think that means okay. The format's okay, and we'll see how we do. You know.
Absolutely. He also feels very good. He's in good spirits. The chat's good. He has great energy, great vibes. You can tell he's doing good. He's fine. He's not rattled by it at all. You know, it's just good. It is what it is. That's how it goes. And there's more chess to do. So he's gonna get some rest, do the recap for you guys. Make sure you guys watch that. He's gonna bounce back even stronger tomorrow, is what I believe.
Yeah, we're gonna come back here, guys, to root for him tomorrow. I don't know. We gotta maybe root for him even more. Like send that flower power, guys, so that he can win his Armageddon game tomorrow if it gets to that.
Oh man, that's amazing. That's great. We will be back tomorrow. Me and Irina Crush, guys. Make sure you guys are here for that. Watch the recap, and be ready for some action tomorrow against Gukesh. And Gukesh is not going to come at him lightly. We already know that Gukesh is trying to take down everybody. He just beat Perugia today. So, Hikaru is up for the challenge, of course, because he's always up for the challenge. So it's going to be nice to see that game tomorrow.
Yeah, and my favorite flowers, guys, are roses. Okay, so if you want to send some flowers, make sure they're roses. They're really in bloom these days.
Send the roses, right? Exactly. You heard it here first, guys. You heard it here first. Thanks for that, guys. Thanks for the love in the chat and the mods, everybody in the back end too as well. It's great today. Another successful day here at Norway Chess.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for round number 2. Thanks for watching.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. Bye.